In a remote mountain village at the edge of the barren moon continent, life is quiet, harsh, and unforgiving. Lien, a quiet 14-year-old boy, lives among crumbling earthen walls, aging parents, and siblings weighed down by poverty. After years of locust plagues and meager harvests, survival has become a daily battle. Faced with starvation and no future in the village, his family makes a difficult decision: send Li Yin away to join the army. But this isn't the heroic journey you might expect. Tears, unspoken fears, and quiet farewells follow as Li Yin leaves everything he's ever known: his family, his mountain, and his childhood. Man walking alongside two other village boys, he travels to the county town under the guidance of the village chief, where the towering walls of the Great Qing Pass loom like ancient guardians of destiny. There, his fate begins to shift. From a simple village youth to a potential recruit for the Imperial Guards, his path winds through quiet courage, military trials, and an empire's looming war. Will Li Yin survive the trials ahead? Will he return home a hero, or vanish in a history like so many forgotten soldiers? This is the beginning of a grounded, emotionally rich martial fantasy, one where war, honor, and family collide.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
At the southwestern edge of the vast barren moon continent, the Great Qing Mountains stretched endlessly, forming a crisscross of dark, winding ridges like ink strokes on parchment. Twilight had long faded. Now, under the shroud of night, flickering oil lamps cast a dim golden glow over the mountain village nestled below. The old locust trees at the village entrance swayed and whispered in the breeze, their rustling leaves blending with the occasional bark of distant village dogs, echoes that rolled through the valley before fading once more into silence. Inside one of the mud-walled homes, an oil lamp burned low, its faint light stretching the shadows of several figures against the cracked walls, some long, some short, all slanted like ghosts of thought. "Let's just go through with it," said an old man by the doorway, his voice raspy with years of labor. "At least if he becomes a soldier, he won't starve. And if he's lucky, he might even rise to something one day." He was weathered and hunched, his hand holding a well-used tobacco pipe with a frayed yellow pouch hanging from its stem. After speaking, he took a slow drag. "Pada, pada." The sound of the pipe echoed sharply in the quiet. "But he's only 14. The voice trembled. An elderly woman, clothed in threadbare garments, sat on a short wooden stool, her face streaked with tears. Her heart seemed to resist the weight of reason. The old man sighed. 2 straight years of locusts were not the only ones. Half the village is out of grain. Some head to the city, others to distant lands, and many to the army. Our third's crippled, can't work the fields. But little fifth, he's tall for his age, looks near 17. No one will question it. With enlistment, we'll get a subsidy. He'll have food, and if he writes home, he can send something back too." He lowered his gaze, fell silent, and resumed smoking. The woman wiped her eyes, sobbing softly. Outside the house, a young figure sat crouched against the wall, eyes fixed on the shadowed mountains far beyond. He remained silent, unmoving, caught between thought and fate. Time passed slowly in the heavy quiet of the village night. Eventually, the figure stood and entered the room. He was a teenage boy, thin and modest in stature, wearing a coarse, patched tunic. His skin was tanned, his face unremarkable. "I made up my mind," he said quietly. "Plenty have left already. There's barely enough to eat here. Even when the village chief leads us hunting, we only catch scraps, pheasants, rabbits. Nothing enough. I want to see the world. With third brother and fourth sister at home, you won't be alone." He was only 14, but years of mountain hikes, wild hunts, and farm work had shaped his limbs and hardened his resolve, though malnutrition had worn him thin. His name was Li Yin. He had studied for 6 or 7 years in the village school before the old scholar passed away. After that, he'd gradually shifted from scrolls to spears, from books to the bow. He once sneaked off to the mountains, only to be dragged back and beaten. But that was the way of village youth: discipline through scolding, strength through struggle. Over time, he earned a place on the hunting parties, learned the trails, the scent of prey, the rhythm of the forest. His stride grew longer, his spirit steadier. But the locust plagues had ruined their food stores. Meals became scarce. His strong frame turned lean. Li Yin had 5 siblings. The eldest 2 sisters had married into distant villages years ago. His 4th sister, Li Xiaozhu, had been betrothed, but her fiancé's struggling family had yet to gather the dowry. Promises were made, perhaps next year. His 3rd brother, Li Wei, had been crippled during a plowing accident. With no money for a doctor, the injury left him with a permanent limp. Inside the room, Li Wei looked up from where he knelt beside their mother. His expression twisted in guilt. "Little fifth eye," Li Yin interrupted with a faint smile. "Third brother, no need. You'll be in charge of home now." He looked at his family and added gently, "Maybe I'll be a general someday. Then I'll bring everyone to the city to live comfortably. Wouldn't that be something?" Li Wei gave a bitter chuckle, then turned to comfort their mother, as Xiaozhu rubbed her back quietly. "Maybe little fifth really will bring glory to the Li family," he murmured. They all knew what enlistment truly meant. Soldiers rarely returned the same, if at all. Though the imperial court downplayed it, those who traveled to towns or trading posts brought back tales. Their village was near the southern border, close to the Ming kingdom. Clashes were frequent. In recent years, they'd grown worse. Previously, the military required strict registration for enlistment: age, background, village approval. Now, any able-bodied boy sent by the chief was taken. Too many fronts, too few soldiers. The emperor's policies favored civil reforms and virtue, not military expansion, emboldening rivals. With no centralized draft, local garrisons began offering advancement subsidies to entice poor farmers. Wealthier families declined. But for those like the Li family, hunger spoke louder than fear. Village women rarely knew the full picture. These matters were spoken of among men, during work, during hunts, murmured over shared bowls of porridge. Li Yin and Li Wei had heard enough. The room fell into stillness again. After a while, old man Li tapped out the ash from his pipe and slowly stood. "I'll go speak to the chief." He stepped out into the cold of early autumn. His stooped figure disappeared under the dim moonlight. Inside, moonbeams filtered through the torn paper windows, casting faint silver lines across the Kong bed and the worn-out quilts. Li Wei and Li Yin lay back to back. "Little fifth," Li Wei said in a low voice. "In the army, endure. Don't act rashly. MHM, if there's a battle and no one's watching, stay back. Live. MHM, don't send money back unless you can. Eat well. Stay strong. That's how you survive. MHM, third brother, father and mother are getting old. You'll need to carry the burden now." "I will. As long as I breathe, they won't starve." Silence stretched again. The brothers lay there in the moon-washed dark, sharing occasional words broken by long silences. The moonlight poured like water. The night, still and cold. Then the creak of a door, soft as breath. In the adjoining room, their parents whispered, muffled, faint. Soon, quiet sobs returned. Mother's grief, Xiaozhu's comfort. Li Yin lay awake, eyes fixed on the wall. The cracks in the earthen surface glowed pale under the moon, stretching out like quiet scars, like memories, running from his head deep into his chest. In the faint haze of morning light, Li Yin stirred from a restless sleep. "Fifth brother," a soft voice called out beside him. Blinking away the blur, he turned to see his 4th sister, Li Xiaozhu. Her eyes were red and puffy from crying. She forced a smile, but her voice wavered. "Uncle Guixin is here. Father wants you to get ready." Li Yin rubbed the sleep from his face. He had only dozed off after the rooster crowed its third cry. Sitting up on the edge of the Kong bed, he gave her a gentle nod. "I'll go right away." Yet Li Xiaozhu remained, her gaze lingering on him with unspoken reluctance. That look made something in his chest tighten. He tried to brush it off with a smile. "Don't look at me like that, fourth sister. I'll come back for the new year. Although by then, who knows if you'll still be around?" She froze, then flushed scarlet. Shameless. With a stomp, she turned and left, her retreating figure trembling slightly. Li Yan sighed. Even he didn't believe what he had just said. Return for the new year? It was already early autumn. Who could say what would happen in half a year, let alone next year or the year after? After a quick wash, he made his way to the main room. Inside sat 5 people: his father, mother, third brother, fourth sister, and a burly man in his 40s. The man sat on the tallest chair. He had a square jaw, a thick beard, and wore a short-sleeve hunting tunic despite the biting chill of the mountain morning. His muscular frame radiated a natural authority, the kind built over decades of toil and survival. This was Li Guixin, the village chief and its most experienced hunter. During the years of locust plague, it was his leadership that had kept the village from starvation. In the absence of imperial aid, his hunting parties had become the village's lifeline. When Li Yan entered, Li Guixin gave a hearty laugh. "Up a bit late today, aren't you, boy?" Li Yan stepped forward and gave a polite bow. "Good morning, Uncle Guixin." The man grinned before looking toward the others seated in the room. "I wasn't planning to head to the county town for another 2 days," he said. "The second son of Old Shan and the eldest of Old Li Tian's clan are heading there to work. One as a kitchen hand, the other as a blacksmith apprentice. I was going to take them with me." He glanced at Li Chong, Li Yan's father, before continuing. "But last night, Uncle Chong came to my house and told me about Li Yan. So I changed plans. We're leaving today." Li Guixin turned toward Li Yan's mother and added gently, "I told your father that the boy could work in town like the others. It's safer, but apprenticeships require money. 501 to start. And the work is hard, grueling, even. Most masters won't lift a finger if something happens. The contract binds the apprentice, not the master." Li Yan's mother sat silently, her eyes swollen, her hands gripping the edge of her skirt. The truth was simple. They couldn't afford it. 501 might not seem like much to outsiders, but to a household living on less than 50 a month, it was nearly a year's income. And apprenticeships were brutal. Labor without dignity. Risk without recourse. Li Chong looked at his son, voice resolute. "It's settled. We'll trouble you to take him, Guixin." Li Yan's mother flinched. "He's leaving today?" Guixin nodded. "That's right. Word is that Marshal Hong began recruiting yesterday. Not for the front lines, for the garrison. Guard duty for granaries, armories, and high officials' homes. If we wait even 2 more days, the chance will pass." Panic spread across the mother's face. "But that still means he could see battle, right?" Li Xiaozhu echoed the concern, her eyes wide with alarm. Li Chong slammed the table. "Didn't you hear him? Garrison duty. Guard work, not war. Stop making a fuss." The women recoiled at the outburst. Li Guixin quickly nodded and reassured them. It was enough to bring some fragile calm. Through it all, Li Yan stood silently, watching. His heart ached. His mother and sister's tears clung to him like roots, trying to keep him home. Someday, he thought, if I ever earn enough, I'll come back and never leave again. I'll live here with all of them. I'll make them smile every day. He knew, deep down, that garrison work wasn't always safe. If war came, even granary guards would be sent to the walls. Arrows didn't ask for rank. Desperate cities threw everyone into the fire. But it was better than other postings. Safer than being a foot soldier on the front. Guixin turned to Li Yan. "Do you have any questions?" Li Yan looked up and spoke steadily. "Uncle Guixin said it's a rare position, recruited directly by the marshal. I'll do my best. Thank you for taking me." Guixin's expression stiffened slightly. This kid's too naive, he thought. I'll have to prepare him on the road. The village chief rose. "We'll leave in about a quarter hour. Just the 3 boys and me. The cart won't make it to the county before dark if we take more." Only 2 good horses remained in the village. With 4 passengers and luggage, time was already tight. Soon after dawn, the cart began to roll. The village shrank behind them. Each house, each tree, each memory dimming in the distance. At the entrance, several villagers stood to send them off. The women sobbed openly. The two other boys, both no older than 14, cried without restraint, their hands wiping away tears again and again. Li Yin remained composed, watching silently. His mother and sister were still clinging to each other, sobbing. His father leaned on his limping brother for support. Neither man had spoken a word since morning. They just smiled, forced and silent. His mother and sister had continued fussing until the very end, straightening his patched clothes, placing extra dried rations and pickles into his satchel. Their voices had been a stream of trembling reminders. Don't skip meals, drink water when thirsty, right when you can. He didn't cry. He smiled as he waved. Father, mother, third brother, fourth sister, take care of yourselves. When I come back, I'll bring city gifts. Third brother, I'm counting on you. I will. Little fifth, I will. Go on. Fourth sister, I'll send you real cosmetics from the city. Little fifth, I'll wait. I'll wait. Her words broke into sobs. Li Yin, with a heart-wrenching cry, his mother collapsed into his sister's arms. The two other families howled as well, and the cries of the boys on the cart grew louder. At last, Li Yin's composure broke. Silent tears streamed down his face, but no sound escaped him. The cart rumbled on, drawing him away from the only world he had ever known, from a foot of the great Qing mountains, from the sound of the trees, from the weeping voices he loved most. The road curved. The village vanished behind a ridge. Only the wind remained, carrying with it faint echoes of farewell. After Li Guixin and the others left, the soldier at the gate turned around and walked inside. Not long after, he came back out and barked at the dozen or so young men, including Li Yin. Keep your current formation and follow me. After you enter, you must not move around without permission, must not speak freely, must not whisper to each other, otherwise, you'll be immediately disqualified. If your behavior angers the general, don't expect to leave without a good beating before being sent home. Understand? As he spoke, he swept his gaze coldly across them. That single glance made all of them, Li Yin included, feel a chill down their spines. None dared to meet his eyes. They all quickly lowered their heads. Although he was just an ordinary soldier, he clearly had real battlefield experience. The killing aura he carried naturally was something these inexperienced youngsters couldn't withstand. When the soldier's gaze brushed over him, Li Yin felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. He couldn't help but think, what a terrifying look. What Li Yin didn't know was that this intense aura came from countless life and death experiences on the battlefield. It was the true murderous air of a veteran soldier. After giving his warning, the soldier nodded slightly, seeing how subdued they were. Without another word, he turned and walked inside. Li Yin and the others hurriedly followed, even being extra careful about how they placed their feet, afraid to make any noise. After stepping through the gate, Li Yin finally saw the area inside. It wasn't so much a courtyard as a massive open square, large enough for galloping horses. The entrance they had just come through led directly onto the edge of this giant plaza. Directly opposite the entrance, slightly to the rear of the square, there was a high platform with a table and chairs set upon it. All around the platform were large flags, spaced at regular intervals. The flags fluttered loudly in the wind, making snapping sounds. On the moving flags, you could faintly make out embroidered characters like a B and C, along with images such as fierce tigers and flood dragons. Superscript 1. Li Yin recalled what the old scholar in his village had said. This must be the military drill ground he always talked about. At the moment, besides the brightly armored soldiers, about 100 or so people were already gathered on the square. They were divided into 3 groups. The group on the right edge had only 5 or 6 people, looking rather lonely. Following the soldier, Li Yin and the others soon walked over to join the end of that sparse group. The soldier ordered coldly, "Line up properly right here. Remember what I told you just now, or else you'll regret it." His voice was low but harsher than before. Naturally, no one dared to disobey. They stood straight and rigid, terrified of doing something wrong and being thrown out. With Li Yin and the others joining, their group now had around 17 or 18 people. It looked slightly more lively. The middle group had about 40 people. The group on the left was the largest, with 70 to 80 people. Each group had soldiers stationed at the front, supervising them. Li Yin occasionally heard harsh, low reprimands. Every time it happened, a soldier would rush over and kick someone hard. Those kicked didn't dare utter a sound, only shrinking their bodies and bearing the pain silently, their faces turning pale. Around the edges of the square stood neat rows of armed soldiers, their armor shining, their posture proud and straight, their gazes fixed forward. They encircled the recruits tightly, giving off a predatory feeling like tigers watching prey. Li Yin felt that if he made even one wrong move, he'd be turned into a human pincushion by the soldiers' spears. He grew increasingly tense and nervous, forcing himself to calm down. He silently recalled the breathing techniques he had learned for hunting in Great Qing Mountain, slowly regaining a bit of composure. At the center of the high platform, behind the table, was a huge chair. Seated, there was a burly, towering man. Even though he was leaning back lazily, he still looked a head taller than ordinary men. His skin had a slight yellowish tint. His bald head, under the sunlight, gleamed with a golden glow. His face was broad, with short, coarse stubble. A long scar stretched from his right temple down to the corner of his mouth. The coppery muscles around the scar twisted outward, making it look like a colorful centipede crawling across his face. His waist was thick, his back broad. Even sitting still, he gave off an oppressive aura that dominated the entire field. At the moment, his gaze wasn't directed at the recruits, but rather toward the left corner of the platform. There stood a large oxhide tent, positioned directly across from the line where Li Yin and the others were standing. Li Yin, while standing cautiously at the end of the line, kept sneaking glances around the drill ground, trying to memorize everything he saw, though he didn't really know why he was doing so. Since he was standing at the very end, and since their group was at the edge of the field, he couldn't see the platform clearly. All he could see was the vague shape of a large table and chair and the vague figure of the bald, burly man. At that moment, the soldier who had brought them in shouted quietly, "Be careful. The man on the platform is Marshal Hong. Do not gaze around recklessly. Wait your turn to enter the tent when the person ahead of you finishes." The soldier paused, a complicated look flashing briefly across his face. He then pointed to the group of 40 or so people in the middle. "After you come out of the tent, line up behind that group. There will be several rounds of assessment afterward. Those who pass all tests will move to the final group over there." He pointed to the largest group of 70 or 80 people. The area in front of the middle group was enclosed by tall wooden fences. They couldn't see what was happening inside, only hear occasional sounds, panting, hurried footsteps, soldiers barking commands. However, from the platform, the whole field would be visible. The soldier added, "If you fail any part of the assessment, you'll be disqualified. At that point, exit the field through the side gate at the rear. Someone will explain things to you then." After giving these instructions, the soldier nodded to the guards at the front and strode back toward the gate. Standing at the end of the line, Li Yin peered ahead again at the tent. The thick curtain over the entrance blocked his view inside. He thought, this tent must be for name registration and record keeping. As for the tests, Li Guixin had already told him about them on the way here. Lifting heavy stone locks, running, simple martial arts drills. Given his years of hunting and running through the mountains, plus his basic fighting skills learned from village hunters, Li Yin felt confident he could manage. He stood there silently, beginning to strategize how best to allocate his strength. As a hunter, he knew well that blindly using brute force was foolish. Conserving strength was key. He didn't know how long he had been lost in thought when suddenly a sharp voice barked. "Hey, you there, the kid standing at the back. Still daydreaming? Want me to invite you to a drink first?" Li Yin snapped out of it in shock. Looking up, he realized he had fallen far behind. Others had already moved forward while he, lost in thought, remained frozen in place. Because he was at the very back and no one was behind him to nudge him along, he hadn't noticed. Now he stood there alone, awkward and conspicuous. A soldier nearby glared at him and barked harshly. The youths in line turned back to look at him. Some showed disdain, others smirked gleefully. After all, everyone here was a competitor for one of only 150 spots. Seeing a rival make a fool of himself was satisfying. They felt an invisible sense of superiority. Li Yin quickly smiled apologetically at the soldier and hurried forward to rejoin the line. The soldier gave him a hard look, then, seeing his honest and simple demeanor, just snorted lightly and said no more. Some of the others felt a twinge of disappointment. It would have been better if he'd been kicked out. Li Yin soon reached the end of the moving line. Now the tent was much closer, almost within reach. He thought, this must definitely be for registration. Strange though, this place is huge. Why not set up a dozen tables and register people faster? Then, belatedly, he remembered something. Marshal Hong, that bald giant on the platform. Is he Marshal Hong? He had heard Marshal Hong's name countless times since childhood, an invincible general who had defeated Ming Kingdom again and again. To Li Yin, Marshal Hong was almost a legendary figure, a god of war. Sneaking another glance at the platform, now much closer, he could clearly see the imposing bald giant. Li Yin thought, so that's what Marshal Hong looks like. No wonder he can strike fear into the hearts of enemy soldiers. He looks so mighty. For someone like Li Yin, once he formed an impression of someone, it was deeply ingrained, either strong admiration or deep dislike. Normally, a face like Marshal Hong's, fierce and battle-scarred, will be seen as frightening. But in Li Yin's eyes, it only made him seem all the more heroic and awe-inspiring. Watching a little longer, Li Yin noticed something else. Every time the tent's curtain lifted, Marshal Hong's sharp gaze flicked toward it. Every time someone entered or exited, his brows twitched slightly, as if weighing something carefully. By contrast, when it came to the ongoing tests in the fenced-in middle area, Marshal Hong paid little attention. Chapter end. Superscript 1 ABC equals Jia, E, Bing, but simplified it for readability's sake. As Li Yin moved forward with the line, he kept pondering. Judging by Marshal Hong's attention toward this tent, maybe what happens inside isn't just simple name registration. Could there be some other kind of test too? But the tent doesn't look big enough for martial trials. Could be a test of literacy. But Li Yin didn't recall Uncle Guixin mentioning any written exam. Besides, even if it was a written test, many people could take it at once, and this small tent hardly seemed suitable. While thinking, his head lowered. Suddenly the way ahead cleared. The last person before him had entered the tent, leaving an open space in front of him. Just as Li Yin looked up, the person ahead disappeared behind the lowered curtain. He missed seeing the inside. So, Li Yin forced himself to stop thinking, standing quietly at his place, waiting. After about 30 breaths of time, the curtain lifted again and the previous youth walked out. He was pulling down his sleeve, looking utterly bewildered, his face full of confusion. Urged by the nearby soldier, the youth hurried to the back of the middle queue in the training field. At that moment, a soldier pointed at Li Yin. "You go in." Nervous and uncertain, Li Yin stepped toward the tent. Lifting the curtain and entering, he felt the world go dark. He quickly blinked and adjusted his eyes to the dim light. Inside, there was only a low table. Behind it, a man sat cross-legged on a small carpet. This man appeared around 40 years old, wearing a scholar's cap and a loose black robe that spread out onto the ground, covering his lower body. Even sitting, he was only slightly shorter than Li Yin, suggesting he was very tall. The scholar's face was thin and long, with a bluish-gray complexion. A strand of long beard hung down his chest. His hands were tucked into his sleeves, resting in front of his belly, half hidden by the table. His narrow eyes occasionally flashed with sharp light as he scrutinized Li Yin. When Li Yin met his gaze, the man extended a slender, fair hand from his sleeves and pointed at a small carpet before the table. "Sit." Without saying more, he waited silently. Naturally, at this point, Li Yin dared not question anything. He walked a few steps forward and sat down cross-legged as instructed. Only then did he notice what lay on the table. A pale yellow cloth roll, sewn with rows of small pockets facing upward, each pocket containing several silver needles, their tips gleaming coldly. Seeing these rows of shining needles, Leanne's heart began pounding anxiously. There's no paper or ink here. How are they recording names? And what's with these silver needles? Confused and uneasy, he hesitated. The black-robed man noticed Leanne's hesitation and spoke again. Relax. This is just a meridian test. If your meridians are good, great fortune may await you. Though Lian didn't fully understand, he dared not hesitate any longer. He sat properly, mimicking the black-robed man's posture. Since he had already made it here, there was no choice but to go through with it. Thinking too much was useless. Seeing him sit, the black-robed man smiled slightly. Roll up your left sleeve and place your wrist on the table. It'll only take a few breaths. Without further thought, Lian rolled up his left sleeve and placed his palm-up wrist beside the cloth roll. The black-robed man then swiftly pinched a silver needle from the roll, so fast Lian barely caught the movement. Before he could react, he felt a sharp prick. A silver needle had already been inserted into a meridian point on his wrist. After inserting the needle, the man withdrew his hands into his sleeves again, resting calmly, his gaze fixed on Lian's face. At first, Lian only felt a slight numbness in his wrist, nothing more. But after 2 breaths, a stream of cold air suddenly surged from his abdomen straight to his head. His mind went clear and cool, and his whole body felt unusually refreshed. The black-robed man, who had been watching through narrowed eyes, initially felt a bit disappointed upon seeing Lian looking fine. He had seen such situations countless times over the years. Each time he inserted the needle, he always harbored a sliver of hope. Only at the beginning of last year had he been overjoyed once, but sadly, the final outcome left him furious. Seeing the confusion on Lian's face, but no other reactions, he sighed inwardly. Just as he was about to withdraw the silver needle from Lian's meridian, he suddenly saw a layer of black chi slowly emerging on Lian's face. He was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. Yet, outwardly, he maintained a calm demeanor. His hands moved like the wind, and with the agility of a butterfly flitting through flowers, he inserted 4 more silver needles into Lian's meridian points. This time, after just a single breath, Lian immediately felt 4 additional streams of heat, dryness, heaviness, and warmth rise from his abdomen, rushing straight to the crown of his head. The comfortable feeling vanished. It was as if he'd been thrown into a boiling oil pot in an instant, enduring intense torment. His mind felt like it was being struck heavily. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, his face contorting in pain under the shroud of various colored energies. The black-robed scholar, after inserting the 5 silver needles, stared intently at Lian's face, as if afraid of missing something. When a second strand of green chi rose from Lian's face, he became somewhat tense. When a third strand of red chi followed, he clenched his fists tightly inside his sleeves. However, when yellow and white chi subsequently emerged, he released his clenched fists in disappointment. His face darkened, and he began to frown in deep thought. At that moment, Lian was suffering extreme torment internally, with several streams of energy rampaging through his abdomen, causing him excruciating pain. He had already collapsed from his earlier cross-legged posture into a curled position on the ground. His entire body was curled up like a shrimp. Fortunately, he hadn't disturbed the 5 silver needles on his wrist. Otherwise, who knew what the consequences would have been? If Lian could have seen his own face at this moment, he would have been shocked to find 5 colors of chi continuously alternating across it. Among them, the black chi was the strongest, followed by green, red, yellow, and finally a faint white. Moreover, the sequence of color changes was consistent. Black, green, red, yellow, white, flashing by one after another. The pain became increasingly unbearable. Lian let out several low, heavy groans, feeling like he could no longer endure and might soon lose consciousness. These rough groans startled the black-robed man out of his deep thought. Watching Lian lying on the ground, His expression shifted repeatedly. Finally, as if making some decision, he stood up with a swish. Without any visible movement, he had already floated over to stand silently before Li Yan, ghostly and soundless like a specter. With a flick of his wide sleeve, 5 streaks of cold light flashed from Li Yan's left wrist. A few soft clack-clack sounds rang out, and the silver needles nailed into the tabletop were seen trembling violently from the remaining force. Although the table wasn't made of particularly fine wood, military supplies emphasized durability, and this table, crafted from red jujube wood, was especially sturdy. Such a feat, embedding needles into this tough wood by flicking them with a sleeve, was something only a first-class or top-level expert in the martial world could accomplish. Looking at the needles embedded into the table, and then at Li Yan's quickly recovering complexion, the black-robed scholar couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Alas, still not enough cultivation. I don't dare enter those places to obtain a spirit-testing stone or spirit-testing pillar, and can only use this most primitive and lowly method for testing. The consequence of this was inflicting great pain upon the person being tested, but fortunately, afterward, it would not cause much lasting harm to the body or mind. However, perhaps after this time, he could. At this thought, a burning eagerness rose in his heart. But when he looked at Li Yan collapsed on the ground, he muttered to himself, "That person last time had a great spiritual roots, talent that was even better than mine. But most unfortunately, he barely knew a few big characters, couldn't even comprehend the most basic cultivation techniques, understanding them only half-heartedly. Such heaven-defying aptitude was utterly wasted, and in the end, he met such a miserable end." Thinking of that person, the black-robed scholar glanced at Li Yan again, a trace of disappointment flashing through his heart. Forget it. Although this person only has a mixed spirit root, it's still better than finding nothing at all. Time is running out. I can't afford to wait any longer. Although these two appeared within the span of 2 years, it was purely a coincidence. Over the years, including those whom he had secretly tested with his methods, he had already tested close to 100,000 people. This should already be the greatest opportunity granted by fate. His own remaining time was likely only 1 to 2 years at most. Even if he could again encounter heaven-shaking fortune and find a more suitable candidate, he wouldn't be able to wait for them. If a mixed spirit root is used well, it's still worth taking a gamble. At this thought, the black-robed scholar let out a long breath and looked toward Li Yan, who was gradually returning to normal. Li Yan felt as if he had undergone a round of brutal torture, but this torture struck at the very depths of his soul, a pain so intense he couldn't control it, yet he was unable to cry out loud. It was as if some force was suppressing his voice deep inside him, allowing only low, heavy groans to escape his throat. It seemed like an eternity had passed, and just when Li Yan felt he was about to die, he suddenly felt a numbness at his wrist. The agony from the depths of his soul ebbed away like the tide. In an instant, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had never happened at all, as if everything just now had been a mere illusion. Bracing himself against the edge of the table, Li Yan struggled to stand up. When he once again saw the row of silver needles gleaming coldly on the table, fear immediately rose in his heart. He looked fearfully at the black-robed scholar before him. The man seemed like a death-harvesting ghost from the underworld. Li Yan could not believe that everything earlier had been an illusion. The pain that had pierced his internal organs and bones was all too real. Otherwise, how could he explain the row of needles embedded firmly into the tabletop before him? Seeing the fear on Li Yan's face, the black-robed man gave a gentle smile. "You don't need to be afraid. My surname is Ji, and my full name is Ji Wenha. Others call me Strategist Ji, or address me as Lord Ji. Have you ever heard of me?" Upon hearing this, Li Yan was startled. So he's the Strategist Ji, whose fame rivals that of Marshal Hong, jointly commanding the defenses of Great Qing Pass? Such a renowned figure, but why would he use such methods on me? Seeing Li Yan remain silent, Strategist Ji smiled again and continued. "Although you suffered some pain just now, it was worth it. Next, a great opportunity may await you. I used to roam the martial world, but after suffering an incurable injury years ago, I came to the army, partly to find things to occupy myself, and partly to seek a fated successor. I have no sons or daughters. I wish only to find a disciple to pass on all my knowledge. Otherwise, if my sect's legacy were to die with me, even in death, I would have no face to meet the founder of my sect. The method I used on you just now is our sect's way of selecting disciples. Our martial arts require a body of exceptional strength, wide meridians, and abundant inner organs to enter. Otherwise, even if you learn it, it will be useless and worse. The reverse flow of qi could rupture your meridians and cause death. Therefore, careful testing is necessary. Today, heaven bless me, Ji Wenha. Your constitution is highly suitable for learning my arts. So, are you willing to become my disciple and inherit my martial lineage? By the end of his speech, strategist Ji's voice had turned solemn, and he stared fixedly at Li Yin without blinking. Li Yin was stunned by his words. Strategist Ji did not rush him, but simply waited quietly. After a moment of daze, Li Yin finally snapped out of it. What kind of martial sect is this? Even the entry test is so cruel, making people suffer unbearable pain. The martial arts must be extremely difficult to learn. And besides, how can I easily trust his words? As he was pondering how to decline, he suddenly recalled the words spoken by Lu Qingyong, the squad leader he had encountered at the city gate earlier today. Those bandits of the Ming Kingdom tried to attack 4 or 5 times with large armies, but were defeated each time, and strategist Ji even personally took the head of their deputy commander. If that was true, then this strategist Ji was an enemy of tens of thousands, a peerless hero. And from what Ji had said earlier, he only joined the army after being wounded. What kind of formidable existence had he been before he was injured? Looking again at the row of silver needles nailed into the table, the now clear-headed Li Yan's fear transformed into astonishment. When the pain disappeared earlier, his whole body felt limp and weak. He had propped himself up using the tabletop to stand. Although he wasn't especially heavy, with most of his body weight pressing on an ordinary wooden table, there should have been some creaking sounds. Yet the small table didn't make the slightest sound, a testament to its sturdiness. As for silver needles, even the village's local herbalists had some. Li Yin had touched them before. A simple flick would bend them easily. So how had these silver needles been embedded into such a solid table? He was not a fool. Everyone yearns for great strength, especially the young, who often fantasize about saving the world, rescuing loved ones from danger. Li Yin was no exception. Although he was more cautious than others his age, he was still a youth at heart. In just a few fleeting thoughts, countless emotions swirled inside him. After much internal struggle, a strong impulse arose within Li Yin. He had long forgotten the life-and-death pain from earlier. He only felt that if he followed this man, he could attain the extraordinary power he had always dreamed of. Immediately, he raised his head to look at strategist Ji again. Recalling the teachings of the village scholar, he put on a solemn expression and said, "Since Lord Ji has bestowed such favor upon me, how could I dare refuse?" Strategist Ji, hearing this, showed no particular surprise. He had expected it. If Li Yin had refused, that would have been more astonishing. Strategist Ji then asked, "What is your name?" "I am Li Yin, a native of the Great Qing Mountain." "And can you read and write?" Strategist Ji continued to ask. "I have attended a private school for several years. Although I am not talented enough to pass the scholar's exams, I'm still fairly well-versed in the classics and scriptures," Li Yin answered honestly. This was no exaggeration. When he studied at the village's private school, among all the children, the old scholar favored him the most, hoping he could one day gain scholarly honors. But due to his family's poverty, he couldn't pursue his studies for long. It was a great regret to the old scholar, who nonetheless allowed Li Yin to read nearly all of his 100-odd books. For the parts he didn't understand, Li Yin always diligently sought instruction. "Have you ever studied any martial arts or internal cultivation methods?" Hearing that Li Yin was familiar with classical texts, Ji's hopes rose further. "I only learned some basic fighting techniques in the village." I have never studied advanced martial arts or any internal cultivation methods, Li Yin replied honestly. Hearing this, strategist Ji laughed lightly. Ha ha, good, that's excellent. Otherwise, I would worry that you might have been led astray by poor teachings. As for the formal induction into my sect and the rules, I will tell you once we return. As for your family background, I will have someone investigate it. I hope you're not hiding anything. You are also the last person to be enlisted today. Since that's the case, come with me. With that, strategist G waved his wide sleeve, and the silver needles and the cloth pouch on the table instantly disappeared. Seeing this, Li Yin was even more astonished internally and hurriedly bowed. Yes, Lord Ji. However, after he spoke, a trace of hesitation appeared on his face, and he didn't immediately move his feet. Chapter end. After walking a few steps forward, strategist Ji stopped, as if he noticed that Li Yin had not followed. When he slowly turned his head back, his gaze toward Li Yin had become very calm. Are you still worried about the Imperial Guard assessment later? There's no need. Now that you are my disciple, and since I serve within the military camp, you are henceforth someone beside the military advisor. That status is far superior to being a mere member of the Imperial Guards. Speaking up to this point, his expression was filled with pride. Then, after a slight pause, he continued, Since you've decided to join my sect, there's no need to keep calling me Lord or Sir. From now on, just call me Teacher. Li Yan's expression changed slightly upon hearing these words, and he thought to himself, so following the teacher is even better than being in the Imperial Guards? What great fortune did I accumulate to deserve this? Then he remembered something else, and his face showed a timid look, as if he wanted to speak but hesitated. Strategist G, seeing his look, frowned slightly. What is it? Teacher, about the monthly salary. My parents at home still need support. Li Yin stumbled over his words for a moment. Oh, so that's it. You're quite a filial son. From now on, your monthly salary will be paid according to that of a squad leader in the army. That's 40% higher than a regular Imperial Guard soldier. Strategist G looked at Li Yin with a half-smile. Thank you, teacher. Li Yin was overjoyed at these words. He now felt as if he had ascended to heaven in one step. All of this felt like a dream. Now he could send even more silver home to his parents every month. This thought also made the word teacher roll off his tongue. Outside the tent, on the high platform, Marshal Hong was still reclining slightly in his large chair, his right elbow resting on the armrest, his hand half closed into a loose fist propped at his temple. He looked somewhat drowsy, his eyes half closed in an utterly relaxed posture. Occasionally, he would turn his head to glance toward the assessments taking place inside the training grounds fenced area, and after a moment, he would turn back to resume looking lazily in the direction of the tent. Marshal Hong's full name was Hong Lining. He was the Grand Marshal of the Southwest for the Imperial Dynasty, commanding more than 200,000 troops stationed at the southwestern frontier. He had originally been a street orphan. Around the age of 11 or 12, by a twist of fate, he was accepted as a secular disciple at the renowned martial sect Fatu Temple. Fatu Temple was one of the top martial sects in the world today. As a secular disciple, Hong Lining, in principle, should not have been able to learn the temple's profound martial arts. However, he was ruthless and tough by nature, even toward himself. In order to practice martial arts, he pushed himself to the point of damaging muscles and bones. In just 5 years at the temple, he had cultivated his skills to the level of a second-rate expert in the martial world, an extremely rare achievement for a secular disciple. The martial skills he learned were merely the most basic introductory techniques and foundation boxing styles taught to secular disciples, not the temple's secret martial arts. Martial arts levels in the martial world were ranked from highest to lowest: transcendent master, supreme master, first-rate expert, second-rate expert, and third-rate expert. Below there were the bottom rung, unranked practitioners. It was said that the founding emperor of the current dynasty had relied on a simple external martial art, Taizu Long Fist, along with a band of brothers, to establish the empire that had lasted for centuries. It was said that whenever he fought an enemy, a single set of the Taizu Long Fist was enough to leave opponents either dead or seriously injured. It wasn't that the martial art itself was particularly extraordinary. Rather, the founding emperor had perfected it to an incredible degree, reaching a level of speed and precision that rendered it unstoppable. Of all martial arts, speed is the key. Even if you knew his moves, there would be no way to dodge if his techniques were as fast as thunder and lightning. Although Hong Lining had not cultivated his martial skills to such an extreme, he had certainly attained the level of true mastery. Later, when an enforcement elder of the temple learned of his abilities, he realized that although Hong Lining had great potential, his temperament made it impossible for him to remain within the Buddhist order. While feeling pity for him, the elder also knew that if Hong continued practicing so recklessly, he would inevitably end up dead or crippled. Thus, the elder used the temple's internal medicinal baths to treat Hong's hidden internal injuries from overtraining and helped to open up and smooth his meridians. Afterward, he also passed on to him the intersex cultivation technique Golden Buddha Radiance and taught him advanced martial techniques with fists, kicks, and staff fighting. While these weren't the temple's most secret peerless arts, they were still far beyond what secular disciples were allowed to learn. Hong Lining continued to practice at Fatu Temple for another 4 years. By then, he had achieved both internal and external mastery. Coupled with his natural talent, fierce diligence, and the elder's guidance, he actually reached the level of a first-rate expert in the martial world. At that point, Hong Lining was ready to leave the temple and make his mark in the world. Before he left, the enforcement elder warned him, "Lining, as you descend the mountain, remember, the martial skills you have learned are not weak. You must never kill innocents, never rape or pillage. If in the future you violate this path, the temple will dispatch disciplinary monks to take your head. Even if you become a high official or a powerful lord, death will be your only end. Remember this. Remember it well." Hong Lining readily promised. After descending the mountain, he strictly adhered to the precepts. However, to make a name for himself with his martial skills, he needed to undergo life-and-death battles. Thus, he joined the army, starting as an ordinary soldier. Through 100 battles, large and small, he rose steadily through the ranks. Due to his ferocity in battle and utter fearlessness, he was repeatedly promoted, rising higher and higher. By the time he held the position of general, he was considering retiring from the army to focus solely on martial cultivation at home. However, when war erupted along the frontier, he was appointed Grand Marshal of the Southwest to defend the border. Great Qing Pass, where they now were, was a frontier city capable of stationing 40 to 50,000 soldiers. Originally, he should have been based 30 li north at the main army camp, but his love of battle drove him to personally command at the front lines. The other generals, knowing his nature, did not dare oppose him. They simply left the deputy marshal to guard the main camp and oversee troop movements, while Marshal Hong personally defended Great Qing Pass. Ji Wenhe, strategist Ji, had arrived here 6 years ago, shortly after Hong Lining took command at the pass. That day, upon entering the city, Ji Wenhe immediately went to the marshal's residence, requesting an audience with Marshal Hong. Of course, the gate guards would not let him in easily. They even attempted to extort some silver from him. After a few exchanges of words, Ji Wenhe understood their intentions clearly and stopped speaking further. Without any visible movement, just a sweep of his wide sleeve, the few soldiers immediately froze and became immobile. After that, he walked straight into the inner mansion. Along the way, he encountered many patrol squads. Each time, they would rush to surround and capture him. But almost with just a single glance, the soldiers would stiffen in place, unable to move even an inch. Inside the main hall of the inner mansion, Hong Lining was resting. With his profound inner strength, he had already heard the shouting and commotion in the courtyard and was about to rise and investigate when he suddenly saw a flash of shadow at the main door. A black-robed scholar had already appeared within the hall. His figure was ghostly and silent in movement. Although Hong Lining had faced life and death countless times, this sudden appearance still gave him a fright. With his martial skill, He had been utterly unable to see how the black-robed figure had entered. Even more astonishing was that this man's light movement skill was something Hong had never seen or heard of before. When moving, one would inevitably cause the sound of clothing flapping against the air due to friction. It was something impossible to completely suppress. This was why Nightwalkers wore tight-fitting clothing to reduce noise. But this person, clad in a wide, loose black robe, moved utterly soundlessly, as if he was a ghost, proof that his martial arts were of an unfathomable level, utterly beyond Hong Linying's ability to match. It was only after the black-robed man stood still that Hong Linying could clearly see a scholar dressed in black robes. He looked about 30 years old, stood around 7 feet tall, had a narrow face and pale complexion, though tinged with an abnormal flush. A wisp of long beard drifted across his chest. The black-robed man introduced himself as Ji Wonha, a member of a hidden sect within the martial world. A few months ago, while gathering herbs in the mountains, he had been injured by an unknown poisonous insect. In this endless range of mountains across the southwestern frontier, there were countless poisonous creatures and fierce beasts. Even veteran hunters who had lived there for generations could not name 70% of them. Thus, Hong Lining did not find his explanation suspicious. He himself had ventured into the deeper parts of Great Qing Mountain before and was well aware of the dangers. Ji Wonha explained that after several months of healing and consulting many friends and famous doctors, none could find a way to eliminate the poison. The toxin had gradually seeped into his internal organs. Therefore, he sought to enter the military as a strategic advisor, with the condition that he would be allowed to choose one person from among the soldiers to take as his disciple. His sect passed down its teachings strictly from master to a single disciple. Having never yet accepted a student, and now, with his life nearing its end due to the poison, he was desperate to ensure the survival of his lineage. Hong Lining had been greatly surprised. He had originally thought that such a martial master must have come to demand some favor, or worse, as an assassin sent by the enemy. Ji Wonha's request was completely beyond his expectations. Yet considering the other party's martial prowess, such that if he turned hostile, Hong feared he could not escape unscathed, and since the role of a strategic advisor was mainly ceremonial while real military decisions remained in his hands, Hong agreed. As for Ji Wonha selecting a disciple among the soldiers, that was a minor matter. In an army of hundreds of thousands, he could pick anyone he pleased without raising much attention. However, the events that followed left Hong Lining increasingly astonished. The first incident occurred not long afterward. The enemy launched several attacks in succession. The first time, after receiving military intelligence from scouts, and after Hong Lining, his military advisors and generals had discussed strategies, he returned to the marshal's mansion. Unexpectedly, Ji Wonha came to him in the middle of the night, informing him of the enemy's attack plans and deployments. Much of what Ji reported matched the intelligence Hong had already gathered, but Ji also described several details that Hong did not know, information the scouts had not uncovered. Although Ji Wonha had been officially appointed as a strategic advisor, Hong Lining was not someone to trust easily. Still, thinking of Ji's incredible martial prowess, it would not be hard for him to shadow scouts from afar and gather additional intelligence. Thus, Hong Lining simply laughed it off, expressing thanks without making any commitment. Ji Wonha only smiled in response and left without pressing the matter. By dawn, the enemy army launched a surprise assault. Hong Lining, prepared in advance, led his troops out of the city to engage the enemy, exactly as they had anticipated. Both sides clashed in a fierce battle outside the city walls, corpses piling up like mountains. By sunrise, soldiers on both sides were utterly exhausted, and they gradually began retreating toward their respective rear lines. Hong Lining also ordered a retreat back into the city. Apart from the main battlefield, Hong had also stationed troops on the eastern and western mountains to guard against flanking attacks, plans that were already laid beforehand. However, just as they were retreating to the city gates, the ground suddenly trembled, a rumbling roar like distant thunder rolling toward them. The enemy soldiers, who had seemed utterly exhausted, suddenly split to either side, opening a wide road. From behind them, a massive cloud of dust rose. A squadron of heavy cavalry suddenly charged forth. In merely a dozen breaths, the cavalry crashed into the retreating Imperial soldiers. The retreating soldiers, tired and disorganized, had no time to form heavy shield formations for defense. Instantly, the battlefield erupted into screams. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Seeing that the situation was dire, Hong Lining made a snap decision. He immediately spurred his horse into the city and ordered the gates closed. Sadly, at least 10,000 soldiers were still outside the walls, unable to enter. Those outside could only fight desperately in despair. Without the protection of heavy armor, how could they withstand the brutal charges of armored warhorses? In just half an hour, the Imperial forces outside the city were completely wiped out, slaughtered to the last man. But in those critical 30 minutes, Hong Lining had managed to reorganize the approximately 20,000 troops remaining inside the city, setting up heavy defenses atop the city walls. He also dispatched a swift horse carrying a command arrow to the northern Central Army camp to call for reinforcements. Before reinforcements could arrive, the enemy launched frenzied assaults on the city. Several times, they even fought their way up to the top of the walls. Hong Lining, undaunted, personally led the defense atop the walls. Wave after wave of soldiers fell. Wave after wave went up to replace them. At last, they managed to hold out until reinforcements began streaming in through the northern gate. Only then did the enemy realize the situation was hopeless and finally sounded the gong to retreat. Chapter end. This attack by the Ming Kingdom was extremely dangerous for the defenders of Great Qing Pass. Had Hong Lining not been ruthless and decisive, using over 10,000 soldiers to stall the enemy and buy time for the city's defenses, the city might have fallen before preparations could be completed. This battle also terrified the citizens inside the city. Their souls nearly fled from their bodies. The sight of the enemy's hideous faces continuously climbing onto the city walls, so close at hand, left an impression they would never forget for the rest of their lives. After the battle, blood covered the city walls, seeping through the cracks in the stones, flowing both inside and outside the city like tiny streams. Within half a li of the city walls, the streets were like blood pools. The once bright and clean roads, when walked upon, caused shoes to stick with the blood, making squelching sounds, pachi, pachi. Even with Hong Lining's iron will, whenever he thought back on this battle afterward, he felt a chill down his spine at the sheer peril they had faced. After the enemy retreated, he remembered what Ji Wonha had said the night before, that the enemy might be hiding a heavy force ready to strike, and couldn't help feeling some regret for not taking greater precautions. Over the following few months, there were two more similar instances where Ji Wonha visited in the middle of the night to inform him of the enemy's movements and deployments. By then, Hong Lining had begun to take Ji Wonha's information seriously. Following Ji's advice, he made targeted deployments and achieved overwhelming victories with minimal losses. Another matter was that Ji Wonha also began searching within the army for someone to inherit his sex legacy, but his selection criteria were extremely strange. He didn't assess candidates based on martial aptitude, nor did he use internal force to probe their bodies. Instead, he used silver needles to diagnose their meridians, just like a physician. Ji Wonha had also explained to Hong Lining that his sex internal cultivation techniques were very unusual. If someone not properly suited was forced to practice his sex-exclusive techniques, it would only result in the practitioner suffering inner chi backlash, leading to blood reversal through the meridians and death. However, as time went on, what puzzled Hong Lining was that although the army was full of strong and healthy soldiers, Ji Wonha couldn't find a suitable candidate even after a whole year, something that left Hong greatly surprised. After Ji Wonha's strategies led to several major victories, a year later, Hong Lining simply demoted the original military advisor to deputy advisor and officially appointed Ji Wonha as military advisor. As for how Ji obtained intelligence on the enemy each time, Hong no longer cared. With Ji's martial prowess, he surely had many methods. More importantly, every piece of intelligence G provided had proven accurate. If he were truly a spy, the cost he had paid of sacrificing the lives of 70 to 80,000 enemy troops through multiple battles was simply too enormous to be believable. This move initially caused discontent among many generals in the army. However, after several more battles, all of which ended in crushing victories based on G1's planning, their objections gradually faded. G1's reputation in the army rose steadily, becoming increasingly unshakable. What made his prestige reach its peak was a battle that took place 2.5 years ago. Before that battle, G1 had gone to the Central Army Camp 30 li north of the city to continue his search for his elusive disciple. There were hundreds of thousands of troops stationed at the Central Army Camp. Even with his extraordinary abilities, G1 could only test around 100 people a day at most, especially considering the busy nature of army life. Thus, after 3 years, aside from thoroughly testing the tens of thousands of soldiers at Great Qing Pass, he had started occasionally visiting the Central Army Camp to seek a disciple. At first, the army found G's disciple-searching habit strange, but over time, everyone got used to it. That time, just in the afternoon after G1 had gone to the Central Army Camp, the Ming Kingdom suddenly launched another attack. Hong Lining led his forces to engage the enemy, and a brutal battle ensued. This time, the enemy employed a drip-feed tactic, sending reinforcements wave after wave, determined to win by exhausting their enemy no matter the human cost. Gradually, Hong Lining's forces were bogged down, unable to disengage, and slowly became encircled. At this critical moment, G1 having received the urgent report, rushed back with troops from the Central Army Camp. When they arrived, Hong Lining's forces were already on the verge of collapse. G1 commanded the army from the outer periphery, directing the troops to advance inward in a continuous 8 trigrams chain formation, pushing forward steadily. Meanwhile, for the first time, he publicly revealed his terrifying martial prowess. Wielding a single sword, he moved through the enemy ranks like an immortal descending from the heavens. Wherever he passed, it was as if no one could touch him. Aside from occasionally deflecting incoming weapons, every swing of his sword claimed a life. Finally, he fought his way alone into the enemy's central command. He leapt into the air like a soaring eagle swooping down on a rabbit. Before the enemy's guards could even react, he flew through the air like a meteor and, with one swift sword strike, severed the head of the enemy's deputy marshal. Amidst the rushing of surrounding spears, sabers, and swords, he agilely ascended, and with just a few steps, he reached the top of the enemy's command flagpole, several zhang high. There he stood, holding a sword in one hand and lifting the severed head high with the other. With a mighty roar like rolling thunder, he shook the battlefield. Upon witnessing this scene, the enemy's morale instantly collapsed. They lost all will to fight and were routed completely. Only then did Hong Lining lead his forces to break through the encirclement and escape. After this battle, G1's name became unrivaled. He even surpassed Marshal Hong's fame at the time. People now knew that this military advisor who excelled in theoretical warfare was also an unparalleled martial master. After that, the Imperial Army stopped focusing solely on defense and often launched offensives against the Ming Kingdom's borders, sometimes even massing forces to pressure enemy territory. From then on, both sides took turns attacking and defending, achieving a rough balance of power. Although G1's presence was invaluable, no one person could determine the outcome of a battlefield on their own, especially since the Ming Kingdom, after learning about the presence of a master who could slay generals amidst 10,000 soldiers, had deployed several first-rate and supreme experts to bolster their forces. Through that battle, Hong Lining was certain that G1's martial cultivation had reached the transcendent realm, and perhaps even surpassed it, stepping into a realm Hong could not fathom. Previously, Hong had only speculated about G1's level, but he had never imagined it to be so terrifying. As a martial arts fanatic, after that battle, Hong's heart burned with a fierce admiration. Yet no matter how he investigated, he could not discover the origins of Ji Wenha's sect. Through occasional friendly sparring, Hong became even more certain. Ji's martial arts were profound beyond compare. More precisely, Ji Wenha's internal energy was incredibly exquisite. Even the simplest of moves, when imbued with Ji's power, felt like facing a mighty river flowing endlessly or a mountain pressing down, utterly unstoppable. This made him even more obsessed with Ji Wenha's internal cultivation technique. His desire grew uncontrollable. He became greedy for it, determined to obtain it no matter what. Yet, Ji Wenha's search for a disciple had still not borne fruit. Just as he had said, his complexion over the years grew worse and worse. Even his appearance aged considerably. Thus, Hong Lining began to hint subtly, trying to get himself accepted as Ji Wenha's successor. One evening, after a banquet, he said to Ji Wenha, "Military advisor, after all these years, you still haven't found a suitable disciple. What kind of person could possibly meet your standards?" Ji Wenha smiled faintly and replied, "Our sect has passed down from generation to generation with a single successor, not because we refuse to take in disciples, but because the requirements for practicing our internal techniques are extremely restrictive. You could say it's 1 in 10,000. As for the kind of person required, it's actually quite simple. Only someone whose body shows unique phenomena under my sect's special silver needle test would have any hope. You say 1 in 10,000, but looking at the old veterans and new recruits you've tested these past years, you've probably checked half the entire army. I'd say it's more like 1 in hundreds of thousands." Hong Lining shook his head and sighed. Then he asked, "What sort of unusual phenomena appears under the silver needle?" Ji Wenha thought for a moment. "It varies. Perhaps unusual coloration, perhaps anomalies in internal qi flow. At that time, I must guide it through the silver needle and probe it with internal force. If it resonates with my cultivation method, then it's a match." Each time Ji Wenha conducted a test, he forbade outsiders from watching. Only the person being tested was allowed inside. Although Hong Lining had tried to ask around afterward, those tested, having all failed, couldn't describe anything meaningful. Feigning slight drunkenness, Hong Lining casually said under the pretense of alcohol-induced curiosity, "Then, military advisor, why don't you have a look at my physique?" He didn't say what should happen if he was suitable, nor what if he was not, making it sound like nothing more than drunken jest. Hearing this, Ji Wenha smiled lightly and nodded. "Since we have some free time, it's worth a try. Who knows, perhaps the marshal is destined for my sect." He then picked up a cloth pouch from his side, unfolded it, and drew out a silver needle. Ji Wenha always kept this cloth pouch with him. Whenever he had spare time, he would go test soldiers. When the silver needle pierced his wrist, Hong Lining only felt a slight numbness, and afterward, nothing at all. He felt no anomalies, nor any internal force probing inside him. Ji Wenha also shook his head disappointedly, and, with a swift movement of 2 fingers, retrieved the needle. "It seems the marshal, too, is not fated for my sect." This was a clear statement that Hong Lining could not learn his martial arts. But how could Hong be convinced so easily? He had practiced martial arts from childhood, overcoming countless hardships. He had never encountered a martial technique that he could see, but not learn. Success was always just a matter of persistence. But against Ji Wenha, he couldn't use force. He admitted to himself he was absolutely no match for Ji Wenha. Even though Ji seemed physically weaker with each passing year, dealing with someone like Hong Lining would likely require only a few casual moves, perhaps just a flick of the sleeve. Although Hong Lining was already considered a supreme master in the martial world today, he knew that in comparison to some people, his strength meant little. He was not arrogant enough to be blind to this. Finally, at the beginning of last year, Ji Wenha found a disciple at the Central Army camp. Hong Lining, curious about this single drop found in a vast ocean, found an excuse to privately meet the disciple. He even secretly used internal force to probe the disciple's meridians, but found nothing unusual about them. This only deepened his suspicion that Ji Wenha was deliberately hiding something, though he could not determine the reason. However, barely a month after Ji Wonha accepted this disciple, the young man suddenly died one night. Afterward, Ji Wonha appeared full of grief and regret, claiming that the boy's illiteracy caused him to misunderstand the sex techniques, leading to a qi reversal, blood backlash, and death. Hong Lining had seen the young man's corpse. The body was blackened and swollen grotesquely. Yet to him, the cause didn't seem like a simple training mishap. It looked more like death by severe poisoning. This led him to two suspicions. First, Ji Wonha might have been using the human body as a medium, attempting some method to transfer the deadly poison in his own body into another, hoping thereby to cure himself. And he needed a person with a certain resonance with his sex techniques or the poison itself to make it work. Otherwise, with Ji Wonha's abilities, he could easily have snatched any ordinary person without anyone knowing. But later, observing Ji Wonha's deteriorating condition, it became clear that even after the disciple's death, there had been no improvement. This made Hong doubt the accuracy of his first guess. Second, Ji Wonha's internal cultivation technique might truly be extremely tyrannical. It was possible that the newly inducted disciple, due to incorrect practice, had triggered a qi backlash, rupturing his organs and causing the bizarre symptoms seen after death. But knowing Ji Wonha's cautious and meticulous nature, and knowing that he had realized the disciple was illiterate, he should have adjusted the training method accordingly, guiding him slowly and carefully. Given Hong's understanding of Ji Wonha, it shouldn't have happened by accident, unless perhaps Ji really had so little time left. After the disciple's death, Ji Wonha still continued to search for a successor among the soldiers. Although Hong Lining still had no legitimate reason to closely observe these tests, he was determined to see the next chosen disciple as soon as possible. Only then might he catch some vital clue. This time, during the recruitment for the Imperial Guards, Ji Wonha had again begun his testing, and now Hong Lining could approach openly. He reclined lazily in his chair, his half-closed eyes flashing with light, thoughts spinning rapidly. This matter is truly thorny. Years of trying both soft and hard tactics, yet still nothing achieved. If what he said is true, that he has only 1 or 2 years of life left, then what should I do if he refuses to hand over the martial art, even at the risk of losing it forever? Chapter end. While Hong Lining was deep in thought, he suddenly saw the curtain at the tent's entrance lift, and a person walked out. Hong Lining focused his gaze and saw that it wasn't the young man who had entered earlier. Instead, it was Ji Wonha who emerged first. Only after he had stepped out and stood at the entrance did another person follow behind him. Who's this? Hong Lining's expression froze briefly. He then sat upright, his eyes opening wide, but after a moment he slowly relaxed again, restoring his calm demeanor. At that moment, down below, strategist Ji also turned sideways and raised his head to look toward the high platform. He then bowed deeply from afar, with both hands tucked into his wide sleeves in a formal salute, and called out loudly, "Marshal!" Hong Lining slowly stood up and replied in a loud voice as well. "Oh, I came to see how the recruitment for the Imperial Guards was going. If we can fill the quota today, we'll need to arrange for the generals to begin training the new recruits. Military advisor, are you heading back to the residence? Did you gain anything today?" Upon hearing this, a barely noticeable hint of mockery flashed across Ji Wonha's eyes, but his face still carried a smile. He casually gestured toward Li Yin behind him and said, "My lord is most considerate. Haha, after countless calls, he has finally emerged, truly not an easy matter." As he spoke, he shook his head lightly, showing a look of relief. "You've finally found someone. Then let me congratulate you, military advisor. Truly like panning for gold in the river. But tell me, how does this one compare to the one you accepted last time?" Marshal Hong spoke with an expression of sincere joy. Upon hearing this, Ji Wonha's greenish-white face darkened slightly, but quickly returned to normal. He definitely didn't want Li Yin to learn about the previous disciple so soon. If Li Yin learned too much, he might develop doubts, and if he became reluctant to train, it would be troublesome. Cultivation was not something that could be forced. If Li Yin were unwilling, no one could change that. At this moment, Hong Lining's words carried hidden malice, not genuine congratulations. Yet Ji Wonha only nodded slightly, placing his hands behind his back with a satisfied expression. This child has thoroughly studied the classics and scriptures, and his natural endowments fit my requirements exceedingly well. It must be the work of fate. Compared to the last one, he is countless times better. Wenha thanks the Lord for his concern. Without waiting for Marshal Hong to reply, he turned to Li Yin and said, "Li Yin, why are you not stepping forward to pay your respects to the marshal?" Since stepping out of the tent, Li Yin had been overwhelmed with excitement, unable to pull himself together. Today's extraordinary experience left him dazed and bewildered. He kept replaying the events that had just unfolded and fantasizing about his future prospects. Today, not only had he joined the military, but he had also been accepted as a disciple by the renowned strategist Ji, and his monthly salary was far beyond anything he had ever imagined. At this rate, wouldn't he be able to return home in just a few years to honor his parents? But then he thought, what if teacher didn't allow him to leave at that time? In that case, should he buy a house in the city, bring his parents and third brother over, and live together as a reunited family that would truly be a blissful life? And after a few days, he could visit Li Yu and Li Shan. Surely they would be green with envy. Right, I'll have to tell Uncle Guixin about this later, and let him inform my parents. I wonder how happy father and mother will be. Third brother and fourth sister will certainly be thrilled too. In this manner, his mind wandered wildly, his face alternating between joy and worry, lost in countless tangled thoughts. While he was thus lost in imagination, a loud shout beside his ear startled him awake. Looking up, he saw a teacher staring back at him, and he froze for a moment. He had heard parts of the earlier conversation between Marshal Hong and strategist Ji, but he had been too absorbed in his own thoughts to pay attention to the content. Now seeing teacher staring at him, he scrambled to recall what had been said, something about Marshal, and then Marshal Hong mentioned something about last time's disciple compared to now. Li Yin, why are you still standing there? Hurry, and pay your respects to the marshal. Another shout, this time tinged with dissatisfaction. Strategist Ji, seeing that Li Yin was lost in thought and not stepping forward as instructed, grew inwardly annoyed. Could it be that he's brooding over that scoundrel Hong? Lin Ying's words truly infuriating. After we return, I have to resolve this knot in his heart. Hong Lin Ying, how hateful. Thinking thus, a hint of anger appeared on Ji Won's face. However, to Li Yin, the soldiers nearby, and even Marshal Hong on the platform, this anger seemed naturally directed at Li Yin for disobeying his teacher. Seeing teacher's displeased look, Li Yin immediately grew nervous. He hurried a few steps forward, stood slightly in front of Ji Wonha, and knelt on the ground, facing Marshal Hong, bowing deeply. This humble one greets Marshal Hong. I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness and await any punishment. In just half a day, Li Yin had already paid respects to the two highest-ranking officials in the region, something unimaginable for a common peasant. Seeing the dissatisfaction on his teacher's face, he dared not delay and immediately performed a grand salute. On the platform, Marshal Hong watched Li Yin kneeling and thought inwardly, this kid looks a bit slow-witted. Of course, he didn't realize that Li Yin was not slow-witted at all. He was merely overwhelmed by joy. Under such extraordinary circumstances, not to mention a country youth, even grown men would struggle to compose themselves so quickly. Seeing this, Marshal Hong casually waved his hand. Get up. Your name is Li Yin? He had heard Ji Wonha call this dark-skinned youth by that name earlier. Li Yin, still keeping his head lowered, respectfully stood up and answered, this humble one is called Li Yin, a native of Li Family Village, Great Qing Mountain. Oh, then your home isn't too far from here. It seems our military advisor has searched high and low, only to find the treasure close at hand. The person he sought was just at the corner, Marshal Hong said with a smile. As he spoke, he studied Li Yin carefully. Li Yin had a dark complexion and very ordinary looks. He was slim and wiry, appearing entirely unremarkable. Even his steps weren't particularly steady, and he showed no sign of internal cultivation at all. Truly, the standards by which strategist G selected his disciples were completely unfathomable. Suddenly, Hong Lining tapped the stone platform with the tip of his toe and leapt into the air. At that moment, Li Yin was still bowing his head, pondering the marshal's earlier words, when he suddenly felt a powerful force pressing down from above, making his breathing stall for a moment. Startled, Li Yin quickly looked up, only to see a blur before his eyes. His left wrist was suddenly gripped firmly by someone. At the same time, a surge of heat rushed from his wrist meridians into his body, rapidly flowing upward along his arm's meridians and spreading through his body. Li Yin was instantly alarmed. By instinct, he tried to pull his arm back, but found that it was as if his arm were trapped in an iron vise. It didn't budge at all. His body even staggered backward. His face changed color several times. Just as he gathered all his strength to pull his arm free, he suddenly felt his wrist loosen. He stumbled back again and almost fell to the ground. The person had already released his wrist, and the rush of heat that had just surged through his body had quickly dispersed without a trace. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that Li Yin had no time to react. He hastily steadied himself and looked carefully. The one who had grabbed his wrist was none other than Marshal Hong. He didn't even know what movement technique Hong had used to cross from the distant high platform here. In an instant, it was truly as swift as lightning. Li Yin looked at Marshal Hong, then turned his head to glance at his teacher. His heart was filled with unease, not knowing what was happening. But Ji Wenhe had stood calmly behind Li Yin the entire time, his face as still as a deep well, as if he hadn't seen anything. Meanwhile, Hong Lining withdrew his hand and, laughing heartily, cupped his hands toward Ji Wenhe. "Military advisor, please don't take offense. Hong here was merely curious. Over all these years of disciple selection, only 2 people have caught the military advisor's eye. I was simply eager to see what kind of extraordinary individual could be so lucky. My impulsiveness, I hope you won't mind." At these words, Ji Wenhe's face showed a faint, ambiguous smile. "Then may I ask, did the Lord Marshal see anything unusual in my humble disciple?" Hong Lining's expression grew serious. After pondering for a moment, he said, "The profoundness of the military advisor's sect only makes it seem even more unfathomable to me. To be honest, when I examined this boy's meridians, they didn't seem significantly wider than those of an average soldier. In fact, in some cases, they were even slightly inferior. As for his bones and physique, they're slightly above average, but certainly not exceptional. It is precisely this that confounds me." Ji Wenhe smiled slightly and replied, non-committally, "The Lord Marshal sees very clearly. Indeed, my sect's cultivation method does require fairly good meridians, but more importantly, certain specific meridians within the body must differ from ordinary people's. Only with such a condition can one fully unleash the power of our martial arts. As for the exact details, they touch upon the secrets of my sect's inner cultivation method. I must ask the Marshal's understanding for not elaborating further." "Then what are your plans next?" Hong asked. Ji Wenhe bowed slightly toward Hong. "My humble disciple will return to the residence with me for cultivation. The Lord Marshal knows my condition grows worse by the year. Finding a successor cannot be delayed any longer. Thus, he will mostly be training with me at the residence, but may occasionally assist with minor tasks in the army. As for his monthly salary, he will be paid the equivalent of squad leader, deducted from my own salary." Upon hearing this, Marshal Hong burst into hearty laughter. "Ha! There's no need for that. Since your disciple will also be handling some military duties, it's only proper that he has official status. Let's appoint him as a vice commander of resistance. His salary will be paid by the army, and I'll have someone deliver his military badge to the military advisor's residence. As for the enlistment subsidy, someone from the military department will send it to his family's village within a few days after registration." Hong was not about to haggle over a little salary. He simply arranged the appointment and even included the subsidy. Hearing this, Ji Wenhe no longer stood on ceremony. "Then it shall be as the Marshal commands." Lien, why are you not stepping forward to thank the marshal? Ever since his wrist had been grabbed and released, Lien had been quietly listening to the conversation between the two great figures. Gradually, he began to piece together the meaning behind their words. From what he gathered, it seemed that it was extremely rare for someone to be accepted by the military advisor. His teacher had spent years in the army, searching among tens of thousands of soldiers, yet had only accepted 2 disciples, including himself. Marshal Hong's earlier action, it seemed, was simply out of curiosity about this. Hearing that the marshal had bestowed upon him an official position, Li Yin became even more bewildered. He had no idea what a vice commander of resistance was or what responsibilities it entailed. But when he heard that the enlistment subsidy would soon be delivered to his parents' home, he understood that part very clearly. Thus, as soon as Ji Wonha finished speaking, Li Yin hurriedly stepped forward again to offer a deep bow in gratitude. If he knew that in just half a day he had risen from a mere commoner to a vice commander of resistances, a rank roughly equivalent to lower 8th rank superscript 1, he would have realized that his family's ancestral grave must have been emitting a huge plume of auspicious smoke today, thick and billowing. To understand this, ordinary soldiers had to risk their lives through countless battles to slowly climb from lower 9th rank to upper 9th rank, then to lower 8th rank. Yet he had leapt up in a matter of a few conversations between 2 high-ranking figures. Still, what Li Yin cared about most was the silver, the real, tangible money. Once Li Yin finished his formal thanks, Ji Wonha bowed slightly toward Marshal Hong. If there are no further instructions from the marshal, your subordinate will now take his leave. Military advisor, please go ahead. No need for formality. I'm sure your heart has long been elsewhere. Ha ha. Still, allow me to offer my congratulations once again. Hong still needs to oversee the recruitment of the Imperial Guards and arrange the training of the new troops. I won't see you off. Marshal Hong laughed loudly as he spoke. Thus, under the respectful gazes of the soldiers, Ji Wonha turned and headed toward the main gate of the training ground. Li Yin, feeling the piercingly envious stares of the soldiers around him, hurriedly followed close behind. He could feel the sharpness of those gazes like knives against the skin. Cold sweat was already seeping out from him. Watching the backs of Ji Wonha and Li Yin as they walked further and further away, Marshal Hong stood outside the tent, stroking his short beard thoughtfully. After staring for a while, he finally muttered to himself in a voice so low that only he could hear, "Does this boy truly have some unique trait in his constitution, and what exactly is so special about it?" Chapter end. Superscript 1, the lower 8th rank, was a rank in the ancient Chinese official hierarchy, part of a 9-rank system used to classify military and civil officials. The lower 8th rank was relatively low in the hierarchy, but still represented a significant step up for being a commoner. Li Yin was now following Strategist Ji to the main gate of the military training grounds. Just as they stepped out of the gate, Strategist Ji glanced at the group of people waiting in the distance and stopped walking. Li Yin followed him out. Before he could speak, Strategist Ji turned to look at him and said with a smile, "Is the person who brought you here among those waiting over there?" Li Yin quickly replied, "Teacher, your insight is correct. A senior of mine brought me here to enlist." "Oh, then go over and say a few words to him. After that, follow me." Strategist Ji waved his hand. "Yes, thank you, teacher." Li Yin bowed respectfully to Strategist Ji, then quickly walked toward the crowd where Li Guoxin was standing. The soldiers guarding the gate had overheard their conversation and already knew that this dark-skinned youth had been accepted as a disciple by Strategist Ji. They were well aware of how picky Strategist Ji was in choosing disciples, and couldn't help but feel envious of Li Yin. One of the guards, who appeared to be a small officer, stepped forward, cupped his hands respectfully toward the advisor, and said with a flattering smile, "Subordinate congratulates the military advisor on finally achieving his wish." Strategist Ji nodded slightly with a smile, but said nothing, simply standing there with his hands behind his back. The small officer, seeing that his greeting was complete, tactfully stepped back. His thoughts were already racing. He would need to find an opportunity to cozy up to this newly accepted disciple of Strategist G. With a powerful backer like the military advisor, it was clear this young man would become an extraordinary figure in the future. It was best to establish a good relationship early on. Otherwise, once the boy rose to prominence, there would be no shortage of people eager to curry favor, leaving no room for him. By now, Li Yin had already arrived at the waiting area. Knowing he couldn't keep his teacher waiting long, he needed to make it brief. He quickly walked up to Li Guoxin, who approached with hopeful eyes and pulled him aside to the edge of the crowd. At this moment, many people had already turned their attention toward him. Though Li Guoxin didn't recognize Strategist G, he hadn't realized what had just happened. As soon as the two stood at the edge of the crowd, Li Yin leaned in and whispered to Li Guoxin. At first, Li Guoxin was calm, but as he listened, his mouth slowly opened in shock, and his throat occasionally let out hoarse sounds like "heh." But he was at a loss for words. By the time Li Yin finished speaking, Li Guoxin was standing there utterly stunned. "Uncle Guoxin, Uncle Guoxin." Li Yin had to call him. Seeing that the man only responded dazedly with "oh, oh," he realized Uncle Guoxin was acting just like he himself had earlier. He glanced at Strategist G in the distance and saw that he was also looking in their direction. Seeing that Uncle Guoxin was still too stunned to respond properly, Li Yin could only bow respectfully to him. He turned, quickly walked over to the carriage, retrieved his bundle, and then made his way back to the gate of the training grounds. Once he was in front of his teacher, he bowed and said without waiting to be prompted, "Disciple has already explained everything to my clan uncle." Strategist G smiled upon hearing this. "Very well, then come with me back to the residence." Then he walked along the outer wall of the training ground in a certain direction. After a few steps, he noticed Li Yin looking around curiously and paused briefly. "I usually dislike fanfare and crowds, so it's just the two of us returning together. There is no carriage or sedan chair." Judging from Li Yin's expression, he already knew what the boy was thinking. Indeed, Li Yin had been looking for the advisor's entourage. He had heard the village elders describe how grand and imposing the outings of officials were, some even clearing the streets of civilians in advance. After saying that, Strategist G flicked his sleeves, which fluttered gracefully at his sides, and began walking as smoothly as flowing water. Li Yin looked at his teacher's back, glanced around again, and said to himself, "So we really are walking back." There was no time to think further. He adjusted his bundle more firmly onto his shoulder and quickly caught up. As soon as the two left, the waiting crowd erupted like boiling water. Many had already recognized Strategist G when he was standing at the gate. Seeing Li Yin come out with him, and even exchange whispers had already drawn significant attention. When Li Yin had walked over, many had focused all their attention on him. Although Li Yin had spoken softly to Li Guoxin, it wasn't a whisper into his ear. Those nearby, who listened attentively, could catch some of the conversation. Adding Li Guoxin's shocked and frozen expression, anyone watching would naturally start drawing conclusions. Li Guoxin remained stunned for some time after Li Yin left. Eventually, he snapped back to his senses and thought, so that person was Strategist G? But what Li Yin said, could it really be true? How did he go in and come out having become the advisor's disciple and even receive some vice commander of resistance title? Heavens, is this real? Li Guoxin wasn't someone unfamiliar with the world. He knew a thing or two about military ranks. He remembered that the vice commander of resistance was a rank equivalent to lower grade 8th rank. This wasn't something a fresh recruit could obtain. Only seasoned veterans with considerable merit could hope to be promoted to that level. Now fully alert, Li Guoxin's thoughts were a whirlwind of emotions. He didn't know what to think or feel. What puzzled him most was, why had Strategist G taken a liking to Li Yin? Li Yin had grown up in the village under his watch. He had never noticed anything particularly outstanding about the boy. If anything, Li Yin's only notable trait was being a bit calmer and more composed than others his age, but surely that wasn't enough to catch the advisor's eye. As he was silently pondering this, a few people nearby who had overheard parts of the earlier conversation had already started spreading the news based on what they'd heard and guessed. The moment Strategist G left, the crowd exploded into chatter. Many found it hard to believe. People began inquiring about Li Guoxin's background. No one believed someone could just randomly and coincidentally latch on such a powerful backer like Strategist G. Some even surrounded Li Guoxin, bombarding him with questions. His head felt like it was about to burst. He hastily replied a few times, then squeezed out of the crowd, unhitched his horse carriage, and rushed away like he was fleeing. He needed to find an end to process all this. Early tomorrow morning, he would hurry back to report the news to Li Yan's parents. No, to the entire village. That boy had just taken one giant leap into the heavens. Meanwhile, those who stayed behind, once they confirmed the news was credible, also began to hatch their own plans. They wondered whether it was worth investigating further. Perhaps there might still be a chance for them to benefit from this. For now, many of them were lost in their own thoughts, each plotting their next move. At this time, Li Yan had already followed Strategist G to the northern city gate. Strategist G's footsteps were silent. Though he appeared to be walking at a leisurely pace, he moved extremely fast. Fortunately, Li Yan had grown up following the adults into the mountains to hunt, so he was able to keep up. Even so, he had to move quite briskly. Though he wasn't exerting himself to the limit, it still took about 70 to 80% of his strength just to keep pace. Watching how effortlessly his teacher moved made him long even more to learn martial arts. As they approached the North City Gate again, Li Yan couldn't help but feel surprised. Could it be that the advisor's residence was somewhere near this gate? But he quickly realized he was wrong, because Strategist G showed no sign of stopping or turning. He walked straight toward the city gate. Li Yan was full of confusion, but kept silent and followed behind him. When the two of them reached the outside of the gate, they saw 7 or 8 soldiers conducting inspections under the command of a man who looked like a low-ranking officer. Li Yan looked up and saw that these weren't Lu Qingyong and his men. They had apparently rotated out and been replaced. The officers spotted Strategist G from afar and immediately cupped his hands in salute. Strategist G nodded slightly and walked straight past the line of travelers being checked without saying a word. As Li Yan walked along, he looked around again but still found nothing unusual, so he continued to follow closely. After the two of them exited the north gate, the officer looked at Li Yan's retreating figure and muttered to himself, "Strange, this person's face is unfamiliar, and he doesn't appear to be one of Lord G's bodyguards. Who is he to be walking so closely beside Lord G?" After leaving the city, Strategist G said nothing. His wide sleeves floated behind him as he continued walking ahead, deepening Li Yan's confusion. Outside the city was only a single main road stretching northward, the same road Li Yan had taken into the city earlier. On both sides were dense mountain forests. Could it be that Teacher's residence is in a town dozens of li away? I've heard there's also a garrison there, but that would be far too distant. Traveling back and forth every day without a carriage? That would take forever. Though dozens of li isn't much for me, doing that regularly would surely get tiresome. Along the road, Strategist G remained silent, seemingly preoccupied. He walked steadily ahead, neither fast nor slow, while Li Yan trailed behind, lost in his own musings. After they had walked about 2 li beyond the city, Strategist G suddenly veered left toward the western mountain range. Looking closely, Li Yan saw that there was a mountain path here, leading deep into the western mountains. They had passed this same stretch of road when entering the city earlier. Small side paths like this one leading into the mountains were quite common and usually ignored by passers-by. But now, Strategist G had taken this one. The western mountain range was far more vast and deep than the eastern mountains. The eastern mountains stretched for 300 to 400 li, beyond which lay the flatlands of the central plains, where one could ride freely across the open plains. But no one knew how far or deep the western range extended. Local people only knew that about 400 to 500 li westward, one would start encountering all kinds of unknown demonic beasts. Anyone venturing farther would almost certainly meet death. Even top-tier martial artists dared not delve too deep. It was said that Marshal Hong had once led elite warriors 400 li westward and encountered numerous venomous insects and ferocious beasts. Even though he retreated swiftly, more than half of his men died or were wounded. He himself had been struck in the face by the tail of one such beast, leaving a hideous scar. Had he dodged a moment later, that tail would have pierced his temple and brain, resulting in instant death. Strategist G led Li Yin along the narrow mountain path, ascending into the forest of towering trees. Beneath the trees, dense underbrush flourished. It was already the hour, 5 to 7 p.m., and though autumn days were longer, the sun was already setting behind the mountains. The sky still held some light, but under the thick canopy of interwoven green leaves, it was already quite dim. Occasionally, the calls of birds returning to their nests echoed clearly through the vast forest. They continued up the mountain path for roughly a li. When they climbed the last few stone steps, the scene suddenly opened up before Lian's eyes. A large clearing came into view, roughly 100 zhang in diameter. Towering trees surrounded the area in layers, with only a narrow stone path, wide enough for 2 or 3 people side by side, connecting to the entrance they had just ascended. To find such a large, open space in the mountains was no easy feat. This must have been cleared and leveled by human hands. Flanking the entrance, to either side of the clearing, were 2 rows of large stone houses made of greenish-blue rock, each row containing 4 or 5 rooms in a neat line. Though simple, they were clean and orderly. The large central area of the clearing was paved with crushed bluestone. In some places, sandbags hung or training pits had been dug. Everything was well organized. When Li Yin stepped onto the flat ground, he saw 8 soldiers standing in 2 rows, armed with spears, alertly watching the stairway entrance. As soon as they saw strategist G step forward, they saluted in unison. "Greetings, Lord Advisor." Then they straightened up and stood at attention to either side. They glanced at Li Yin once, but didn't ask anything. Strategist G gave them a nod and continued walking inward. After a few steps, he stopped and turned to one of them. "Oh, go call the others out. I have something to announce." "Yes, sir," one of the soldiers replied, and then quickly strode toward the center of the clearing, shouting loudly, "Lord Advisor has returned. Everyone come out." Not long after, a dozen or so people emerged from the stone houses and gathered in the center of the courtyard. Li Yin had been following behind his teacher ever since reaching the platform. Earlier, he had noticed that aside from the 8 guards at the entrance, people were coming and going from the stone buildings. One building even had thin smoke curling up from its chimney, and from afar, he caught faint traces of a fragrant aroma. However, it was already dim by now. The faint light coming from the rooms wasn't enough for him to make out much detail from a distance. Once everyone had assembled, strategist G stepped into the center of the courtyard and turned to wave at Li Yin. Li Yin quickly walked over. It was only when he stood in front of the gathered people that he saw, besides the 8 guards, there were 12 more soldiers dressed in the same standard military uniform. In addition to these soldiers, there were also 3 middle-aged women. Among these people, the 3 women and 2 soldiers standing near the center of the group were curiously eyeing Li Yin. The rest stood there with neutral expressions. "This is my newly accepted disciple, Li Yin. He will be living here from now on." Strategist G pointed to Li Yin and said, then turned and explained to him, "This is where I live." These 20 soldiers were assigned by the marshal to provide security and guard the premises. The remaining women are responsible for our meals and laundry. Li Yin looked around at them, but was surprised to notice that a few of them were giving him strange, inexplicable looks. For a moment, he couldn't make sense of it at all. When the others heard strategist G's instructions, they immediately responded in unison. "Yes, sir." Strategist G shifted his gaze from Li Yin and waved his hand toward the others, speaking in a gentle tone. "Chen and Li Yin, stay behind. The rest of you, return to your duties." Once everyone had dispersed, the 2 soldiers who had been standing in the center stepped forward. Li Yin looked at the 2 men. One appeared to be around 30, the other about 20. Both were roughly 7 feet tall. The older one had a square face and a ruddy complexion that gave him a righteous appearance. The younger one had a round face, large eyes, and slightly fairer skin, giving off a sense of quick wit. Both wore standard-issue light military armor. Strategist G pointed to the square-faced man. "This is Chunin," and he pointed to the round-faced, large-eyed young soldier. "This is Liyin. These two are responsible for miscellaneous tasks in the valley and are familiar with military matters. If I am not in the residence and you need something done, you may instruct them. If you need to enter the city on errands, take them with you. First, having them by your side will make handling matters much easier. Secondly, they're also responsible for your safety. After all, this is a border city. Enemy spies frequently infiltrate to gather intelligence. If they learn that you are my disciple, they will undoubtedly set their sights on you." Liyin felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing this, followed by a warmth. He bowed and replied, "Thank you, teacher." If earlier he had called him teacher with some awkwardness, now it came sincerely from the heart. Chunin and Liyin also bowed to Strategist G. "We will follow your command. Please rest assured, my lord." "Good. Then go prepare some of his daily necessities and send them over shortly." "Yes, my lord." With that, Strategist G called out to Liyin and resumed walking inward. Liyin quickly followed. However, he did not see that after he turned away, Chunin and Liyin exchanged a glance, and when they looked at his back, a flicker of uncertainty flashed in their eyes. Liyin had originally thought he would be staying in one of the stone houses flanking the plaza. But to his surprise, his teacher didn't even glance at those buildings and walked straight ahead. When the two reached the end of the stone houses and turned right, a valley suddenly appeared before them. On one side of the cliff at the valley entrance, several large scarlet characters were engraved. "Military Advisor's Mansion." Liyin thought to himself, "This is just a mountain valley. Why call a mansion?" But he didn't stop walking and followed Strategist G into the valley. It wasn't until they entered that the advisor finally stopped. The valley wasn't very large, surrounded on three sides by steep mountains that soared into the clouds. The slopes of all three peaks were nearly vertical, appearing exceptionally precipitous and dangerous. Shrubs and small trees grew densely on the slopes, branches stretching thickly from the base to the summit. If someone wanted to climb up, they wouldn't even find a place to set foot. Only the valley entrance served as a proper way in and out. By now, darkness had fallen, and the view inside the valley was dim and hard to discern. At the right-hand side, near the valley entrance, there was a row of stone houses, about 3 or 4 in number. Just then, hurried footsteps came from behind. Liyin turned to look and saw 2 figures emerging from the darkness. As they drew near, he recognized them as Chunin and Liyin. Each carried several items in their hands, likely the daily necessities that Strategist G had just asked them to prepare. They had come quickly, just moments behind. The two swiftly passed by and headed straight for the row of stone houses. Soon, lights began to glow from within the buildings, shining through the doors and windows, illuminating the valley and revealing more of its details. Strategist G turned and said to Liyin, "It's already late today. Shortly, Chunin and the others will help you get familiar with this place. Afterward, have dinner and get some rest. You've traveled hundreds of li from your home to get here. Best to sleep early. Come see me at first light tomorrow, and I'll explain matters regarding the sect." As he spoke, Chunin and Liyin briskly returned. Chunin smiled and said, "Young Master Li, the rooms here are cleaned daily by the servants, so we only needed to bring the essential supplies." Seeing them arrive, Strategist G gave another instruction. "Take Liyin with you. Deliver the food here later." With that, he gave Liyin a slight smile and nod before heading toward the first stone house closest to the valley entrance. His silhouette briefly darkened under the glow of the doorway's lamplight, then disappeared inside. Liyin stared blankly at his teacher's retreating figure, thinking, "My teacher truly handles things in a direct and straightforward way." At that moment, Chunin chuckled lightly. "Young Master Li, come with us then." Liyin gave his thanks and followed the 2 men inside. This time, their pace was much slower. Chunin proved to be quite talkative, while Li Yin deferred to him but was efficient in his actions and occasionally chimed in with a few words. As they walked and talked, Li Yin began to learn more about the place. It turned out that Marshal Hong had originally arranged a residence for strategist Ji in the city. But the advisor preferred solitude and quiet, unwilling to live amidst the city's noise. Eventually, he found this secluded valley outside the city and chose to live here alone. But how could Marshal Hong allow a high-ranking official to live in such rough conditions? After trying and failing to persuade him, the marshal finally sent people to renovate the valley. They cleared over 100 zhang of open land outside the valley, built housing, stationed guards, and even assigned maids and servants to manage food and daily needs. In the end, strategist Ji only kept 20 soldiers and 3 women to handle meals and laundry. Everyone else he sent back. According to the advisor himself, he preferred to live alone, but he couldn't completely reject the marshal's goodwill. As for the name, Military Advisor's Mansion, it was given simply to match the format of a official's dwelling. There were 4 stone houses in the valley. The first one near the entrance was where the military advisor resided. The second house next to it was used by the advisor to practice martial arts from time to time. The other 2 were as Chunin explained, they were normally not allowed to enter these houses freely. Unless the military advisor gave orders, they were only permitted inside during routine food delivery or cleaning. Anyone who broke the rules would be immediately expelled from the valley, and once they returned to the city, one could imagine how Marshal Hong would deal with them. Aside from the 4 stone houses, the valley also had fully equipped toilets and bathing facilities built into the corners of the compound. Li Yin ultimately chose the house located at the very back of the valley, built right against the mountain wall. It was spacious and gave off a very solid feeling. Clearly, it had been constructed by military personnel. Military structures always prioritized practicality. What mattered most was sturdiness and durability. Li Yin looked around the interior of the stone house. The floor was paved with blue stone and broken rock, clean and bright. The simple furnishings were all in place, but they seemed rather inconspicuous within the spacious room. Against the northern wall stood a wide wooden bed. Along the eastern wall was a washstand with some toiletries, while the western wall held a 4-tiered bookshelf, upon which lay a few books. A wooden table sat by the southern window, with a few teacups and a kettle placed on top, along with 2 chairs. At the head of the table sat 2 tall chests, woven from aged brown wrought tan, placed side by side on the floor. Their height nearly reached the tabletop, likely used for storing clothing and similar items. The north and west sides of the stone house were built against the mountainside. The eastern wall was connected to other houses, so only the southern side had an entrance door and a large window, both facing into the valley. Li Yin noticed that the window was quite tall, framed with fine wooden latticework, and currently open. Even with just one window, the room didn't feel stuffy at all. Instead, a cool autumn night breeze wafted in, bringing a sense of ease and comfort. Young Masterly, please feel free to rest a bit. There's hot water in the kettle. Once the meal is ready, someone will bring it over. We aren't allowed to linger in the valley for long. Lord Ji doesn't like outsiders staying here. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave now. After placing down the supplies, Chunin and Li Yin said this to Li Yin. Li Yin, who had been inspecting the room, quickly turned to them upon hearing this. Thank you both for your trouble. The 2 cupped their hands in farewell and left. Li Yin walked over to the table, took the bundle off his shoulder, and placed it down. Then he went to the 2 brown wrought tan chests and opened them one after the other. The inside of the chest was empty. Each had a piece of black cloth laid at the bottom as padding, clearly meant for storing clothing. Li Yin took his bundle from the table, untied it, and began neatly folding the coarse cloth garments inside and placing them into one of the chests. These were hand-sewn by his 4th sister and his mother. Though the fabric was rough, some even cut from old, worn clothes, Li Yin felt as though his little mountain village was right beside him. The warmth was palpable. Just seeing them reminded him of his mother and 4th sister. He hadn't brought much with him, and the chests were quite large. Even after placing all his clothes in one chest, only about 30 to 40% of the space was used. After thinking for a moment, he took out the pickled vegetables and dried rations from his bundle and arranged them neatly along the wall by the table. He did not store them in the other empty chest. Once the chests were closed, Li Yin pulled out a chair and sat at the table. He picked up the kettle and poured himself a cup of water. The water was still warm. It seemed someone truly did come by daily to change the water and clean the room. Li Yin was truly exhausted. He had traveled over 200 li today, only eating some dried food and water along the way. Now he was both hungry and thirsty, and his body was weary. The outside was pitch black now, and he had no desire to wander around the courtyard. He sipped his water while lost in thought. Reflecting on the events of the day and the place where he now sat, it all still felt like a dream. After a while, the water soothed his throat, but his hunger and fatigue grew stronger. He thought to himself, "Thankfully, teacher didn't assign me anything tonight. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't have had the energy to manage." That would have been embarrassing in front of him. While mulling over this, the sound of footsteps came from outside. Since the door hadn't been closed and they were in a secluded valley, the footsteps echoed clearly in the night. Li Yin looked up to see a figure at the entrance. A woman stood there, carrying a wooden tray. Li Yin rose to greet her. She respectfully stood just outside the doorway. So he said, "Where is your kitchen? Next time I can go pick up the food myself." At these words, the woman's face turned pale, and she shivered. "Young Master Li, you mustn't say such things. If Lord Ji were to hear that, it would be a terrible offense." Li Yin reached out to take the tray and froze at her reaction. He asked curiously, "Why is that?" The woman quickly replied, "Places like the kitchen are where the servants stay. How could a lord or young master possibly go there? Lord Ji would never permit it." Li Yin was momentarily confused. Then he gradually understood. Back home, he could go anywhere he pleased. But now, with this change in identity, he hadn't fully adapted. Taking the tray, he said, "The next time, just bring the food inside and place it on the table." The woman looked at him, as though recalling something, and added, "Young Master Li, aside from meal delivery and cleaning, we are not allowed to enter the valley freely. Lord Ji has also instructed that we are never to casually enter these 4 rooms, lest we disturb him. When Lord Ji returns, his door is usually closed. If we see a black wooden tag hanging on the door handle, we place the meal on the stone platform outside and come back later to retrieve it. If the food hasn't been eaten, we take it back, throw it away, and prepare a new meal to deliver again. Cleaning Lord Ji's room requires his express permission before anyone can enter. As for the room you're in and the adjacent one, since they were previously unoccupied, they've been cleaned at regular intervals. But now that you live here, we can no longer enter as we please." Li Yin listened and finally noticed the black wooden tag hanging from the inside of his door handle. After thinking about it, he guessed that his teacher must hang it outside while cultivating to avoid being disturbed. Although he didn't understand the deeper aspects of martial arts, he'd heard a few things, such as how inner cultivation and meditation must not be interrupted, lest one suffer from qi deviation. The woman reminded him once more that after finishing the meal, he should place the dishes on the stone platform outside. Someone would come to collect them later. Then she bowed. Although the food wasn't fine cuisine, it was still something Li Yin had never tasted before, well-prepared military rations. He ate with great satisfaction, but soon thoughts of home crept in again. "I wonder if mother and father have eaten yet, or if they're still worrying about me." For a moment, Li Yin felt a little melancholy. He stood up and packed the dishes into the tray, then stepped outside. Sure enough, just outside the door was a stone platform, and he placed the tray on top. Not far across from his stone house seemed to be a small pond or pool. Looking up, he saw layers of dark forest blanketing the mountain ridges all around. Overhead, the circular patch of sky was sprinkled with stars. He stared blankly at it for a while, missing his old home and everything in his village. He returned inside, washed up briefly, closed the doors and windows, and lay down on the bed. On his first night away from home, Li Yin drifted into a deep sleep, his heart filled with thoughts of his parents and every tree and blade of grass in the village. Chapter end. At dawn, Li Yin awoke from his dreams. The sky was already beginning to brighten. Li Yin, still groggy, opened his eyes to see an unfamiliar ceiling above him. No longer the deep black, oiled wooden beams he had known for years, but a smooth, blue-black rooftop. For a moment, his mind was confused. Slowly turning his head to look around the room, he finally remembered that this was no longer the old home where he had lived for more than 10 years. A wave of unfamiliarity and loneliness surged in his heart. He took a deep breath, expressionless, and sat up. Walking over to the table, he pushed open the window. A refreshing, cool breeze flowed in, instantly clearing his mind. From the window, he could see 3 towering peaks encircling the valley. The sky overhead was still dim blue, and the faint light of early morning, along with a few stars, streamed softly from above. Inside the valley, dark green vines and shrubs stretched upward from the base, layer upon layer, rising and falling like the back of a sleeping beast in the twilight. Birds chirped crisply in the valley, their calls sounding ethereal and clear. Nearby, as expected, there was a pool of water outside the window. A light mist swirled above its surface, like a veil shrouding it, with curling moisture rising gently into the air. Li Yin stood dazed at the window for a long time. Only after a while did the scenery outside fill the emptiness in his heart. He turned around, dressed properly, and opened the door to step outside. Glancing to the left, he saw that the doors of the other rooms were still tightly shut, so he lightened his steps and slowly walked toward the pool. The pond was about 4 or 5 zhang wide, oval in shape. One side leaned against the mountain wall, where 2 or 3 streams trickled down from the mountaintop, moistening the stone wall until it gleamed. Where the streams passed, many vine roots had been exposed by the flowing water, their tendrils swaying with the falling streams. Moss had grown thick on either side of the flow, forming several natural channels of clear water from the mountaintop. Ripples stirred faintly on the pond's surface, lapping at the scattered stones on the shore, creating soft waves. Above the water, thin white mists wandered and danced, like several white, translucent ribbons floating in the air. The water was crystal clear, yet its depth was unknown. Looking down, it only appeared darker and colder the further it went. Li Yin crouched down and scooped up a handful of pond water, splashing it on his face. The cold clarity seeped into his skin, making his whole body shiver, but it was invigorating. After standing up, he glanced southward. There, he saw what looked like a vegetable garden, or perhaps a flower bed. Just as he was about to take a closer look, a voice suddenly rang out near his ear. "That patch is just something I tend to when I'm idle, some greens, and a few wildflowers." In the still, quiet morning of the valley, the sudden voice startled Li Yin. He quickly turned and saw a man in a black robe standing in front of a row of houses, smiling at him. "Hey, teacher." Upon recognizing the man's face, Li Yin hurriedly bowed and quickly said, "I disturbed teacher's rest. Please forgive me." The black-robed man was, of course, Strategist G. He raised his hand gently. "You did not disturb me. I've been up for a while, just sitting in meditation and practicing. This valley isn't large. You'll have time to grow familiar with it. Shortly, the servants will bring breakfast. After you wash and eat, come to my room." Li Yin promptly responded, "Yes, teacher." Strategist G gave him a gentle smile, then turned and walked back. Watching his teachers retreating back and recalling that gentle smile in the quiet morning, Li Yin suddenly thought of how his parents used to care for him with the same warmth. A feeling of comfort welled up in his heart. Soon after returning to his room, the same woman from last night brought breakfast. The meal was simple but delicious: several steamed buns, a few small side dishes, and a large bowl of preserved egg and pork congee. Li Yin ate heartily. Even such everyday food was a rarity in his household. Still, with thoughts of his teacher's summons weighing on his mind, he didn't savor it much. After finishing, he immediately walked to the first stone house near the eastern end of the valley. Standing respectfully outside the door, he said, "Teacher, your disciple has come to pay his respects." "Oh, you're here?" Come in. A gentle middle-aged voice called from inside. Lian didn't dare delay and entered quickly. The room was also arranged with a large bed on the north side and a 4 or 5-layer bookshelf on the west, filled with books. Different from his own room, a low table had been placed on a large rug in the center. On the low table rested an ancient guqin. Its style was simple and rustic, and though its surface bore a few signs of wear, it was smooth to the touch, clearly well used over many years. In front of the guqin was a small, exquisite incense burner, from which 3 sticks of incense gently emitted wisps of smoke. A faint sandalwood scent filled the room, soothing the soul. Seated behind the table was a man in black robes, his hands tucked into his sleeves, sitting cross-legged and smiling at Li Yin. It was none other than Strategist Ji. "Come, sit here before the table." He lifted his right hand from his sleeve and gestured to the rug before him. Li Yin quickly stepped forward, took off his shoes, and knelt in a seated position facing his teacher. These formal manners had been taught to him by the old scholar back in the village. Seeing this, Strategist Ji smiled slightly, realizing Li Yin had indeed received some proper education. "Li Yin, today I will tell you about our sect." Once Li Yin had sat down properly, Strategist Ji began to speak slowly. "Yes, teacher, your disciple listens with full attention." Li Yin responded with utmost respect. "Our sect is called Woodshadow Sect. It was founded 600 years ago, but has always remained hidden from the world, dwelling deep in the mountains and unknown to outsiders. The martial arts of our sect are secret techniques, never passed on to outsiders. Moreover, the requirements for cultivation are extremely strict. Finding a suitable disciple is like fishing a needle from the sea. Through the generations, there have only ever been 2 or 3 disciples at most. In my generation, I am the only one." Strategist Ji spoke in a calm tone and paused here. Li Yin listened intently. "I heard people in the city say that when teacher charged through an army of 10,000, it was as if no one could touch you. Such divine skills, I've never even heard of anything like it." Strategist Ji only gave a faint smile at that. "If you train diligently in the future, your achievements may not fall short of mine." Li Yin quickly replied, "Teacher overestimates me. How could your disciple ever compare to you? No matter how hard I train, I could never catch up." Strategist Ji smiled and said, "We of our path should carry hearts proud enough to stand above the world. You must not think like that." Li Yin, hearing this, dared not say more. Strategist Ji continued speaking. "This time, I came out of seclusion for a reason. Aside from our sect's martial arts prowess, the predecessors of our Woodshadow sect have also delved deeply into the study of medicinal herbs. For hundreds of years, generations of sect ancestors secluded themselves in the deep mountains, wholeheartedly researching the way of herbs and plants. Though we remained hidden from the world, we still traveled occasionally and practiced medicine to help the sick and save the dying. This has been our tradition for generations. To study without applying one's knowledge is meaningless. Martial arts, to us, are merely a means of self-preservation when walking the world." Upon hearing this, Li Yin couldn't help but feel deep respect. He thought to himself, so aside from martial arts, our sect also performs acts of great kindness for the people. This is truly a righteous sect. I, too, followed this path of traveling and healing. Unfortunately, 5 or 6 years ago, while deep in the mountains gathering herbs, I was accidentally bitten by an unknown venomous insect. Despite several months of treatment, my condition didn't improve. In fact, it worsened. With no other option, I visited many old friends and famous doctors. Though their medical skills might not surpass mine, who's to say they didn't know the source of this poison? If I could identify the origin of the insect, then a cure might still be possible. But things did not go as hoped. No one recognized the poison. As time went on, the venom slowly invaded my internal organs. Even now, I still have not found a way to cure it. I can only suppress it temporarily with internal cultivation techniques. But based on my calculations, I can only suppress it for about 7 or 8 years. And now, 6 of those years have already passed. If I still can't find a cure, then perhaps it's simply fate." Li Yin was shocked by these words. Looking again at strategist G's greenish-white complexion tinged with a faint black aura, his expression changed drastically. Then, teacher, have you found a way to detoxify it? I have not, but it doesn't matter anymore. Life and death are left to fate. Li Yin grew anxious. Then, what should be done? Strategist G waved his hand slightly. Don't be so alarmed. This is exactly why I stepped out into the world, to find a successor and pass on the sex legacy. Otherwise, if our lineage ends with me, how could I face the generations of ancestors and sect masters in the underworld? However, our sect's internal cultivation method is extremely domineering. Without a special constitution, it is unsuitable to learn. If one forcibly attempts it, their meridians will reverse, and they will die without question. In the past, our sect's disciples were chosen by the sect master as they traveled and practiced medicine, searching for suitable candidates. Though rare, such physiques do exist. In the vast world, one could eventually be found. But I don't have that much time anymore. So I came to the military. There are many young men here, strong and vigorous. I figured the chances would be higher. Hearing this, Li Yin thought to himself. So teacher came to the army in order to find a disciple. That strange silver needle acupuncture method yesterday must have been how he tested for the special constitution. But as he remembered the unbearable pain in his abdomen from that test, a trace of fear crept up inside him. Strategist G seemed to see through his thoughts. This special constitution is latent. It cannot be identified without our sect's unique method to awaken it. While the awakening process may be painful, it is a necessary condition for safely cultivating our sect's inner techniques. I have been in the army for 5 or 6 years and only managed to find 2 people who meet the requirement. One was discovered last year, and the other is you. Li Yin was startled. 2 people? But in this valley, there's only teacher and me. Last night, Chunin and Li Yin never mentioned anyone else. As this thought surfaced, he suddenly recalled something. At the military camp yesterday, outside the tent, Marshal Hong seemed to have said something like, "Last time, the one you accepted." Seeing Li Yin zoning out, strategist G grew puzzled. Marshal Hong mentioned this yesterday. How is it that you still look so surprised? He didn't realize that Li Yin had been distracted and hadn't clearly heard the marshal's words at the time. You're wondering why you haven't seen the other one I spoke of? I was going to tell you about that. He took a long breath. That person should be your senior marshal brother. I discovered him early last year. Do you recall that yesterday, after testing your constitution, I asked if you had studied reading? Li Yin nodded. Of course, he remembered. Well, your senior marshal brother had never studied. After he entered the sect, I thought that with my personal guidance, he could still cultivate our techniques. But I underestimated how harsh our cultivation methods truly are. After just over a month of training, while I was in the city discussing matters with the marshal, he rashly attempted to practice an unfamiliar part of the later stages of the method. Due to insufficient understanding, his chi reversed and surged. By the time I returned, he was already Sai. Strategist G's expression was filled with remorse and sorrow. It was my fault for being too impatient. The poison in my body grows worse by the day, and I became desperate to secure our sect's legacy. Our inner method not only requires the master's personal guidance, it must also be read and understood word by word, deeply pondered and applied according to the unique conditions within one's body. Only by guiding the chi step by step can it be safely cultivated. But back then I was overconfident. I thought that with my personal instruction, nothing could go wrong. In the end, it was an irreversible mistake. As he spoke, tears shimmered faintly in strategist G's eyes. Li Yin was stunned. So, the one found earlier has already died. Yesterday, it seemed like Marshal Hong was talking about aptitude. Could it be that he was referring to mine compared to that late senior disciple? If that senior disciple's aptitude was better than mine, and they met such an end, then wouldn't my situation be even more hopeless? As that thought struck him, cold sweat broke out on his back. He looked up at strategist G, lips trembling, about to say something like, "I'm afraid I can't train." But then, seeing the hidden grief and glimmer of hope in his teacher's eyes, he hesitated. This is a life-threatening matter. Lian's thoughts swirled endlessly. After a long time, he clenched his heart with resolve. If I back down now, teacher might send me straight back to the village. How could I face my parents then? Even if I'm lucky enough not to be sent back, I'd just return to the army, starting as a lowly soldier. Then I'd be thrown onto the battlefield, where life and death are out of my hands. Neither of those outcomes is what I want. Better to give it a try. Besides, I've studied in a private school. I can read and reflect on the teachings. As long as I don't force myself to practice what I don't understand, I can avoid disaster. Besides, teachers' incredible power, that awe-inspiring strength, is precisely because of our sect's overbearing martial arts. Nothing in this world comes without effort. Having thought this through, his gaze toward strategist Ji grew more resolute. Strategist Ji saw the change in Lian's eyes and understood his decision. A warm, relieved smile appeared on his face. Ever since that incident, I've had little hope left. I thought I'd run out of time to find someone truly suitable. It all felt so distant, so hopeless. Who knew that, just before death? At this point, strategist Ji's pale face seemed to flush with a hint of color. Suddenly, his voice became solemn, and his eyes locked onto Li Yin. Are you willing to formally become my disciple? Li Yin had already made up his mind in his heart, and at this moment, he didn't hesitate any further. Disciple Li Yin greets teacher. Good. I have always been indifferent by nature and dislike those overly complicated formalities. Just kowtow to me 3 times, and you shall be considered officially initiated. After speaking, he adjusted his sitting posture, sitting upright and solemn behind the desk. His expression turned serious. 3 sticks of incense burned in the small censer on the desk, their smoke curling gently upward, exuding the air of sect leader. Li Yin stood up, tidied his coarse robe, and once again knelt respectfully before the incense table. Facing strategist Ji, seated behind the desk, he solemnly kowtowed 3 times. Strategist Ji stroked his beard, and a healthy flush rose to his once pale face. His smile deepened. All right, rise. After standing up, Li Yin showed a joyful expression on his face. He bowed respectfully once more, then knelt again before the desk to listen to strategist Ji's instruction. Now that you are a disciple of the Wood Shadow sect, it's time I teach you the introductory method of our sect. Upon hearing this, Li Yin was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that immediately after becoming a disciple, strategist Ji would begin teaching him cultivation techniques. But thinking of his teacher's health, he felt reassured. Strategist Ji noticed his reaction and asked, "Do you have any questions?" Li Yin snapped out of it and replied, "No. Teacher, please continue your guidance." Hearing this, strategist Ji didn't question further and continued. All disciples of this sect must cultivate both martial arts and herbal knowledge. However, powerful martial arts form the foundation for us martial world wanderers to survive and establish ourselves. Moreover, many precious herbs and medicinal plants grow in remote and dangerous places, far from the reach of ordinary people. Therefore, new disciples must first train their martial arts to a certain level of mastery before they can begin studying herbalism. Martial arts are divided into internal cultivation methods and combat techniques. Internal cultivation is the mother of all techniques. No matter how proficient one is in combat techniques, without the support of internal energy, one cannot unleash their true power. At most, one's strikes are no different from ordinary street brawls. But if powered by internal energy, even basic punches and skills can shatter mountains and break stones, pluck leaves to harm foes. Thus, internal cultivation is the very foundation upon which all sects build their survival and legacy, and it is considered a sect's most treasured secret. Strategist Ji began to explain slowly and methodically. He spoke for the time it would take to drink several cups of tea, covering the categories of internal cultivation, the divisions among major sects, martial realms, acupoints, and meridians. He even brought out a finely carved wooden figure. The figure was nude, with crisscrossing blue and red lines and densely dotted markings on its surface. Tiny annotations were written beside each point and line in miniature script. It was clearly a model illustrating the body's various meridians and acupoints. Strategist G explained each in detail to Li Yan. What I just told you is the foundation of cultivation. You must remember it thoroughly and cannot make any mistakes. Now let me speak about the heart method of our sect. As I told you before, internal cultivation is the mother of all techniques. Our sect's internal method is called Wood In Art and consists of 10 layers. Its power is extraordinary. While cultivating this technique, one must also soak the body in the essence of herbs refined by our sect's secret method. This strengthens the physical body and clears the meridians throughout the body, making the internal flow of energy more vigorous. This allows one's internal force to accumulate and become increasingly powerful, so that during battle, one can unleash devastating combat strength. This heart method surpasses those of secular sections. I, your teacher, have only reached the peak of the 3rd layer so far. Li Yan's face was filled with disbelief. With his teacher's current level of martial arts, he was already a match for thousands. Yet he said he had only reached the 3rd layer of the Wood In Art. If one reached the 10th layer, wouldn't they become a living immortal? Strategist G glanced at Li Yan and continued slowly. However, before cultivating this method, one must first train in our sect's breathing guidance technique. This technique draws in the essence of heaven and earth to stimulate the qi within the dantian. Only after this qi is activated can one formally begin cultivating the Wood In Art. At this point, strategist G swept his wide black sleeve, revealing his fair and slender hands above the table. In his left hand, he held a book that appeared neither metallic nor jade-like. With his right hand, he drew a sheet of paper from the book, slightly larger than a page. This sheet was densely covered with characters, clearly not a page from the book itself. Judging by the fresh ink, it looked recently written. As strategist G moved, Li Yan noticed the unusual material of the book in his teacher's left hand. He had read many books since childhood, but had never seen anything made of such material. Moreover, a third of the book's color differed from the rest. It looked as if 2 books had been fused together. Li Yan also recalled that from the moment he met his teacher yesterday until just now, when he took out the paper, he had only used his right hand. Whether during the needle test or doing other tasks, he never used his left hand. It seemed he had been holding the book in his sleeve all along. This made him extremely curious. What kind of book would someone keep so close at all times? But he also knew that this was not the time to ask such things. Since he had just joined the sect, perhaps once he became more familiar with his teacher, he might have the chance to satisfy his curiosity. Strategist G acted as though he hadn't noticed the curiosity in Li Yan's eyes. He handed the sheet full of characters to him. This is the sect's breathing guidance technique. I will now teach it to you. Later, you must study it thoroughly. If you don't understand something, I will explain it to you. Qi is divided into innate and acquired. A fetus in the womb breathes innate qi without using the nose or mouth. Once born, breathing shifts to the nose and mouth. This is acquired qi. But in doing so, the innate qi is lost. This explanation took another full quarter of an hour. As soon as he finished, strategist G said no more. At this point, Li Yan had already lowered his head in contemplation. Occasionally, he would pick up the wooden model and the breathing guidance technique paper to study them carefully. Strategist G, meanwhile, brought his hands together and hid them within his sleeves, placing them over his abdomen, and closed his eyes in meditation. Li Yan immersed himself in contemplation for quite some time. Eventually, after confirming he had memorized the method and the crucial meridian paths, he finally relaxed. He had feared starting from zero in internal cultivation, but perhaps because strategist G's explanations were so detailed, Li Yan found it surprisingly understandable and was greatly relieved. Maybe it's just because this is only the entry-level method, so it doesn't feel too hard to grasp. After mentally reviewing the method one more time and confirming there were no unclear parts, he finally looked up at Strategist G and said, a bit nervously, "Teacher, I believe I've gained an initial understanding of the entry method." Strategist G opened his eyes upon hearing this, looked at Li Yin with a smile, and gently asked a few key questions. Seeing Li Yin respond fluently, his face revealed deep satisfaction. "Then starting today, you may begin cultivating this method. I estimate that within 3 to 5 days at the earliest, or 10 to 15 at the latest, you will be able to activate your Dantian Qi. Also, since you've memorized this heart method, return the paper to me for destruction. It's not that I don't trust you. It's simply the practice of all major sects in the martial world. Aside from the original copies of cultivation manuals, all other materials are passed down orally. Any written notes must be destroyed immediately to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Even original texts are usually only kept by the sect leader." Li Yin felt this was reasonable. He also understood that something so crucial to a sect's foundation couldn't be casually written down, or it would risk being leaked. He respectfully returned the breathing guidance technique paper. Strategist G smiled and accepted it, storing it inside his wide sleeve. Then he pointed to the wooden model covered in meridian paths and said, "Take this with you. It requires long-term familiarization and memorization." Li Yin followed orders, picked up the small wooden man from the table, and left the stone house after respectfully bidding farewell. He hadn't yet fully memorized the intangible meridians and acupoints. Strategist G watched him leave, eyes narrowed as he gazed toward the door. After a moment, he sighed and muttered to himself, "His aptitude is far inferior to the last one. Who knows how long it'll take for him to reach the peak of the first layer. Yet my time is running short. This poison is becoming harder and harder to suppress." Sigh. As he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve toward the door several zhang away. The heavy door closed silently without a sound. If Marshal Hong had witnessed this, he would have been utterly terrified. Even the top-tier masters in the current martial world couldn't close a heavy door from several zhang away so effortlessly. To perform such a feat, one would at least need to be a transcendent master. And even then, they'd have to be much closer, drawing deep from the Dantian to surge internal force outward. Even then, the door would likely shatter from the impact. After doing all this, Strategist G extended his left hand from his sleeve again, and the same book that was neither gold nor jade, and the breathing guidance technique paper reappeared on the desk. He opened the book to where the colored division line was and laid it flat on the desk. Then, placing both hands on the later portion of the book, he silently circulated his inner energy and infused it into the book. After a while, nothing happened. He then rotated the book in several directions, horizontal, vertical, channeling internal energy into it or lightly tapping it, but still there was no response. Finally, he made a strange gesture, placing the back 2/3 of the book's ladder half against his forehead. Just like how a scholar might rest a book on their head in contemplation when faced with a difficult problem. He remained motionless like that for a long time. Then, a long sigh filled the quiet room. Still no use. I've tried every method over the past few years and still can't open it. Just how high must I cultivate before the opportunity appears? Perhaps within this book lies the solution to this fire poison in my body, but sigh. With a sigh, he picked up the breathing guidance technique paper in his right hand. Without any visible action, the paper suddenly burst into flames and turned to ash in an instant. Internal energy transforming into flame, a feat heard only in martial world legends. Even the top martial experts today can only crush objects into fragments or powder with internal force. But to summon fire from nothing, none can achieve it. Chapter end. At this moment, within the Marshal's residence in Great Qing Pass City, Marshal Hong sat alone on a large wooden chair in the spacious main hall. Leaning back against the chair, he stared up at the ceiling, his round eyes constantly shifting. One hand slowly stroked his chin, lost in deep thought. The guard reported that Li Yin was summoned into Ji Wenhe's room early this morning. He's most likely officially taken him as a disciple and will soon begin his cultivation. A voice came from a corner of the hall. There was a thick pillar, as wide as a person, yet seemingly no one was there. Upon closer inspection, one could make out a sturdy man standing in the shadow of the pillar, his body blending perfectly with its shadow. He wasn't tall, dressed in a black robe, his broad frame appearing as solid and unmoving as the base of that pillar. I'm already surprised that the old man didn't have the boy take him as his master last night. Given how his body seems to be deteriorating more and more, it's remarkable he can still act with such calm deliberation. Marshal Hong didn't glance at the man in the shadows. His eyes remained fixed on the ceiling. Senior brother, do you think he's truly unable to suppress the poison in his body anymore? Or is he just putting on an act? The man in the black robe asked. It's very likely real. Based on the guard's daily observations and the way he's been searching for a disciple these past few years, it doesn't seem faked. But even so, using force to take him down still isn't a viable option. Even if the two of us join forces, with his martial skill, even in his current condition, we wouldn't be a match for him. Marshal Hong continued, Senior brother, don't exaggerate. While it's true that his martial arts have reached the transcendent master realm, first, a good portion of his internal strength must be used to suppress the poison. Second, you and I have remained at the realm of supreme masters for over a decade now. We are but one step away from entering the transcendent master realm ourselves. If we combine our strength, it's not certain we can't bring him down. The man in the black robe responded in a deep, rumbling voice. Junior brother, that approach is our last resort. What I'm thinking about now is how to get to that boy. His last disciple never left the military advisor's mansion again after entering it, and within a month, he was dead. Now, I wonder, did he truly die from improper cultivation? Or is it, as the strategist claimed, that his cultivation method can only be practiced by those with a special physique? If it's the latter, then all our efforts might end up being for nothing. Marshal Hong still gazed at the ceiling, his brows deeply furrowed. Senior brother, in the martial world, there's no such thing as a cultivation method that can't be practiced. Even poisonous or demonic techniques, once you have them, you can cultivate them. It's just a matter of how fast and how effective, not whether it's possible. I've never heard of internal cultivation requiring special physiques. Just look at our sect's heart methods. From low to high, any disciple can learn them. The only difference is the rate of progress. The man in the black robe also frowned as he spoke. What you say is exactly why I haven't given up. Even with the demonic techniques of evil sects, if we wanted to cultivate them, it wouldn't be impossible, only a question of whether it's worth it. His excuse is likely just a cover to avoid passing it on. But then, what is it about Li Yin and that previous disciple that made him choose them? Yesterday, I tested the boy's meridians using my internal energy at the training ground. They're very ordinary, even inferior to many of the soldiers in the army. Yet he spent years searching among hundreds of thousands of soldiers before choosing this one. That's what I truly can't figure out. The hall once again fell into silence. A moment later, Marshal Hong finally turned to the man in the black robe and said, Junior brother, regardless of what criteria he uses to select disciples, or what he intends to do with them, one thing is certain, he will have to pass down his methods. What we need to do is find a way to come into contact with Li Yin and obtain these techniques from him. With the eyes we have, we'll surely be able to glean something from the methods he's taught. Once we know more, we can make further plans. After another pause in the corner of the hall, footsteps gradually sounded and then faded into the distance. Marshal Hong remained seated in the oversized chair, silent. The hall returned to a stillness where even a pin drop could be heard. Evening, Great Qing Mountain. Uncle Chong and his son, Li Wei, were returning from the fields, just like every other day. Although the locust plague had ruined much of the harvest, some crops still remained. To farmers, grain was as dear as a mother is to a wandering child. Every grain was born of hardship, something the powerful and privileged could never understand. Each day, villagers would still tend to their fields, preserving what little was left. Uncle Chong would always return home before dark. Once back, his wife and 4 daughters would have already prepared a simple meal. They always try to eat before nightfall, Better to avoid the expense of burning oil lamps. Life had been hard in recent years, and even lamp oil was a luxury they had to save. Since Li Yin left yesterday, the house had felt gloomy and quiet. Old man, the village chief should be back today, right? Li Yan's mother looked at the others, all of whom were poking half-heartedly at their bowls of sweet potatoes. She herself hadn't even picked up her chopsticks, and now she turned to her husband with a face full of worry. "You old woman, why are you so naggy? You've been asking this over and over since noon yesterday. How many times have I told you? A round trip like that takes at least 2 days, and that's assuming things go smoothly. Just eat your meal in peace." Uncle Chong looked up, clearly irritated and annoyed. He tapped the side of his bowl with his chopsticks, making a sharp, clinking sound. "You were out in the fields all day and only just got back. How can you say I've been asking nonstop?" Li Yan's mother muttered under her breath. Li Wei glanced at his sister Li Xiaozhu, who happened to look at him at the same time. They had both wanted to chime in, but after hearing their parents argue, they wisely kept quiet. They knew their father wouldn't have an answer, even if they asked. But somehow, just talking even if aimlessly made things feel a little more bearable. Just then, footsteps sounded outside, followed by a loud, spirited voice. "Uncle Chong, I'm back. I'm back. Ha ha ha." The moment they heard that voice, everyone inside the house perked up. It was Li Guoxin's voice. In an instant, chairs scraped, bowls clattered, and everyone inside rushed out. Looking at the knocked-over stools and tossed chopsticks, Li Yan's mother spat with mock contempt. "Didn't you say you weren't anxious? You're all acting like you reincarnated or something." Still, she hurriedly stood and walked outside. Outside, Li Guoxin was walking toward Li Yan's house, followed by a bunch of village children and a few villagers. He hadn't even reached the door when 3 figures came rushing out of the house. It was Uncle Chong, Li Wei, and Li Xiaozhu. Behind them came Li Yan's mother in just as much of a hurry. Uncle Chong stopped in front of Li Guoxin, with Li Wei and Xiaozhu quickly gathering around. Uncle Chong took a deep breath, then smiled and said, "Guoxin, you're back. Come in, have some water, tell us everything slowly." Li Guoxin looked at Uncle Chang's face, who was trying hard to appear calm, but couldn't hide the anxiety in his eyes, and burst into hearty laughter again. "Ha ha! Uncle Chong, I won't go inside just yet. The cart's still at the village entrance, and I haven't even gone to Li Yu or Li Shan's homes. Yours is the first stop, because I have some very big news for you." Uncle Chong nodded repeatedly. All right. Then he, Li Wei, and Xiaozhu all looked at Li Guoxin with eager eyes. Li Guoxin gently pushed away a few children circling around him. "Go on. Go home and tell your families to stop by my house later and pick up what I brought back from the city." He wasn't just delivering news for Li Yin, he'd also picked up supplies for other families in the village. The children let out cheerful shouts of oh, before scattering. Some ran toward home, while others ran to the nearby villagers. Those few villagers who had met Li Guoxin at the village entrance stood nearby with their arms crossed or lightly patting their kids' heads, listening with curiosity to what news the village chief had brought back. Once the children were gone, Li Guoxin turned to the Li family, whose eyes were filled with anxious expectation, though they dared not rush him. Li Guoxin's expression turned serious. "Uncle Chong, I didn't go to the other houses first because I have great news to tell you." "Oh, Uncle Guoxin, what news?" Li Wei asked. The other 3 were equally nervous and hopeful. The villagers nearby quieted their children and moved closer, forming a small circle. Seeing this, Li Guoxin no longer held back. "Uncle Chong, it seems your family's ancestral graves truly have good feng shui." Li Yin went to the city to join the Imperial Guard, but guess what? Li Guoxin then told them everything that had happened in the city, adding in details about Strategist Ji's background so they could understand just how extraordinary the man Li Yin had apprenticed under was. As he spoke, more villagers gathered around. At first, they were too stunned to make sense of what they were hearing. Then suddenly, the crowd exploded into noise, voices rising in excitement and disbelief. Uncle Chong and his family stood frozen, unable to believe what they were hearing. Li Yin had actually become the disciple of the famous Lord Ji, whose name echoed, even louder than martial honks. Could strategist G really be that powerful? But seeing how confidently Li Guoxin spoke, the villagers chose to believe him. Mountain folk were simple and honest. To them, the village chief was already the highest authority. When even minor officials from town passed through, they were treated like royalty. So they naturally trusted the words of their own chief. "Oh, heavens, my heavens!" Lian's mother murmured to herself in the crowd, as if in a dream. Uncle Chang stood frozen, tears streaming silently down his face. At the strategist's residence, Lian's door had been closed since lunch. A small black wooden plaque now hung on the handle. He hadn't chosen the nearby vacant room as a cultivation space. After closing the door and hanging the plaque, he pulled out a chair, sat at the table, and picked up the small wooden figure. In his mind, he carefully reviewed the cultivation paths of the breathing guidance technique. He then used the wooden model to verify the paths, silently repeating the cultivation verses over and over. He had no intention of ending up like that unfortunate senior disciple. Only after about the time it takes for one incense stick to burn did he put down the wooden figure, sit cross-legged on his wooden bed, and begin practicing according to the instructions. However, he had already resolved in his heart. If anything felt wrong, he would stop immediately. What Lian did not know was that this very first step in his cultivation had already altered the course of his life. From this point on, he would tread a long path of endless pursuit. Chapter end. Sunlight slowly rose from above the valley, birds chirping crisply as they flitted through the forest, chasing one another in play. As time passed, the sun shifted from the eastern sky to directly above the valley, and then gradually slanted toward the peak on the western side. By dusk, it had sunk behind the mountain, and darkness blanketed the land. Only the chirping of autumn insects echoed in waves through the night. Just like that, day by day passed. Since Lian had begun his cultivation, 8 or 9 days had already gone by. Other than opening his door briefly each day to eat or wash up, he kept his door tightly shut at all other times. Inside the room, Lian now sat cross-legged on the wooden bed in a black long robe. His eyes were half closed, his hands forming a seal over his abdomen, breathing evenly and steadily. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, brows tightly furrowed. He had cultivated diligently over these 8 or 9 days, but still hadn't managed to trigger the qi in his dantian. He had even asked his teacher about it during this time. Strategist G had replied that the timing of initial cultivation varied from person to person. For some, it might take just 3 to 5 days, while others might need 10 to 15. The greatest taboo in cultivation was restlessness and impatience. Only with a calm and quiet mind could one succeed. However, it had already been nearly 10 days, and he still couldn't find the feeling the technique described. Naturally, this left him somewhat discouraged. So he got off the bed, pushed open the door, and walked out. Noticing that the sky had already darkened, he began to stroll slowly through the valley, mentally reviewing every word and phrase of the incantation, trying to grasp its deeper meaning. Suddenly, he heard the trickling sound of water. Unknowingly, he had wandered to the pool. As he listened to the sound of spring water gently cascading down from the cliff face and looked at the cold, silvery light of the half-moon above the valley, the flowing sound began to echo within his mind. Then, he suddenly felt a faint resonance within, as if some part of him was harmonizing with the sound of the flowing water. He instinctively sat down cross-legged beside the pool. The breathing guidance technique that had been lingering in his thoughts these past days began to circulate naturally and smoothly. Not long after, a faint black mist appeared on Lian's face. The black mist wasn't eerie or ominous. Instead, it gave the impression of being shrouded in a cool, deep, water-like aura, even tinged with a translucent glimmer. At this moment, Lian himself was unaware of any of this. He only felt the sound of flowing water filling his mind, and with each breath, it seemed to circulate throughout his entire body. Suddenly, he felt a cool sensation rising from his dantian, slowly traveling through his meridians along the exact paths outlined in the breathing guidance technique. Wherever this chill passed, it left the corresponding meridian path with a cold sensation, not the kind that made him shiver, but rather like a fish swimming into the sea, natural and flowing. Each time this cool current completed a circuit through his meridians, the chill in his dantian intensified, becoming more pronounced with every round. Inside the stone house on the eastern side of the valley, Strategist G was also sitting cross-legged behind his desk, meditating with eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He looked toward the door. Although it remained tightly shut, a faint smile appeared on his face. "So, you finally sense the energy of heaven and earth. It seems it's time to prepare the herbal infusion. This will be quite interesting." With that, he slowly closed his eyes once more. No one knew how much time had passed. When Lien finally opened his eyes again, the valley remained the same, and the water still trickled down the cliff face. Only the moon had disappeared from the sky. It was now midnight. His expression showed hesitation and doubt. The mountain nights in autumn were cold, yet he didn't feel the chill at all. In fact, the cold inside his body was even more intense, but not at all uncomfortable. On the contrary, he felt his senses sharpened and his body light as air. However, he remembered clearly that the breathing guidance technique said the qi in the dantian, once activated, should manifest as a warm current. Why, then, was his experience completely opposite? Could I have gone wrong somewhere in the cultivation? If so, will I end up like that previous senior disciple? Thinking this, unease began to creep over Lien. Just as he hesitated and stood up, the cool flow in his dantian suddenly faltered, as if caught by some unseen force. Its movement disrupted. And just at that moment, a voice rang out behind him. "Lien, you've finally completed your initiation." Not bad at all. Startled, he immediately turned around, only to see a black-robed figure standing silently behind him like a ghost in the night. However, upon recognizing the voice, Lian's heart relaxed, and he quickly bowed. "Teacher, you're still awake at this hour?" He was quietly astonished. His teacher's internal cultivation was truly profound. He had barely felt a change within himself, yet his teacher had already sensed it. It was incredible. Though the moonlight had already faded from the valley, under the starlight Lien could faintly make out a trace of a smile on his teacher's indistinct face. Feeling uncertain, he spoke again, hesitantly. "Teacher, I'm not sure if I've succeeded or not. I could feel the qi in your dantian being activated. It should be correct," Strategist G said calmly. "But, according to the technique, the dantian should produce a warm current. What I felt instead was a cold flow." As he spoke, a trace of unease appeared on Lian's face. Strategist G was momentarily stunned after hearing this, but then let out a soft chuckle. "I didn't explain this to you earlier. The breathing guidance technique is merely used to stimulate the qi within the dantian. As for the sensations experienced at the moment of activation, they vary from person to person. Sourness, numbness, itching, cold, heat, it differs for everyone. Typically, warmth or heat is the most common. That's why the incantation I gave you only mentioned the common feelings. There's no need for concern." Hearing this, Lien let out a long breath of relief, his anxiety completely dispelled. He thought to himself, "Looks like in the future, I should just ask teacher directly about these things. All this overthinking and scaring myself for nothing." In the darkness, it was as if Strategist G could clearly see the look of relief on Lian's face. "You've worked hard these past few days. No need to cultivate any further tonight. Go rest early. Tomorrow, you'll begin formal cultivation of the wood Enard." "Yes, teacher." "Then this disciple will take his leave." Lien was filled with joy upon hearing this. That meant he had finally entered the threshold of cultivation and now qualified to train in a proper martial art technique. He even felt an urge to begin immediately, but he understood this wasn't something to be rushed. Although his physical strength hadn't been much depleted over the past 10 days, his mental energy was indeed thoroughly exhausted. He turned and began walking back to his stone chamber. After a few steps, the feeling of blockage in his dantian noticeably eased. In his heart, he couldn't help but secretly admire his teacher's profound skill. Before, when he had no inner energy, he never felt anything. But now that he had just a thread of internal chi, he could already sense the pressure emanating from his teacher. As Li Yan's figure disappeared into the darkness, strategist Ji simply turned around and vanished without a sound. When he reappeared, he was already back inside his own room. With a sweep of his sleeve, the door shut silently. He resumed sitting cross-legged at his desk. The smile on his face was now gone, replaced by a shifting mix of expressions, at once somber and conflicted. So his first connection to the energy of heaven and earth is through water. That confirms what I saw during the needle test. The black aura was indeed strongest. That being the case, perhaps cultivating a wood element technique isn't the most ideal. But luckily, he's of mixed spiritual roots. Judging by what I observed last time, he also has affinity with green, the wood energy second only to water. He should still be able to cultivate it, though it will likely take longer. But will I be able to suppress the poison long enough for him to succeed? Strategist G sat in silence for a moment, then shook his head and gave a bitter smile. To have even one successor appear before my death is already a stroke of great fortune. Am I really asking for more than I deserve? Still, I must accelerate his cultivation. We'll begin tomorrow. No matter what, this body of mine can no longer afford to wait. With that thought, he closed his eyes again and resumed his meditation. The next morning, Li Yan awoke feeling refreshed and clear-minded. His mood was as bright as the crisp blue sky outside. After breakfast, he arrived early in front of his teacher's stone chamber. Just like last time, as soon as he reached the door, strategist G's voice rang out. Although Li Yan had rarely left his own room in the past days, he had gathered that his teacher seldom left the stone house. Most days, he remained inside, cultivating behind closed doors. Li Yan spent another half-day inside. When he finally emerged, strategist G also walked out and called over Chun and Li Yan. After giving them a few instructions, he made his way into the second stone chamber. Not long after, Chun and Li Yan carried a large, exquisitely crafted bronze cauldron to the door of Li Yan's room. As instructed, Li Yan remained inside waiting for them. Seeing the two arrive, he welcomed them in and had them place the cauldron inside. The room was spacious enough to easily accommodate it. The bronze cauldron was about half a man tall, made of refined bronze that gleamed with a faint yellow hue. Its base was made of solid jade. Around the body of the cauldron were 3 carved purple flood dragons. Their heads were raised upward, as if lifting the basin. Between their bodies and the cauldron were several decorative cutouts, through which the inner workings of the cauldron could faintly be seen. At that moment, the interior glowed red-hot with fire. Though the source of the fuel was unknown, there was no smoke whatsoever, yet waves of heat radiated outward. About 15 minutes later, strategist G emerged from the second stone chamber, his face ashen gray with a tinge of exhaustion. Chunin and Li Yan went into that room next and soon returned, carrying a large bronze basin filled with steaming liquid. They brought it to Li Yan's room and carefully placed it atop the 3 dragon heads of the cauldron. After bowing respectfully to both strategist G and Li Yan, the two quietly closed the door and left. Strategist G stepped up to the cauldron. Despite his fatigue, he wore a faint smile as he spoke to Li Yan. "Did you memorize the incantation I taught you this morning?" Li Yan stood properly in front of the cauldron and answered respectfully. "Disciple has memorized it." "Good." Though each layer's incantation isn't long, its essence is deep and profound. It must be comprehended and internalized. I spent the better part of this morning explaining every part of it to you so that you would fully understand the workings of the first layer. From this point on, the rest will depend on your own diligence and discipline. As the saying goes, a master can lead you to the door, but the practice is up to the individual. That's an eternal truth. You must remember it. Strategist G nodded as he finished speaking. Disciple will devote himself to diligent training. Thank you, teacher, for your instruction. Li Yin stood with hands lowered, respectfully awaiting further instruction. At this point, the bronze basin atop the cauldron was billowing with thick steam. Peering into it, Li Yin could see that within the rising mist, countless herbs were simmering in the liquid. Wisps of greenish-black vapor curled upward, lingering above the basin. These herbal concoctions are made using a secret method of our sect. This single basin can be reused for 7 days. After 7 days, the herbs will lose their potency and a new batch must be prepared with slightly increased quantities. This cycle will repeat for 49 days, 7 cycles of 7 days. During this time, your meridians will undergo the cleansing and marrow forging process, becoming extraordinarily tough and resilient. Only after your meridians are tempered this way can they endure the forceful and aggressive flow of our sect's internal energy. In fact, just the physical conditioning of this 49-day regimen will make your meridians stronger than those of most second- or third-rate martial artists in the martial world. Normally, to reach this stage, one must spend over 10 years of arduous training. But through our sect's secret purification method, this same result can be achieved much faster. Of course, there's no such thing as a free reward in this world. The process is extremely painful. Without immense willpower, it cannot be completed. All of this depends on your own endurance. Do you understand? As he said this, strategist Ji's tone turned stern and serious. Disciple understands. I will not disappoint teacher's expectations. Li Yin met his teacher's gaze with firm resolve. He had already been warned repeatedly in the morning and was mentally prepared. He was a person of strong will. Once he decided on something, he would not turn back. Good. Then begin. I will stand guard outside over the coming days. If anything goes wrong, I will intervene immediately. With that, strategist Ji said no more. He opened the door and left the room, closing it behind him from the outside. Then he sat cross-legged at the stone table outside and began to meditate once again. Chapter end. After strategist Ji left, Li Yin instantly felt the flow of qi within his body ease, and he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. As long as his teacher was nearby, his internal energy always seemed obstructed. He quickly calmed his mind and focused his breath, casting aside all stray thoughts. His teacher had already told him that the bronze cauldron burned for approximately 1 hour each session, giving him limited time to cultivate. He couldn't afford to waste a single moment. Hastening to the bronze cauldron, Li Yin assumed a stable stance and extended both hands into the greenish-black vapor rising from the basin, silently circulating the cultivation method in his heart. Immediately, the vapor coiled around his hands and split into 10 thin black strands, which drilled into his fingertips as if drawn by some invisible force. Li Yin felt as though red-hot needles were prying open his fingernails, attempting to peel them off entirely. The agony pierced straight through his nerves and into his brain. Even though he had mentally prepared for this, he hadn't expected the pain to be so excruciating. He let out a muffled groan as his stance wavered, stumbling back 2 steps. Yet, an eerie scene unfolded. The 10 threads of black vapor didn't disperse. Instead, they stretched with him, clinging to his fingers like venomous threads pulled taut, still madly forcing their way into his nail beds. Sweat instantly drenched his black robe. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself forward 2 steps and resumed his stance. Inside his body, the fine black threads of medicinal qi were like glowing needles, piercing and threading through his meridians. With every inch they advanced, his entire body convulsed involuntarily, and layer after layer of sweat gushed forth like a torrent. He didn't know how long he could endure this, but his nature was inherently resolute. Once he committed to something, even if he couldn't do it perfectly, he would still give it everything he had. Time ticked away. Eventually, Li Yin's nerves became numb from the pain. Only his subconscious was still guiding the movement of the technique. Circulating outside the room, strategist Ji remained seated cross-legged at the stone table. Though his eyes were closed in meditation, his eyelids would occasionally twitch, betraying his concern. Finally, after more than half an hour had passed, his eyes suddenly snapped open, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the stone table. At the same moment, the door to Li Yan's room flew open, pushed by an invisible force. Inside, Li Yan's face was pale with a sickly greenish-black tint. His arms and hands were shrouded in thick black qi, and he had already lost consciousness. He could no longer even operate his technique reflexively. His body tilted backward, about to collapse to the ground. The black threads still clung stubbornly to his fingers, forming twisted arcs in the air that looked utterly eerie. Just as he was about to crash to the floor, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. A sweeping black sleeve wrapped around him mid-fall, gently suspending him in the air. With his other sleeve, Strategist G flicked at the 10 black threads. A few soft po sounds rang out like blades cutting through silk, and the threads were severed from Li Yan's fingertips. But Li Yan's body still seemed to exert a pulling force. The severed strands writhed in the air like venomous snakes, swaying and lashing out in his direction. It was a horrifying sight. Strategist G paid them no further mind. With a flick of his sleeve, a gentle force supported Li Yan and slowly lowered him onto the wooden bed. He then approached the bedside. With a few complex hand seals, faint green star-like glimmers burst from his fingertips and shot into Li Yan's abdomen. At that moment, Li Yan felt as though he was trapped inside a volcano, his whole body ablaze with unbearable heat. He wanted to scream, but no sound came out. The torment was excruciating. He was surrounded by rivers of molten lava, boiling and consuming him from within. He truly believed he would die in this volcano. Then, suddenly, a wave of coolness rose from his abdomen. The overwhelming heat and lava receded in an instant, and his mind quickly cleared. Opening his eyes, he found himself lying flat on the bed and saw Strategist G standing by in his black robe. He tried to sit up, but searing pain exploded in his chest and stomach. He let out a heavy groan and slumped back down. Stars danced in front of his eyes, and the volcano inside him seemed ready to erupt again. Stealing his mind, he turned his head and gave a strained smile toward his teacher. "Hey, teacher, this disciple is incompetent. I've failed your expectations." "Ha ha ha. There's no need to blame yourself. You've already exceeded my expectations by lasting over half an hour on your first attempt. You've done very well." Strategist G gave him a gentle smile. "Then does this mean I can truly cultivate our sex technique?" Li Yan's face twisted in pain as he spoke through gritted teeth. "Of course, but although you're suffering now, you must still refine the herbal energy you absorbed. If it remains in your body, it will do far more harm than good. Only by refining it will it become truly yours. Only then is a full cycle complete." Li Yan understood this well. His teacher had explained it all earlier. Each session had 2 parts, absorbing the herbal energy, then refining it with inner force. After 49 days, 7 cycles of 7, he would reach the first layer. His body would then generate genuine internal energy, not just that initial cool sensation. From that point on, he would no longer need the herbal infusion. He could rely on steady cultivation alone. Taking a deep breath, Li Yan endured the burning pain in his body and slowly sat up, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes to begin refining the energy. Seeing this, Strategist G quietly turned and left the room, once again sitting cross-legged at the stone table outside. Once seated, he glanced toward Li Yan's room and muttered softly to himself, "This boy does have remarkable willpower, but once he finishes refining the herbal energy, whether he can maintain inner peace remains to be seen. I truly hope all goes as expected." With those cryptic words, he sank into deep thought. From that day onward, Li Yan began his long, painful journey of drawing in medicinal energy and refining it, day after day. Despite the agony, he persisted through sheer willpower. Gradually, he was able to remain conscious longer during the energy absorption process. As time passed, the herbal potency doubled nearly every 7 days. Whether it was due to improvement in his cultivation or greater tolerance for pain, the torment of energy infusion slowly began to lessen. Aside from assisting him during the initial sessions, Strategist G no longer needed to intervene. Li Yin was eventually able to complete each cycle on his own. Had he been able to see inside his own body, he would have been stunned. Several of his main meridians had already expanded significantly. Where once they were like fragile threads, the medicinal energy had forcefully torn them open and widened them, causing extreme pain. But as he refined the energy and it settled within him, all the meridians, large and small, grew steadily stronger and thicker, especially those crucial main pathways, which had become visibly broader and more resilient. Hugh, letting out a long breath, Li Yin concluded his energy circulation and refining session for the day. He didn't get up. Remaining seated cross-legged, he opened his eyes and immediately frowned as a wave of irritability surged up in his chest. Taking another deep breath, he tried to steady himself. As his daily cultivation progressed, Li Yin noticed his temperament had been growing increasingly irritable, as if a ball of fire was rampaging through his body, leaving him restless and on edge. But Strategist G had told him this was a result of the herbal medicine tempering his body. Once he passed the 49-day cycle and entered the first layer, this condition would improve. With deeper cultivation, it would eventually disappear altogether. Li Yin accepted this explanation. Thinking of his teacher's peerless martial prowess, it all seemed perfectly reasonable, but for some reason, a vague sense of unease remained in his heart. Perhaps it was the instinctive fear of the unknown. Trying to set the thought aside, he found the irritation within him only intensified to the point where it affected his ability to maintain a focused, meditative state during cultivation. He stood up and pushed open the door. Night had already fallen. Feeling suffocated, he wandered into the valley, needing to vent the unrest in his heart. Since beginning his training, he had spent almost every day immersed in cultivation and rarely had time to relax. But tonight, the agitation within him left him unable to remain inside his room. He walked aimlessly through the valley. The cool night wind brushed against his face, bringing with it a soothing chill that began to ease the stuffiness in his chest. He took several deep breaths, letting the night air's faint chill wash through him. Just like that, he continued walking slowly through the valley. The valley wasn't very large. After circling about halfway around, Li Yin neared the pool of water. A sharper chill greeted him, causing a distinct cold sensation to rise within. At that moment, he felt the flow of qi within him become smooth and unimpeded. His spirits lifted. Hurrying forward, he came to the edge of the water. The icy aura emanating from the pool was even stronger here, and the stifling heat within him was swept away in an instant. Overjoyed, Li Yin simply sat down beside the water. He remained there for half an hour. By the time he rose to leave, the heat in his body had completely subsided. As a wave of drowsiness overtook him, he returned to his room and immediately fell into a deep, restful sleep. At dawn, Li Yin awoke refreshed, feeling more energized than he had in days. After over 20 days of cultivation and bodily transformation, it had been a long time since he'd slept so soundly. He stood at his table and gazed out the window at the thin mist curling above the water surface. His eyes gradually lit up with renewed clarity. Without delay, he headed straight to Strategist G's stone chamber. Just as he arrived, his teacher's familiar, gentle voice rang out. "Come in." "Yes, teacher." Li Yin's expression grew serious as he quickly stepped inside. As always, Strategist G was seated cross-legged behind his desk, seemingly unchanged, holding that book of uncertain material, neither metal nor jade, in one hand and smiling up at him. Yet, just like every other time, Li Yin immediately felt his qi flow become sluggish the moment he entered his teacher's presence. You seem to be in good spirits today. It seems you've made a discovery about this valley." Strategist G looked at him with a knowing smile. "Teacher, already know why I came?" Li Yin asked, a bit surprised. "You've realized that the area by the pool can dispel the heat in your body, haven't you?" "Yes, teacher." So, teacher already knew of the pool's properties? Leanne's expression turned somewhat awkward. Of course I knew. One of the main reasons I chose this valley as my residence is precisely because of the unique chill of that pool. Then, teacher, why didn't you suggest I cultivate by the pool earlier? Lian asked hesitantly. Hee, our sex introductory cultivation method is indeed quite aggressive, and this kind of bodily agitation is a common reaction. There are many ways to deal with it. One is to calm the mind through personal hobbies, such as playing instruments, composing music, or calligraphy. Another is to counterbalance the internal fire with external cold forces like ice stones, snowy peaks, or cold pools. Here, strategist G paused, glancing at Lian. But Lian didn't interrupt. He knew his teacher would explain further. Seeing how calmly Lian waited, strategist G silently sighed to himself. This child has a quiet nature and a thoughtful mind. He continued, the reason I didn't have you cultivate by the pool from the beginning is because, early in cultivation, it's best to endure with your own willpower. This is crucial for tempering the heart and mind. If you rely on external aids from the start, their effects will diminish over time, and in the end, your progress will be hindered. That's why I didn't mention these things. I feared you wouldn't be able to resist the temptation and would abandon the tempering of your will. Lian thought to himself. So that's the reason. There are many ways to relieve this internal heat, but they can't be used lightly. He immediately bowed. Disciple understands his mistake. Strategist G waved his hand. This isn't your fault. I simply never explained it clearly before. After a moment's thought, he added, for what I've observed, your cultivation has reached a bottleneck. For now, avoid cultivating by the pool. I'll use another method to help suppress your current inner heat. When you attempt to break through to the first layer after 49 days, that will be the best time to train by the pool. Once you reach the first layer, you'll be able to train there regularly. Lian was delighted to hear this. Then, teacher, what method will you use? You'll find out during today's cultivation. Strategist G smiled faintly, giving no further explanation. Lian could only smile wryly and take his leave. A few hours later, after Lian absorbed the medicinal energy, as usual, and sat cross-legged to begin refining it, the familiar searing agitation surged up within his body once more. He tried to suppress it a few times, but his control slipped. His mind grew more restless, and the internal fire became increasingly difficult to bear. Just then, a sound drifted in through the window. A gentle tune played on a zither. It was like the autumn moon reflected on a still lake, like a jade rabbit rising over the eastern hills, like a soft breeze brushing the forest canopy, like a girl's whispered secrets, and then like morning dew sparkling in the light, melting across the heart. As the melody entered his ears, Lian felt a cool clarity begin to take shape in his mind. The agitation in his chest faded, and his inner consciousness gradually cleared. He instantly understood what his teacher's chosen method was. His teacher's zither skill was so profound it could bring peace and lucidity to the heart and mind. He didn't dare dwell on the thought. Calming his breath, Lian entered a state of focused serenity, slowly stepping into a realm of selfless tranquility. Millions of li away from Great Qing Pass, the land here was already desolate and uninhabited, with a vast expanse of undulating mountains. These seemingly endless mountain ranges were predominantly dark green in color, densely vegetated. The leaves and stalks were thick, fleshy, and broad, their deep green hue so rich it seemed as though viscous sap might drip from them. Towering ancient trees stood tall and massive, most of them reaching dozens of zhang high. It would take 5 or 6 grown men to encircle just one of them. Each tree stood as if holding up the heavens. If one stood atop one of the taller peaks and looked down, the view would be of a vast canopy of trees stretching to the horizon, layer upon layer, endless and boundless. Demonic beasts roamed freely throughout this forested mountain range. Low-level beasts were innumerable, and high-level ones occasionally appeared as well. Yet within this expansive forested mountain region, There was one area into which few demonic beasts dared to venture, as if they feared something greatly. In this region, too, the peaks were lofty and steep, the primeval forest vast. At the summit of one cloud-piercing mountain peak stood ethereal palaces of jade and crystal. Pavilions and towers stood tall, small bridges crossed flowing streams, and spiritual birds fluttered through the air. Above the mountainside, year-round clouds and mist swirled, winding among the pavilions and bamboo paths. Within this scene, it felt as if one could reach out and grasp the very wind and clouds. At the very top of the mountain was a vast platform, spanning around 10,000 jaw. The stone slabs covering the platform were all polished smooth. Standing atop it, a person would appear insignificant, with no end to the platform in sight. Behind the platform, atop 1,000 steps, stood a grand palace. From the upturned eaves and above, it disappeared into the sea of clouds, making it impossible to tell just how high the palace actually extended. At this moment, inside the palace, two people were conversing. One sat upon a massive throne in the center of the palace. The backrest and armrests of this throne were densely carved with many strange and unknown ferocious beasts, both large and small. These beasts had snarling, savage, or sinister expressions. Each one emitted a cold, eerie glow, their features incredibly lifelike, almost as if they were alive. The man sitting on the throne had 3 long strands of beard. He appeared to be in his early 30s. His face was as fair as jade, his eyes narrow and long, and he wore a scholar's cap on his head. His long green robe complemented his tall and slender figure, giving off the air of a deeply cultured Confucian scholar. The other man sat lower down on the left side. He looked to be in his 60s, wearing a dark green robe. He was somewhat thin, his face hawk-like, and his eyes exuded an intensely cold aura. His 10 fingers, shriveled like eagle claws, gripped the armrests of his chair. The two of them sat within the vast palace, appearing extremely small, like 2 ants standing inside an enormous imperial hall. Peak Master, the hawk-faced elder, said to the scholar-like man above him. A subordinate stationed outside dispatched a green hawk falcon to return with information. Around 700,000 li from here, near the outskirts of a suspected cultivator ruin, a pile of bones was discovered. Using secret arts to investigate, we confirmed the remains belonged to that outer sect disciple who betrayed our peak and fled 7 years ago. The hawk-faced elder spoke with a look of deep hatred on his face, his eyes momentarily flashing with vicious light. Oh, a cultivator ruin 700,000 li away. The robed scholar looked down toward the elder. Did the law enforcement disciples retrieve what the traitor stole? No. Only a damaged storage pouch was found beside the bones. As for the rest, the hawk-faced elder responded helplessly, shaking his head by the end. This matter has already caused our peak considerable embarrassment in front of the other 4 peaks. Although what he took was merely our peak's entry-level cultivation technique, it is something that only disciples of our sect can cultivate, especially since it includes a basic body tempering formula. It absolutely must not be leaked. Otherwise, what use is an entry-level technique if anyone can get their hands on it? The scholar said with a frown. He thought for a moment, his long fingers lightly tapping his thigh, then continued. Do this, dispatch more of our peak's law enforcement disciples to expand the search area. You can start with pharmacies, whether they're run by mortals or cultivators in their marketplaces, all must be investigated. Anyone who acquired the cultivation method may attempt to cultivate it. I do not want to see any non-sect chi condensation disciples appearing in the outside world. So said the scholar in green robes. Yes, Peak Master. I was thinking the same. The hawk-faced elder responded. If we discover someone cultivating it, then we'll act according to our law enforcement hall's rules. After eliminating them, we'll extract their soul and use it to feed the soul-binding threadworm, trapping them between life and death. Then we'll make a public example of them to warn the other sections. The elder's eyes gleamed fiercely with murderous light. Outside, Great Qing Pass City, within the valley. With the help of strategist G, Li Yin trained diligently every day, and time passed in such monotonous repetition. Li Yin gradually began to feel that as his cultivation progressed, his teacher's zither music was increasingly unable to suppress the burning heat inside his body. Especially in the last 2 days, he had completed his cultivation sessions in a semi-conscious, dazed state. He knew that as his cultivation deepened, the effectiveness of the zither music on him was beginning to fade. However, for the Li Yin of today, this would no longer be an issue tomorrow because tomorrow would be the 49th day of his training. At dawn, with the sky still dim, Li Yin pushed open the door and stepped outside, walking around the valley. The restless agitation in his chest these past few days had made it hard for him to sleep. Since he would be cultivating at the pond today, he might as well stroll through the valley and breathe in the crisp autumn morning air to help dispel some of the unease in his chest. After about half an hour, he returned to his room. By then, a woman had already delivered breakfast. He took a few bites, but quickly lost his appetite, then sat cross-legged in the room. Not long after, a few knocks sounded from outside the door, prompting Li Yin to open his eyes. Outside were Chun, Un, and Li Yin. The two bowed respectfully to him, and Chun spoke. "Young master, the Lord instructed us to place the bronze furnace by the pond. Sorry to trouble you too." Li Yin nodded at them. Since coming into the valley, he had interacted with very few people, mainly the woman who brought meals and these two men. These people treated him with great respect, which he had found hard to get used to at first. But over time, he gradually grew accustomed to these formalities. Once the two carried out the bronze furnace, Li Yin followed them out of the room. Before long, Chun Un and Li Yin had set the bronze furnace down near the pond. After adjusting and confirming that the furnace was stable, the two turned and walked toward the second training room of Strategist G. At that moment, the door to the training room was tightly shut, so the two of them stood there silently, waiting without saying a word. Li Yin stood in front of his own room, not speaking to them either, instead staring blankly at the bronze furnace by the pond. For some reason, as he looked at the furnace and the pond, he suddenly remembered that senior brother he had never met. If he recalled correctly, that senior brother had died suddenly just over a month after entering the valley. The phrase, "just over a month," repeated itself in Li Yin's mind. 7 times 7, 49 days, not even 2 full months. Was it merely a coincidence? For a time, he was lost in thought. Young master, the Lord is calling you." A few calls snapped him out of his daze. He looked up to see Li Yin walking toward him, softly calling out as he approached. In the distance, Strategist G was already standing by the pond at some unknown point in time. Atop the bronze furnace, the now familiar bronze basin had been placed. Li Yin didn't even know how long he'd been lost in thought. He gave his head a small shake, as if trying to rid himself of the chaotic thoughts. After steadying his mind, he quickly walked toward the furnace. Seeing this, Chun and Li Yin quietly exited the valley. Strategist G stood not far from the furnace, clad in his wide black robe, hands clasped behind his back. He stared blankly at the bronze basin, speaking in a tone that seemed like a murmur to himself, yet also directed at Li Yin. "The final day. It's the final day. Will you make it?" Though the words were soft, they rang clearly in the tranquil valley. Without reason, a jolt passed through Li Yin's heart. But things had come to this point. There was nothing more to say. He stepped forward to the bronze furnace in a few quick strides. Today, the mist rising from the bronze basin was no longer the dark bluish-green of past days, but a pure black fog, thick to the point of substance, churning and surging nonstop. Looking into the basin, Li Yin saw the liquid roiling within. The thick fluid resembled boiling ink, and the medicinal herbs within were completely obscured. Only bubbling black blisters continuously rose and burst. Waves of black vapor followed, then fused upward into the rolling black mist above, making countless tiny black bubbles surged out of the basin, merging into larger blisters that rose, burst, and emitted smoke in a continuous cycle. It was clear that the medicinal potency had increased several times over compared to previous days. Li Yin took a deep breath, stood firm, and stretched both hands into the thick black mist that refused to dissipate. Immediately, 10 streams of black energy drilled into his fingers. But unlike before, these 10 streams were no longer thin wisps. They had grown several times thicker, condensed into something like solid rods. They pierced into Li Yan's fingers like iron bars. Li Yan felt a pain that pierced to the bone for the first time. The pain came crashing in like a surging tide, causing his whole body to tremble violently. Though he clenched his teeth tightly, guttural groans still escaped his lips. The surging pain spread from his fingers, rushing up his arms, beginning to wreak havoc through every part of his body. Had he not gone through the training of the past several dozen days, this single wave would likely have knocked him unconscious. Strategist G stood silently nearby, expressionless, though his brows twitched occasionally, betraying his inner unrest. He didn't move, his gaze fixed intently on Li Yan. Time passed slowly. After roughly the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Li Yan's expression had already dulled. Amidst constant muffled groans, he had slowly retreated several steps, reaching the edge of the pond. By now, Li Yan's mind was void of thought. Even the will to circulate his cultivation technique had faded. Yet the thick streams of black energy seemed no longer to need guidance. They forcibly poured into him, rampaging through his meridians. His skin had turned pitch black, his face swollen and contorted, with tendrils of black energy snaking across his features, terrifying to behold. Li Yan felt the energy within him careening wildly. His body felt on the verge of exploding. Countless burning currents seemed intent on reducing his organs to ash. With great effort, he clung to a sliver of clarity and turned his head towards Strategist G, speaking with difficulty. Teacher, this disciple. He couldn't finish his words. Another surge of wild energy inside made him writhe in unbearable pain. Strategist G remained motionless in place, his face devoid of expression. Li Yan's vision blurred. His body swayed, and a few breaths later, he toppled backward, falling straight into the pond behind him. Yet those 10 thick streams of black energy remained firmly latched to his fingers. Even as Li Yan's body sank into the pond, they continued to coil above the water's surface, undulating like living pythons. As Li Yan hit the water, a wave of cold engulfed him. Then his entire body felt a surge of cold, clearing his mind a little. His vision was filled with shimmering pond water. Looking up through the surface, he could faintly see the distorted but unmoving figure on the shore. Li Yan no longer had the strength to swim. He sank deeper into the pond. Even as icy water entered his mouth, it could not extinguish the burning currents raging inside his body. His consciousness grew ever more faint, and in the final moments of his clarity, Li Yan gave a bitter laugh in his heart. So, this is the path senior brother walked. Chapter end. Just as Li Yan began sinking into the pond, the blank expression on Strategist G's face suddenly loosened a little. He's endured until 70 or 80% of the medicinal power has been absorbed, same as that previous disciple. But if that's the case, with his mixed spiritual roots, refining the medicinal power to reach the first level of chi condensation will be even harder. Regardless, it still needs to be tested. Hopefully, it won't end the same way as last time. At that thought, he no longer hesitated. With a stomp of his feet, his figure leapt into the air. His arms stretched out horizontally, and his wide sleeves billowed in the wind as he glided over the pond like a black rock. At the instant he neared the water's surface, one sleeve flicked toward the 10 strands of thick black energy still hovering and undulating above the pond. With a series of pop, pop, pop sounds, the 10 strands of black chi dispersed into countless wisps of black smoke. Then, with a sudden dive in midair, his other hand reached out from within his wide sleeve. In the next moment, with a splash, he grabbed Li Yan's body from under the surface and dragged him out of the water. His toe tapped lightly on the water's surface, and his body twisted midair, soaring toward the shore with Li Yan in hand. In his unconscious state, Lien felt almost weightless. Strategist G, light as a puff of smoke, landed gently on the bank. The entire sequence of movements was swift and graceful, like a falcon swooping and retreating. But what he didn't notice was that when his left hand brushed away the black chi from the water, a golden flash silently escaped from the strange book he always kept hidden in his sleeve, tightly clutched at all times. The golden light mixed into the dissipating black smoke on the water's surface, passed through it, then shot toward Lian's body with incredible speed, vanishing without a trace the moment it made contact. After landing, Strategist G laid Lian flat on the ground, then rapidly formed a few hand seals in front of his chest and pointed a finger at Lian's abdomen. Several streaks of green light shot into him. Lian's body trembled briefly, then returned to stillness. Strategist G frowned, then formed another set of hand seals. This time, more green light flew into Lian's abdomen, but this time, Lian's body didn't even twitch. Strategist G's brows furrowed deeper. He strode quickly to Lian's side, bent down, and pressed his fingers beneath Lian's nose. His frown deepened further as he muttered to himself. This is strange. He's not dead, but he won't wake up either. Last time, a single infusion of spiritual energy was enough to wake the other one. Why is it different this time? He stood up, placing a hand on his forehead in deep thought. Meanwhile, inside Lian's body, the fire poison was rampaging uncontrollably. Wherever it passed, the meridians were being utterly destroyed. Just as his life force was on the verge of extinction, a strange new force suddenly arose within him. This power was vast, like surging tides, cool and fast-flowing. It swept through every part of his body at great speed. Wherever the searing fire poison had scorched and damaged his meridians, this tide would flow through and restore them at an astonishing rate. The rampaging fire poison was also gradually being suppressed by this immense power, eventually pushed into one corner of his body. The moment Strategist G's first few strands of green light entered his body, Lian's mind briefly regained a sliver of clarity. The many days of arduous cultivation had already ingrained certain instincts. Just as his body began to rise, instinctively preparing to refine today's medicinal power, suddenly, a voice shouted in his mind. "Do you want to die?" Lian's mind exploded like thunder. In the next moment, a wave of dizziness overtook him, and he completely lost consciousness and awareness. It was unclear how much time had passed when Lian slowly came to. Just as he was about to open his eyes, a voice echoed softly in his mind. "ID, don't open your eyes yet. If you do, you'll be dead in no time." Lian froze, instinctively trying to speak, but found he couldn't make a sound at all. Panicking, he tried to open his eyes and look around, only to discover that he couldn't open them either. "Told you not to open them, and you still try. You're even making me use what little magic power I have left." The voice returned again, tired and exasperated. Lian was shocked. He thought to himself, "Am I already dead? Is this what the 9 nether underworld is like? So dark I can't see, can't speak, even that is a luxury." Just then, his mind suddenly reeled with dizziness. Before him, countless images began flashing past at high speed. When things finally settled, he found himself above a small lake of black water. His body floated inexplicably in the air. The sky here was also pitch black, the small lake below utterly still, no wind, no waves. An oppressive silence pervaded the space. He couldn't descend, nor could he ascend higher into the sky. He could only remain suspended in place. Just as he looked around in confusion, the air before him began to distort and twist. Black lines wove and coiled through the distorted space, interlacing and overlapping. Finally, a blurry human figure began to take form. As the figure approached, it gradually became clearer. It was a tall, imposing old man with long white hair flowing to his shoulders. His face was sharp and well-defined, and his eyes deep as abyssal waters, profound and unfathomable. It felt as though he could peer through time itself seeing across millennia with a single glance. The old man wore a gray robe. His face carried a look of weariness, and as he walked, an invisible pressure swept toward Li Yin, making it hard for him to stay upright. His body instinctively swayed. Li Yin let out a bitter laugh in his heart. Is this the incessant hell the Buddhist texts speak of? The sea of Azura must lie beneath, and this old man before me. He must be the soul reaper come to fetch me. Though, he doesn't look that frightening. The old man slowly came to a stop in front of Li Yin. His eyes locked onto him, and a chilling aura quietly filled the space. If I'd awakened even a moment later, you'd already be dead. Li Yin froze and couldn't help but speak. Esteemed Reaper, haven't I already died? Otherwise, how could I have come to this incessant hell? As soon as he finished, he was startled again. Wait, when did I regain the ability to speak? Just a moment ago, I couldn't even make a sound. It must be that my soul has left my body. This must be my soul speaking now. Hearing this, the old man was taken aback. Then, a faint smile slowly appeared on his sharp, aged face. You think you're just a wisp of soul? Well, what you said is right, and also not entirely right. Seeing that the other party didn't look particularly fierce, Li Yin grew a little bolder. Upon hearing those words, he hesitated and asked, Esteemed messenger, why do you say that? Just a moment ago, I was still in the valley at Great Qing Pass, and then all of a sudden, I ended up here. If my soul wasn't drawn away, then what else could it be? Hearing Li Yan's explanation, the old man curled his lips slightly into a playful smile. Would you believe me if I said you're inside your own sea of consciousness? Or you could call it your awareness space. Li Yan's expression froze. Sea of consciousness. My awareness space. Li Yan had never heard of the term sea of consciousness, but he did understand awareness. When he cultivated, it was through meditation and directing his awareness, what martial artists often call will or intent. My body appearing inside the awareness of my own mind. A strange expression surfaced on Li Yan's face. You could say that. The sea of consciousness is a space of the mind. It can be vast or small. However, ordinary people are unable to enter their own or anyone else's sea of consciousness. But now, I've drawn your awareness into your own sea of consciousness, and this body you see is nothing but a projected shadow of your consciousness. So technically, when you say you're a wisp of soul, you're not entirely wrong. The old man spoke with a gentle smile. Li Yan's face was filled with disbelief. His body appearing inside his own mind? What kind of concept was that? He couldn't wrap his head around it. Seeing his confusion, the old man gave a kind smile and continued. I don't have much time right now, so I can only briefly explain this to you before I move on to something far more important. The sea of consciousness or awareness, as you call, is stronger in beings with greater willpower. The more powerful the awareness, the more vast the sea of consciousness becomes. However, this space is intangible and cannot be touched by ordinary people. But to cultivators, it's different. They can not only observe their own sea of consciousness, but even that of others. The wider the sea of consciousness, the greater the power that can be harnessed through immortal arts. Of course, the sea of consciousness has many uses which you'll have to slowly learn about in time. Li Yin felt as if he were falling into a fog. What's all this about? Cultivators? Immortals? Aren't those just myths and legends? Just as he was about to ask more questions, the old man in gray seemed to anticipate his confusion and spoke again. I know you have many questions, but I have little time. I'll tell you only what is most important. If you're fortunate enough in the future to enter an immortal sect, you'll understand the rest gradually. The old man looked visibly fatigued as he spoke. Hearing this and looking at the old man's expression, Li Yin, though still completely lost, didn't press further. He simply stood quietly and waited for what the old man would say next. Seeing his demeanor, the old man nodded slightly, then extended a finger. A wisp of black light rose from his fingertip. Before Li Yin could react, the old man pointed across the air directly at his forehead. In that instant, an enormous force surged into Li Yan's mind. At the same time, his consciousness was flooded with vast and incomprehensible information. A majestic, sweeping tapestry unfolded within his mind, filled with scenes he had never seen nor even heard of in his life. It left him wide-eyed and stunned. Are there really immortals in this world? The answer was yes. From the ancient times, immortals have existed. After Pangu split the heavens and earth and Nuwa patched the sky, the world was divided into multiple realms: the mortal realm, the spirit realm, and the true immortal realm. The mortal realm is the lowest plane. In the beginning, it was inhabited by ordinary people and low-level beasts. Though weak in ability, they multiplied rapidly. The spirit realm lies between the mortal realm and the true immortal realm. Many beings here were descendants of the ancient primordial era, both humans and demon beasts. This realm is rich in spiritual energy. Both humans and other beings live long lives. Their ancestors passed down ancient immortal techniques, and through cultivating these arts, they gained powers such as flying through the skies, burrowing into the earth, overturning seas, and moving mountains. But the laws of heaven and earth are balanced. Long lifespans come with other limitations. These ancient races have difficulty reproducing. Be they humans, demon beasts, or other races, their birth rates are extremely low and their numbers sparse. At the highest level lies the true immortal realm, the fabled domain of the real immortals. Legendary figures like Pangu and Nuwa reside here. They share the lifespan of heaven and earth, shine alongside the sun and moon, and are truly immortal. Each true immortal wields unimaginable power, capable of altering heaven and earth with a gesture, plucking stars from the sky, and even creating small worlds of their own, birthing entirely new species. But even in the true immortal realm, immortals are not eternally safe. They too may fall, be it from battles between immortals or in their pursuit of greater truths and the unknown laws of the universe. As for the cultivators in the lower spirit realm, once they reach the Mahayana realm, they may attempt to pierce the boundary and ascend through the void to the true immortal realm. The path of cultivation is divided into 10 major realms: chi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, soul transformation, void refinement, unity, tribulation transcendence, Mahayana, and true immortal. Each major realm is subdivided into smaller stages. For example, chi condensation has 10 minor levels. Levels 1 to 3 are early stage, 4 to 6 are mid stage, 7 to 9 are late stage, and 10 is considered perfection. After that, one can attempt to break through to foundation establishment. From foundation establishment onward, each major realm is typically divided into early, mid, and late stages. Chi condensation is merely the beginning. It is the process of drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into oneself and laying the foundation for immortal cultivation through these 10 steps. Only after reaching foundation establishment does one truly embark on the path of cultivation. Chi condensation allows for increased physical strength and the use of simple spells, and slightly extends lifespan beyond that of normal mortals. But once a cultivator reaches foundation establishment, their lifespan can jump to over 200 years. At the core formation stage, it can exceed 500. At the nascent soul stage, a cultivator may live for more than 2,000 years. And with each higher realm, the lifespan continues to grow until one breaks through Mahayana and enters the true immortal realm, attaining true immortality and indestructibility. Chapter End. In the ancient primordial era, only the spirit realm and the true immortal realm had the ability to cultivate immortal arts. Creatures of the mortal realm had lifespans of only a few short decades, after which they would enter the cycle of reincarnation. The wealth and glory of this lifetime would have no more connection to them, and whether they would be reborn as human or beast in the next life would be left to fate. Yet no matter the realm or race, from ancient times to now, longevity and power have always been the most coveted dreams of all living beings. Among the various races of the mortal realm, there were certainly powerful humans and demon beasts. Naturally, these powerful beings hoped to attain immortality and wield supreme authority. Generation after generation, they relentlessly explored and sought after this distant and uncertain hope, the pursuit of the immortal path and eternal life. Through their tireless effort and exploration, they gradually began to discover traces of the powers of heaven and earth, and they started to attempt drawing upon these forces to strengthen themselves. At the same time, due to the spirit realm's difficulty with reproduction, many ancient primordial families, sects, and races gradually declined and even vanished. Though incomparably strong, they were unable to break the shackles imposed by heaven and earth. Unable to easily ascend to the true immortal realm, they instead turned their gaze downward toward the mortal realm. Cultivators of the spirit realm used a supreme divine ability to break open a passage between the realms and descended to the mortal realm. However, they soon discovered that the spiritual energy of the mortal realm was far inferior to that of the spirit realm, almost pitifully thin by comparison. What began with high hopes ended in disappointment. Still, they were unwilling to give up. If this attempt failed, they would have to find another method to preserve their legacies. But unexpectedly, during their investigations, they discovered that even in the mortal realm, powerful beings had emerged. Through observation, they found that some powerful humans or demon beasts possessed the basic physique needed for cultivation, either immortal spiritual roots or innate beast bloodlines. These individuals could already faintly utilize the laws of heaven and earth, granting them strength beyond that of ordinary beings. Aside from humans and demon beasts, other races also had some powerful beings with the potential for cultivation. For humans specifically, cultivation required spiritual roots, which were called Ling Jin. Only those with this physique could sense the laws of heaven and earth and the spiritual energy that flowed throughout creation. Only by possessing Ling Jin could one set foot on the immortal path in pursuit of the great Tao and eternal life. Just like cultivation realms, Ling Jin are divided into grades from lowest to highest. Mixed spiritual root, mysterious spiritual root, earth spiritual root, profound spiritual root, sacred spiritual root. These classifications are based on how sensitively one's body responds to spiritual energy, which is composed of the 5 fundamental elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Other forces such as wind, mist, lightning, and thunder are variations derived from these 5 elements. If someone is especially attuned to only one of the 5 elements, they are said to possess a sacred spiritual root. Because their body resonates with a single elemental force, their affinity is pure, and their cultivation progresses rapidly, as if they were advancing thousands of miles in a single day. Those with sacred spiritual roots are highly likely to reach the tribulation transcendence realm, and many even stand a good chance of achieving the Mahayana stage. However, individuals with such a physique are extremely rare. Perhaps only a handful emerge in 10,000 years. Those who are attuned to 2 elements are said to possess a profound spiritual root. Because such individuals respond to an additional element, the energy in their body becomes slightly more mixed, slowing their cultivation compared to sacred root holders. Still, it is an exceptionally rare and treasured root type. For a cultivation sect, to have even 1 or 2 disciples with profound spiritual roots is considered great fortune. These individuals have a high chance of reaching the unity realm and a decent chance of reaching tribulation or even Mahayana. As the elemental attunements increase, the effectiveness of the root decreases. The worst case is a person attuned to all 5 elements, which the cultivation world calls a mixed spiritual root. Cultivators with this physique progress with great difficulty. Their elemental affinity is too muddled. To reach even foundation establishment would be considered a miraculous stroke of luck. Most such individuals spend their entire lives stuck in the chi condensation realm, never even glimpsing the long path of immortality. The greatest difference between different spiritual roots lies in cultivation speed, the true divider between cultivators. A sacred spiritual root cultivator might take just 4 or 5 years to go from chi condensation to foundation establishment, while someone with a mixed root may need over 100 years. By then, before their cultivation improves or their lifespan extends, they may already be a pile of bones. Those with rare elemental affinities such as wind, mist, lightning, or thunder are said to possess variant spiritual roots. These are considered mutations of the 5 base elements. Individuals with such physiques are also extremely rare. Their cultivation speed depends on whether they also possess regular elemental affinities. However, in terms of compatibility, they're often much stronger than cultivators of the same rank with standard roots. Aside from sacred spiritual root holders, all other cultivators typically choose to focus on cultivating the single element they are most attuned to. This allows for faster progress and enables them to unleash their strongest immortal arts. People with spiritual roots are very rare. In the mortal realm, only 1 in every 100,000 is born with spiritual roots. But due to the massive population of the mortal realm across all races, the total number of people who can cultivate is still much higher than that of the spirit realm. Cultivators from the spirit realm also discovered that while spiritual energy in the mortal realm was indeed thin overall, it wasn't entirely barren. There were still many places with decent spirit veins. These spirit veins were generally sufficient to support a sect or clan in cultivating all the way to the nascent soul realm. A cultivator at that level would already possess the ability to move mountains with a flip of the hand, summon rain with a wave, and traverse the skies or earth at will. If one advanced beyond nascent soul, their divine powers would allow them to traverse between realms, their cultivation strong enough to resist the turbulent spatial storms between worlds. Thus, many cultivators from the spirit realm began seeking out regions of denser spiritual energy in the mortal realm, gradually establishing their own sects and legacies and finding individuals with spiritual roots to take as disciples and pass down the immortal arts. Once these disciples in the mortal realm reached the late nascent soul stage, they could use the inter-realm passageways to shatter the void and return to their ancestral sect or clan in the spirit realm to continue cultivating higher-level immortal techniques. In this way, the legacies of the spirit realm could be preserved, continuing generation after generation without end. From that point on, many human cultivators in the mortal realm gradually founded their own cultivation families and sects, while other races from the spirit realm also came and did the same, establishing their legacies through similar means. After countless ages of growth and inheritance, these sects, clans, and races now span across all regions of the mortal realm. However, they are rarely visible to ordinary mortals. Most sects are built atop spirit veins, where spiritual energy is abundant, but such places are also often teeming with demonic beasts and ghosts, making them perilous for regular humans or weaker races. Should a mortal accidentally wander into such an area, they'd almost certainly be slaughtered by beasts or malevolent entities before they could even understand what they stumbled into. And even if they managed to survive, they would find it nearly impossible to discover any immortal sections. These sects are protected by illusory arrays that are completely undetectable to ordinary mortals. Once inside, they would lose their sense of direction, doomed to wander for a lifetime and never find the exit. If fortunate, they might be rescued by a righteous cultivator and escorted out. But if unlucky enough to encounter an evil cultivator, their fate would be cruel and tragic. Lien was utterly shocked by what he had just seen. He couldn't comprehend how his mind had suddenly been filled with so much unbelievable information. After that finger tap, the gray-robed old man's complexion grew even paler, and his body started to blur and fade strangely, as though it might disappear at any moment. Lien noticed something was wrong with the old man, but he was still reeling from the knowledge flooding his mind. He had no time to process anything else. He could only keep repeating a single phrase to himself. Fake! It's all fake! It's impossible! These things weren't just unbelievable to him. Even a worldly elder standing here would likely dismiss it as a dream or fantasy. Other than some strange and colorful myths he'd read in obscure folk books about ghosts, fox spirits, and immortals, Li Yan had never even dared to imagine something like what he was experiencing now. The gray-robed old man was not surprised by Li Yan's dazed expression. He smiled gently and said, "I know you can't believe it, but all of this is real. Otherwise, how would your mind suddenly be filled with so many things you never knew? All right, now that you have that knowledge, I can tell you something you should be able to understand." Though the old man's voice wasn't loud, it struck Li Yan like a thunderclap and jolted him fully awake. "I come from an ancient sect in the spirit realm, Guishui, immortal sect, but unlike ordinary sects, ours consists of 5 distinct branches. These are the 5 immortal sects, the most ancient and mysterious sects in the entire spirit realm: Guishui, immortal sect; Imu, immortal sect; Dinghua, immortal sect; Jitu, immortal sect; and Xingyin, immortal sect." The gray-robed elder began explaining rapidly. "In the spirit realm, countless sects and cultivation clans exist, founded by humans, demons, beasts, ghosts, spirit plants, and other powerful beings, numbering too many to count. Among them, however, the 5 immortal sects stand out as extremely powerful, and their members rarely appear in the world. It's said that only once every few centuries, or even millennia, does one show themselves. Yet every time one appears, it shakes the entire cultivation world. Storms brew, hearts tremble in fear. No sect dares to provoke them. Members of the 5 immortal sects are known to be capable of single-handedly exterminating entire immortal sects that dare to provoke them. Even if those sects had terrifying cultivators of the tribulation or Mahayana stages, they were almost never spared. Fortunately, these sects rarely meddle in worldly affairs. As long as they are not provoked, they do not form grudges with anyone. But once they do act, their methods are known to be ruthless and merciless. Because of this, many other sects view the 5 immortal sects with a mix of awe and terror. What inspires the greatest fear is the incredible divine powers possessed by their cultivators. The immortal arts they wield are so powerful that even in the spirit realm, they're almost unheard of. Members of the 5 immortal sects are almost all capable of slaying cultivators above their own level. As a result, countless cultivators dream of joining these ancient and mysterious sects. But no one can even find the location of these 5 immortal sects, let alone think of joining them. Time has passed and ages have changed, but the number of people still searching for the 5 immortal sects remains vast. Some seek the power to transform their fate. Others, driven by hatred, seek to challenge or destroy the sects. Chapter end. The 5 immortal sects still remained elusive like a divine dragon, its head seen but never its tail, seldom appearing in the world. A powerful immortal art must have a powerful root cause. Above, it also mentioned to you the several types of spiritual roots: mixed spiritual root, mysterious spiritual root, earth spiritual root, profound spiritual root, sacred spiritual root, and variant spiritual root. We are called the 5 immortal sect and are divided into the Guishui immortal sect, Imu immortal sect, Dinghua immortal sect, Jitu immortal sect, and Xingyin immortal sect, which respectively correspond to the 5 elements with the most sensitive resonance. For example, the Imu immortal sect cultivates immortal arts specifically created for the wood attribute, so those who are particularly sensitive to wood spiritual energy are best suited for cultivation. The Dinghua immortal sect corresponds primarily to fire attribute immortal arts. However, the 5 immortals sect does not require the sacred spiritual root. Instead, one must simultaneously possess all 5 elemental attributes in order to cultivate. At this point, the gray-robed elder paused his words for a moment. Mixed spiritual root? Although Li Yan was still shrouded in confusion about many things, he nonetheless understood a bit, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. This man's words are really strange. He previously said that sacred spiritual roots are the strongest among cultivators, and now it sounds like he's saying mixed spiritual roots are the best for cultivation. The mixed spiritual root. This is the greatest secret of the ancient 5 immortal sect. It's just that, although what we require is someone with a mixed spiritual root constitution, it must not be an ordinary mixed spiritual root. A mixed spiritual root, of course, means one that can sense all five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. But we not only need someone who possesses these five elemental attributes. These five elements must also be aligned in the strength order of the mutual generation cycle. The five elements mutual generation cycle is: water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal, and metal generates water, thus endlessly generating in a continuous cycle. Therefore, within the cultivator's body, the five elemental attributes must also be arranged in the order of strength according to the mutual generation cycle. For example, in the Xingyan immortal sect, the main element is metal. Then the cultivator's internal elemental sensitivity must be in the order of metal, water, wood, fire, earth. The strongest resonance with heaven and earth spiritual energy should be metal, followed by water, wood, fire, and earth. If any later element in the sequence is stronger than the previous one, then one cannot cultivate the immortal arts of the Xingyan immortal sect. Similarly, in our Guishui immortal sect, the order of spiritual resonance with heaven and earth should be water, wood, fire, earth, metal, decreasing in strength accordingly. Only then can one cultivate our sect's immortal arts. This is the greatest secret of our five immortals sect, and also the biggest difficulty in seeking a successor to our legacy. The gray-robed elder revealed the secrets of the five immortals sect to Li Yin. Among ordinary cultivators in the mortal world, perhaps only 1 in 100,000 could be found, even considering all types of spiritual roots. And among this extremely rare group, to then select out one with a mixed spiritual root, whether even 1 in a million could be found was still uncertain. And finally, to find among this filtered group someone whose five elements aligned in the order of mutual generation, the probability was self-evident. Seeing the somewhat enlightened expression on Li Yan's face, the gray-robed elder felt slightly reassured. He didn't have much time left, and only hoped Li Yin could understand as much as possible. Therefore, although the techniques of the five immortals sect can be considered unrivaled in the cultivation world, the number of disciples in every generation is nearly non-existent, pitifully few. Every time the legacy must be passed on, it takes immense effort to find the next successor. Every generation is basically passed on to a single individual, or just a few. On one hand, one must pursue the great Tao. The time spent on cultivation is relatively short at the beginning, but later, each closed-door meditation session might last several decades, or even centuries. For us, that passes in the blink of an eye. Therefore, aside from cultivation, the time spent searching for a suitable successor must often be concentrated in specific periods. As such, in the eyes of the world, it naturally appears as though we seldom appear. As for why we don't openly recruit disciples, it was attempted in ancient times but with little success, and it would even risk exposing the secrets of the five immortals sect. We use divine sense to scan low-level cultivators, which is much more covert and reliable. Divine sense is a type of mystical ability for cultivators. Without using one's eyes, one can see through walls and houses to observe everything clearly. That teacher of yours is just a low-level immortal cultivator. His cultivation is negligible. Although he also possesses divine sense, he cannot see through whether others possess spiritual roots. So, he must use other low-level means to detect whether someone has spiritual root. My teacher is an immortal cultivator. Li Yin was shocked in his heart. The legendary immortals were actually this close to him. What he was thinking already showed on his face. The gray-robed elder noticed Li Yan's thoughts. The matter of that little cultivator, if there's time later, I'll tell you more. The five immortals sect rarely appears before the world because our disciples are few in number. In the cultivation world, the weak are prey to the strong. Without sufficient power, going out would only mean courting death. Therefore, before becoming powerful, The disciples of the five immortals sect must either conceal themselves and lay low or remain in seclusion for bitter cultivation. And if one wants to search for a sect's successor and must stay outside for a long period, one must at least reach the unity stage. If one's cultivation is too weak and one stays outside for too long, the probability of falling is very high, especially since there are many enemies coveting the five immortals sect. Our five branches cannot afford such accidental deaths, all because we are far too few in number. Disciples of the five branches are so difficult to find, and with the changes of the vast world, the five immortals sect began to slowly decline. By the time it reached my era, once we cultivated to the late soul transformation stage, we began to go out in search of successors. Although our cultivation wasn't very high, thankfully the immortal arts we cultivated were powerful. Within the same realm, few could be our match. Killing them was like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Even when facing 3 to 5 cultivators of the same realm at once, we could still prevail. Even against an enemy one major realm above us, it wasn't impossible to kill them. At this point, a look of pride appeared on the face of the gray-robed elder. On his withered face, a faint domineering aura even emerged. Clearly, he took immense pride in the immortal arts he cultivated. The reason we chose to go out and search for successors during the soul transformation stage was, first, because we had no other choice. Disciples were too hard to find. Second, because even in the spirit realm, cultivators at or above the unity stage rarely showed themselves. They spent most of their time in closed-door cultivation. But even so, the five immortals sect continued to decline. The special mixed spiritual root required by the five immortals sect is extremely difficult to find. Sometimes we are forced to traverse vast regions and continents, even crossing into different realms to search for suitable disciples. Precisely because of this, encountering stronger enemies or unpredictable spatial turbulence was something bound to happen. And so, some of the experts from our five branches who went out in search of successors never returned once they left. They may have already perished outside. The number of our disciples has dwindled further and further. Speaking of this, the gray-robed elder's voice lowered slightly, a desolate look on his face, as if caught in a moment of remembrance. Lian naturally didn't dare interrupt, and the gray-robed elder soon continued. A million years ago, I was the only one left in the Guishui branch. At that time, the other 4 branches had no news at all. Presumably, they had already passed on before me. A trace of sorrow and sentimentality appeared on the elder's face as memories and emotions began to well up in his heart. Although there were occasionally disputes between the 5 branches in the past, they had always relied on each other since ancient times, closely connected like branches from the same root, cultivating together and roaming the world together. Through the long years, they had come this far together. Yet now, upon waking, all was gone like a fleeting dream. When Li Yin heard the words a million years ago, his face once again showed disbelief. Could someone really live for a million years? How could such a thing not be utter fantasy? And yet someone stood before him saying it out loud. Somehow, he found himself starting to believe it. This thought rising within him startled even himself. The gray-robed elder only paused briefly. When he looked again at Li Yin, a hint of comfort appeared in his heart. Over 100,000 years ago, I went into seclusion for 100 years. When I came out, the other 4 branches were already deserted, the buildings overtaken by wild grass. Only Fairy Ning Ku of the Emu Immortal sect left behind a jade slip. She said that after leaving seclusion, she had already reached the void refinement stage. She waited for 70 years, but received no word from the other 3 branches. Seeing that I also had not emerged from seclusion, she too went out to search for successors. But after that, we never had any contact again. The gray-robed elder's expression dimmed. At this moment, his figure became even more blurred than before, though Li Yin, caught in an ongoing internal storm, did not notice. Hearing all this, Li Yin opened his mouth, as though wanting to speak, but then felt it improper to interrupt the elder's narration at this moment. Yet how could the elder not notice? He immediately looked toward Li Yin. "Well, I just told you. What do you not understand?" Li Yin hesitated for a moment before speaking. "What is a jade slip?" Hearing this, the elder was momentarily stunned. Then he gave a self-deprecating laugh. He, I forgot. You know absolutely nothing about the cultivation world. Everyone he had encountered before had basic knowledge of cultivation. Concepts like these were common knowledge. But Li Yin was someone who truly knew nothing. A jade slip is like the books you mortals use. It is a special kind of jade material, very hard to damage. Unlike books made of paper or bamboo, the characters, images, and sounds recorded within a jade slip can only be inscribed using a cultivator's divine sense. As long as the jade slip is not destroyed, its contents can be preserved forever. I mentioned divine sense to you earlier. Divine sense not only substitutes the eyes, but can also replace the ears for listening. You have already begun cultivating divine sense, but it's still extremely weak. It has no tangible form yet and cannot be projected outside the body. Generally, divine sense can only be released externally, starting from the third level of the qi condensation stage. The maximum range it can cover is about 5 zhong, depending on the strength of one's cultivation technique. The more powerful the divine sense, the broader the range of what one can see and hear. That strategist Ji is at the third level of qi condensation. He can already project his divine sense outside his body. This means he doesn't need to use his eyes or ears. He can sweep his divine sense across a certain area to observe what you're doing and saying. In fact, it may even be clearer than using eyes or ears. As he said this, the gray-robed elder looked at Li Yin with a faint smile, one that was neither truly a smile nor entirely mocking. Chapter end. After hearing all this, Li Yin was momentarily dumbfounded. He understood the gray-robed elder's meaning. Didn't that imply that anything he did or said in the room could be known by his teacher? That door had absolutely no use at all. But the gray-robed elder gave Li Yin no time to dwell on it. When divine sense becomes powerful enough, it can be used to kill directly. A powerful cultivator only needs a wisp of divine sense to kill someone without leaving a trace. Once one's cultivation reaches a certain stage, divine sense can further condense into an even more powerful divine intent. These are things you will slowly come to explore and understand in the future. After I emerged from seclusion, I waited in the sect for 100 years. The 4 branches still gave no sign of return. At that time, I had already reached the early unity stage. Though I had previously gone out to seek a successor during the soul transformation and void refinement stages, I found no one. So I went out once more to seek a successor for my branch. That journey lasted 500 or 600 years, still without results. In the end, I shattered the void and descended into the mortal realm. I searched in the mortal realm for over 200 years, again to no avail. But it was then that I received a piece of news. Somewhere in the mortal realm, there was a hidden place where people were said to have a higher likelihood of developing spiritual roots. However, that place was extremely remote within the mortal realm. According to the information, even during ancient times, great experts from the spirit realm failed to establish sects there. As for why, no records remain, only that it was recorded as the place with the richest spiritual energy in this realm, with many individuals possessing superior spiritual roots. But to reach it, one must pass through dangerous zones, such as strange red tribulation lightning. The level of danger was said to be unseen even in the immortal spirit realm. It was rumored that only someone with tribulation transcendent stage cultivation or higher could pass through. After much consideration, I decided to go have a look. The Tao lineage of our sect could not be allowed to end in my generation. But before I left a strand of divine intent in an immortal artifact, a jade box. This jade box could preserve a divine intent for 1,000,000 years without dispersing. It can also detect whether there are humans with spiritual roots within a radius of several thousand li. Right now, I am that strand of divine intent. My true body has already gone to that unknown place. The elder looked at Li Yin as he spoke. At this point, Li Yin was already numb. He had encountered far too many miraculous, or rather, bizarre things today. Now this gray-robed elder was saying he was merely a strand of divine intent. Well, if he said so, then so be it. Leon was no longer even surprised. He just quietly listened. Perhaps because my cultivation was already too high, I overlooked a small matter, a very crucial one at that. Using this immortal jade box required a continuous expenditure of divine intent. And this strand of mine had not undergone any special refinement, so it could not cultivate on its own. At first, my divine intent drove the jade box to fly continuously across this continent in search of a successor. Just like that, over 1,000 years passed and still I found no one. By then, I realized that such uninterrupted driving of the jade box consumed far too much divine intent. If this continued, perhaps in another 500,000 to 600,000 years, the intent would be completely exhausted. But my true body was already far away, so I had to find another method. I transformed the jade box into an ancient jade slip in the form of a book and remained hidden within it. Afterward, I allowed this book to be found by a cultivator. Of course, no cultivator in this realm could possibly unlock the secrets within it. Since they had obtained this jade book but could not decipher its mysteries, they would naturally treat it as a treasure. The safest course of action would be to carry it with them at all times. On one hand, this would allow them to study it whenever they wished. On the other, a precious item is safest kept on one's person. Thus, they would carry me with them as they moved, and I could continue searching different regions without expending extra divine intent to move the jade box. In this way, the transformed jade book was passed from one cultivator to another. Some were killed, and the book was obtained by the next. Some carried it for hundreds of years until their death, and it was found again by treasure seekers. And so, carrying the transformed jade book, they passed through region after region of the mortal realm. In this way, tens of thousands of years slowly passed. I found quite a few people with mixed spiritual roots, but still not one suitable successor. By then, I found my divine intent had already been depleted by 60 to 70%. At the same time, I could sense that my true body had not yet found a successor either, and it had not perished. There is a connection between my true body and me. If it had perished, I would know. If it had found a successor, I would also know. It seems my true body must be trapped somewhere and unable to return. Otherwise, it would have come back already. Therefore, I had to continue the search for a successor. But according to the previous method, this divine intent could probably only last another 300,000 to 400,000 years. So I had no choice but to think of another solution. And that was to put the main divine intent into a dormant state, reducing consumption. I would split off a weaker strand of divine sense to roam outside the main intent and act in its place to scan and search. But it was only a weak strand, and to reduce consumption, it could only scan an area of about 100ly around itself, and it had no offensive power. But this was the best solution available. If that weak divine sense detected someone matching the requirements, it would awaken the main divine intent. The main intent could then assess the candidate's character and transmit its memories. But that weak strand could only survive for about 1,000 years before dissipating. So before it dispersed each time, it would awaken the main intent and pass on everything it had seen and heard in those years, then it would vanish into the world. At that point, the main divine intent would split off another strand, then return to sleep. In this way, although the main intent would gradually weaken, the duration of the search could be extended. And so, about 50 years ago, the Jade Book was obtained by a core formation stage cultivator. Once, while traveling outside, he encountered a powerful enemy. He exhausted all his divine abilities just to escape with his life, but by then he was already severely injured. The Dan in his was on the verge of collapse. He barely managed to fly back to his own cave residence, but before he could begin healing and recovery, his Tao dissipated and he died. 14 or 15 years later, one day, that cave residence was accidentally discovered by a small-time Foundation establishment cultivator. Based on his meager cultivation, he ordinarily shouldn't have been able to discover it. However, that core formation cultivator had died before he could activate the protective grand formation upon returning to his cave, and so the small-time cultivator barged in and obtained quite a few benefits. Naturally, that included the Jade Book. He couldn't help becoming arrogant and began to recklessly search every corner of the cave. But in the end, his joy turned to disaster. He accidentally triggered the protective formation of the cave. That little cultivator was extremely quick-witted. Upon sensing danger, he immediately fled. Even so, despite his decisiveness, a formation set up by a core formation cultivator was not something he could withstand. During his escape, he was still struck by the formation. By the time he emerged, not only was he on the brink of death, but even the clothes on his body and his storage pouch had been destroyed. A storage pouch, well, you can just think of it as a container used by immortals to store things. It can store items of various sizes using immortal arts. You can explore the specifics later. After the storage pouch was destroyed, aside from the Jade Book, what remained was a jade slip and a paper booklet protected by immortal arts. The protective immortal art on the paper book was also shaken apart and dissipated during the explosion of the storage pouch. Not long after, that little cultivator too passed away and returned to the underworld. And so, I continued slumbering, waiting for the next fated person to come across this Jade Book. Several years later, one day, a black-robed mortal suddenly arrived at this place and obtained the Jade Book, the Jade Slip, and a now unprotected paper book from beside the small Foundation establishment cultivator's corpse. As the gray-robed elder said this, a faintly strange smile appeared on his already blurred face. Lian thought for a moment and said to the elder, "That person must be my teacher, right?" The elder's blurry figure nodded and said, "Correct. That person is your current teacher, strategist G." When he said the word teacher, he deliberately emphasized it, with a hint of amusement in his tone. Lian naturally picked up on the elder's sarcastic implication. There was clearly something suspicious about this so-called teacher of his. He could vaguely guess it had something to do with himself, but he still didn't know exactly what. Your teacher is not some mundane martial sect member from the so-called Wood Shadow sect. That was just a name he made up on the spot, a fictional sect. In truth, he belongs to the immortal-seeking lineage. Lian couldn't help but interject at this point. What is the immortal-seeking lineage? Do they search for immortals? You're not far off. No matter how hidden cultivators are, for the sake of passing on their legacies, or for other reasons, they inevitably have to interact with mortals, just like you today. Therefore, mortals yearn to enter cultivation sects and obtain the path to immortality. In the beginning, it was just a few scattered individuals going deep into the mountains, seeking immortal fates, hoping to encounter an immortal who would take them in as a disciple. But deep mountains are full of monsters and ghosts. Often, before these people could find their immortal fate, they were already devoured by beasts or perished at the hands of evil spirits. Clearly, that was not the outcome these hopeful cultivators wanted. So they began to group together to seek immortality, helping each other when they encountered dangers. Although the results were better than before, the casualties were still high. Later, martial artists from the secular world joined them. Some were hired as escorts, while others joined of their own accord, seeking stronger power. Over time, some of them, those with spiritual roots, actually did find cultivation sects and became disciples, learning immortal arts. There were also those who discovered dead cultivators' techniques or cave dwellings. If they happened to have spiritual roots, they too could embark on the path of cultivation. Naturally, this greatly encouraged others. Many stopped involving themselves in worldly affairs and focused entirely on training martial arts, hoping it would allow them to explore deeper into unknown lands. They did not live among mortals or wander the martial world. They focused solely on the pursuit of immortal fate. Thus, few in the mundane world even knew of them. Cultivators call them the immortal-seeking lineage. That strategist G is one of its inheritors. After hearing all this, Lian thought to himself, I wonder why my teacher lied to me about being from the Wood Shadow sect. What was he trying to hide? he still couldn't figure that out. After strategist G obtained the Jade Book, the Jade Slip, and the Paper Book, he naturally treasured them. That Paper Book and Jade Slip were actually one set of immortal techniques, called Dark Night Cyan Curtain Technique. The paper booklet recorded how to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, along with the incantations for the first 3 levels of the Qi condensation stage. The Jade Slip contained the techniques for levels 4 through 10. It appears to have been a beginner-level cultivation method used by disciples of a certain immortal sect. The reason for this design was because beginner cultivators have divine sense that is too weak and cannot be projected outside the body. Only after reaching the 3rd level can they unlock a Jade Slip. So the first 3 levels are usually recorded in paper form, with immortal arts used to protect the book. Ordinary mortals and low-level cultivators, even if they obtain it, will be unable to open it. Chapter end. That strategist G had no small stroke of fortune. The paper book he obtained had the protective immortal spell dispersed during the explosion of the storage pouch, so he was able to easily read its contents. The immortal technique recorded in that book likely belonged to a poison cultivation sect that used poison as their path to the Tao. The method began by sensing and drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body, then using a secret art to refine the juice of various poisonous herbs into a medicinal primer, which was then absorbed into the body for refinement. Once the spiritual energy was strengthened and stored within the body, it would gradually enhance the meridians and internal organs, eventually completing the entry into Qi condensation, reaching the first level of the Qi condensation stage. This kind of cultivation method was by no means a righteous path. Unlike Taoist, Buddhist, or Confucian cultivators who advance step by step with solid foundations, this method relied on poisonous herbs to forcibly cleanse the meridians and remodel the body. One could say it was a path of extreme deviation. Strategist G, beyond his immense stroke of luck, was also a ruthlessly bold individual. First, he didn't even know whether he possessed spiritual roots and yet dared to try cultivating. If he had no spiritual roots and mistook internal energy for spiritual energy, once the poison-infused liquid entered his body, he would have died instantly. Second, this technique happened to match the attribute of his spiritual root. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult to succeed. After obtaining the book, he was naturally elated and decided to cultivate it. But since this immortal technique used poison to cultivate the Tao, the beginning of the book recorded the secret formula for the medicinal mixture. For an entry-level cultivation formula like this, the herbs required were naturally not extremely rare for a sect, that is. But among mortals, the few herbs listed were exceptionally hard to come by. However, for someone from the immortal-seeking lineage, who often roamed deep mountains and primeval forests, this wasn't too difficult. Strategist G soon found most of the herbs, but still lacked 2 essential ones. These 2 herbs were crucial for balancing the medicinal power. Without them, during the absorption process, the unbalanced poison energy would cause extreme pain and suffering for the cultivator. Lian was silent. At this moment, he finally understood why his own cultivation process had been so excruciating. It was caused by the missing herbs meant to balance the medicinal power. After several years of searching, strategist G finally found one of the missing herbs. But the last one remained elusive. At this point, his ruthless character showed itself fully. Even lacking one of the required herbs, and without yet confirming whether he possessed spiritual roots, he began drawing the medicinal concoction into his body to cultivate. Fate worked in mysterious ways. The cultivation method and his spiritual root attribute were perfectly compatible. Though the process was agonizing, after 49 days of cultivation, he succeeded in stepping into the first level of Qi condensation. However, what he didn't know was that even though this was just a low-level introductory formula, it had been refined over tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands or millions of years by the immortal sect it came from. It had already been streamlined to the extreme. Every herb had a unique function. One could not ignore or omit even auxiliary ingredients. By cultivating forcefully without the final balancing herb, Strategist G had already planted a deadly seed. Because the medicinal power lacked balance, residual medicinal toxins remained in his body. Over time, this developed into fire poison. Initially, there weren't many outward symptoms, just as you experienced recently: irritability, restlessness, agitation. But by then, Strategist G had already reached the second level of chi condensation, so he could suppress it with his spiritual power. He believed that as his cultivation advanced, his spiritual power would eventually be able to completely purge the fire poison. So, he continued cultivating while also seeking ways to calm his mind and suppress the symptoms. From the introductory paper book, he learned that only after reaching the third level of chi condensation could one's divine sense leave the body, and only then could the jade slip and jade book be read. Unable to open the jade items, he didn't know if they contained solution, so he turned to simpler methods, meditating in icy plains, immersing himself in music, and so on. By these means, he managed to forcefully cultivate to the third level of chi condensation. When his divine sense could finally leave his body, he eagerly used it to read the jade book and jade slip. The jade book, of course, he couldn't open. When he opened the jade slip, he first discovered that it and the paper book were parts of the same technique, which excited him. He thought he had finally found a solution, but what he read shocked him to the core. The jade slip recorded the incantations for levels 4 through 10 of the technique, and at the end, it clearly emphasized the advantages and drawbacks of using the introductory formula. The benefits were not worth mentioning. The drawback, however, was this: if one improperly used the formula and forcefully cultivated, the result would be the development of fire poison in the body, which would be continuously nourished and grown by the spiritual power. Eventually, even one's own spiritual power would no longer be able to suppress it. By the time the cultivator reached the peak of the third level of chi condensation, the fire poison would explode uncontrollably. At that point, the cultivator would have no chance to react. The poison would erupt, causing blood to reverse, and the body would explode and die instantly. But if one thought to avoid this by simply not cultivating past the third level, that too was impossible. The fire poison grew stronger with each passing day, and could only be suppressed through advancement. This was nothing short of drinking poison to quench thirst. In the cultivation world, especially in sects with thousands or even tens of thousands of years of legacy, which sect wouldn't build protections into their own techniques. Even the lowest level entry methods would contain intentional traps or safeguards. This was precisely why the paper book didn't reveal these flaws, to prevent it from falling into outside hands. By the time outsiders discovered the truth, it would already be too late, and death would be inevitable. This result left Strategist G both shocked and furious. From then on, he began searching everywhere for a solution. Later on, one day, Strategist G encountered a Foundation Establishment Stage senior. Coincidentally, this cultivator was also from the immortal-seeking lineage. At the time, if that Foundation Establishment cultivator had been willing to expend a significant amount of his own spiritual power, he could have helped Strategist G cleanse and eliminate the fire poison from his body. However, in the cultivation world, the law of the jungle prevails: the strong prey on the weak. Killing someone at the slightest displeasure is commonplace. That Foundation Establishment cultivator had already done quite well by sparing Strategist G's life out of respect for their shared lineage. After Strategist G begged and pleaded, the cultivator finally gave him a possible path to survival out of consideration for their shared affiliation. He told Strategist G if he could cultivate to the fourth level of the chi condensation stage, it might be possible to purge the fire poison from his body, but the odds were not high. After all, the cultivation manual itself clearly stated that upon reaching the peak of the third level, the fire poison would erupt violently, causing blood to reverse and resulting in death. There wouldn't be any time left to continue advancing. There was another method: to delay cultivation as long as possible. If he could, within that window, capture another small cultivator who had also cultivated the same technique, he could forcibly absorb the spiritual energy from their body in an attempt to break through to the fourth level in one surge. If successful, he might eliminate the fire poison. If he failed, both would die on the spot. But this method had specific conditions. 1. Both must have cultivated the exact same technique, so their energies would not clash. 2. The chosen cultivator must have reached the peak of the first level of chi condensation, no higher, no lower. If the chosen one had too high a cultivation, strategist G's third-level power wouldn't be able to absorb it, and the backlash would kill him instantly. If the chosen one's cultivation was too low, the spiritual energy wouldn't be sufficient to help strategist G break through, and it would be a wasted effort. After that, the Foundation Establishment Cultivator wasted no further words and directly taught strategist G the method for absorbing another spiritual energy. Although this spiritual energy absorbing technique wasn't considered a secret art in the cultivation world, it was extremely rarely used. First, regardless of whether the attempt succeeded, the one being absorbed would have her life force completely drained and die instantly, a truly miserable end. Second, absorbing someone else's spiritual energy is not easily done. Even if the techniques were compatible, the energy still needed to be refined and assimilated, which required a long period of secluded cultivation. The time needed could range from a few years to several decades, even centuries, depending on how much spiritual energy was absorbed. During this time, the cultivator could not use any spiritual power. Otherwise, the two types of spiritual energy would clash internally, causing madness or death. Given that, one might as well cultivate steadily on one's own. It would be safer. Third, such behavior was considered despicable in the cultivation world. While it wouldn't lead to public execution, if others discovered that you were practicing such a vicious technique, many would gang up to destroy you. Therefore, unless absolutely desperate, this kind of method was usually considered useless and dangerous, a last resort. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator also made it clear to strategist G that even if he reached the fourth level, there was no guarantee he could remove the fire poison. It was merely a possibility. Even so, strategist G was already kneeling in gratitude, thanking him profusely. Finally, the Foundation Establishment Senior gifted him 3 packets of clear heart powder, a low-grade medicinal powder classified as a kind of pill medicine. It had no powerful effects. For novice cultivators who had difficulty entering meditation, who often felt irritated or distracted, this powder helped them calm the heart and mind, stabilize their internal energy, and maintain focused cultivation. But for strategist G, this powder was precisely what he needed. It allowed him to greatly extend the time he could suppress the fire poison in his body. After receiving guidance from the Foundation Establishment Cultivator, strategist G began scheming how to find a suitable target. Naturally, the ideal candidate would be someone from the sect or clan where this immortal technique originated. He would wait for the right moment to infiltrate, locate someone who had cultivated to the peak of the first level, subdue them, and extract their energy. But such a plan, he dared not attempt it. That would be nothing short of seeking death. As a long-standing member of the immortal-seeking lineage, strategist G knew very well. Someone like him who secretly cultivated a stolen technique, if discovered by the sect or clan that created it, there would be only one fate, death. Chapter end. In the end, strategist G was left with only one method, to personally find a mortal with spiritual roots, then raise him until he reached the peak of the first level of chi condensation. And at that point, he could freely extract that person's physical and spiritual energy. To put it bluntly, it was just like raising a pig on a farm. Once the pig was fat and plump, it would be time to slaughter it. At this point, Lian already understood his and that deceased senior disciple's fate. He felt a chill running down his spine, a coldness seeping through his entire body. But then, how exactly did that senior brother die? Since strategist G found him and later moved on to Lian, did that mean the senior brother's spiritual energy wasn't enough for strategist G to absorb? Once strategist G had a direction, The next step was to search for people with spiritual roots. The only method he had was the most basic one, testing with silver needles. That was something the Foundation establishment cultivator had casually taught him out of pity, a primitive and lowest-tier method. But this method required direct contact with the target's body. It would allow a stranger to stick needles into them for no reason. And once the needle was inserted, it would either have no reaction or cause extreme pain. Even if he claimed to be an immortal recruiting disciples, people had to believe him. So, he racked his brain and finally came up with the idea of joining the military. Military camps were filled with strong young men, and the numbers were plentiful. As long as he joined the army and gained a high rank, he'd have opportunities. Then, by displaying his martial skills and establishing supreme prestige, he could announce that he was looking for disciples, then pick and choose as he pleased. It seemed like a solid plan. For someone like Strategist G, entering the army was easy. With the martial arts he'd learned in the immortal-seeking lineage and supplemented with his spiritual power, it was more than enough. Even basic techniques, when empowered by spiritual energy, would carry a trace of immortal might. Pretending to be a peerless martial arts master was more than doable. After entering the military, he spent several years before finally finding someone. That man had an earth spiritual root, with wood among his 3 elements. Although wood wasn't his strongest attribute, cultivation progress was relatively fast. However, this time, when recultivating the entry-level method, Strategist G couldn't gather the 2 essential balancing herbs. Last time, he had gotten one by sheer luck. But now, he simply didn't have time to go searching. He knew that if he spent time searching, the fire poison would erupt and kill him first. So, he had no choice but to use the incomplete formula to forcefully cultivate the man. As for the outcome, you know firsthand how painful the process was. Strategist G lacked 1 herb last time and became like this. What more when lacking 2 balancing herbs? The result was that not only was the absorption process exponentially more painful, but on the 49th day, during the breakthrough to the first level of chi condensation, it became a near-death trial. That man failed to break through on the 49th day and died. Lian opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, remained silent. The gray-robed elder seemed to see through Lian's thoughts at a glance, and his heart filled with helplessness. If Lian already knew the reality of cultivation and understood the power of the 5 Immortals sect, he wouldn't need to waste so much time explaining. A few words would be enough for Li Yin to eagerly beg to become a disciple. But having encountered someone who knew nothing at all, he could only explain bit by bit. Otherwise, how could the boy willingly cultivate? And the elder's time was already running out. You're probably thinking, since I'm so powerful, why didn't I save that first person with spiritual roots? Li Yin thought, this old monster. How did he know what I was thinking? After all, he was just a teenage boy. How could he accept seeing an innocent person die so easily? So, he nodded and answered honestly, yes, with your abilities, saving that senior brother of mine would have been easy. Why let an innocent person die, such a senseless death? The gray-robed elder sighed. This is what happens when you teach someone who knows nothing about cultivation. So much time gets wasted. But he couldn't force him to become a disciple either. Though I am merely a strand of divine intent separated from my true body, 1,000,000 years ago, killing a cultivator like that would have been as simple as a thought. But now, this divine intent is nearly depleted. If I had used any power back then to kill him, I would have vanished within a few years. How then could I continue searching for a successor? Besides, I was still in slumber. My main divine intent could not be awakened in just a moment's time. You, with that temperament of yours, it must be changed in the future. Cultivation is a path that goes against the heavens. The dangers you'll face are not things you can comprehend now. A single misstep, and it will all be over. In the cultivation world, there are no good or bad people. Only yourself or those closest to you can be relied on. If you act on compassion too much, all that awaits you is an early grave. Li Yin listened and only nodded, but in his heart, he thought, when did I ever say I wanted to become a cultivator? If I find a chance to escape this great Qing outpost, I'll go back, take my father, mother, brother, and sister somewhere safe. The world is vast. Surely I can find a place for us. Living together with my family, wouldn't that be better than being some so-called immortal? The gray-robed elder knew well. It was impossible for an ordinary young man to suddenly become decisive and ruthless in such a short time. After your senior brother died, Strategist G became even more anxious and desperate to find someone with spiritual roots. Unexpectedly, his luck was almost too good. In just over a year, he found you. My wandering divine sense could only scan a range of about 100 li, so it wasn't until the day you entered that range near Great Qing Outpost that it sensed you and began to awaken my sleeping main intent. But I was too weak, and awakening would take about 2 months. And you, by sheer coincidence, joined the military and were discovered by Strategist G. You probably saw him holding that strange book, right? That was just him crudely binding the Jade Slip and the transformed Jade Book with spiritual power for easy carrying. Ever since obtaining the Jade Book, he'd been obsessed with unlocking its secrets, but with his little bit of spiritual power, there was no way to open it. The more he failed, the more he believed the book contained profound techniques, possibly even a cure for his fire poison. So he obsessed over it day and night. My wandering divine sense had always been residing in the transformed Jade Book. When I saw you enter Strategist G's sect and begin cultivating that poison-based technique, I became extremely anxious. But at the time, I had deliberately limited that divine sense's power to reduce consumption. It could only detect spiritual root types and had no other abilities. The main divine intent still hadn't awakened, so all I could do was disrupt the spiritual energy around you whenever Strategist G came near to slow your progress and buy time for my awakening. Now, Lian finally understood. No wonder every time Strategist G was nearby, his cultivation felt obstructed and sluggish. He had always assumed it was just the oppressive aura of his master's superior cultivation, never once thinking someone was deliberately sabotaging him. The gray-robed elder, now ignoring Lian's thoughts, continued. But what I didn't expect was that despite your mixed spiritual root, even with the interference of that divine sense, you still completed the full 49 days of initial cultivation. But in the end, your result was no different from your senior brothers, lacking the 2 critical balancing herbs. And with today's concoction several times stronger than before, how could your meridians withstand it? Even though Strategist G pulled you out from the pool, he had no power to revive you. At that moment, my divine sense sensed your impending death. I immediately transferred all its memories to the main intent and self-destructed, forcibly shocking the main intent awake from slumber. But doing so not only woke me up, it also injured my core, making my already weak state even worse. When I finally awakened, I found that your organs were damaged, your vital energy reversing, and death was only moments away. So I used my last bit of power to realign and repair your meridians. But as I neared completion, you were stimulated by the remnants of Strategist G's spiritual energy, briefly regaining consciousness. At that moment, you tried to sit up and continue cultivating, so I had no choice but to shout and knock you out, allowing me to finish repairing your body. Unfortunately, by now my power is far too weak. Though I pulled you back from the gates of death, I was unable to expel the poison from your body. All I could do was seal it within a corner of a dantian. From now on, as long as you don't continue cultivating that poison-based technique, the poison will remain dormant. But if you try to cultivate that technique again with your current condition, it won't take long before you meet certain death. By the time he finished, the gray-robed elder's figure had already become translucent. At this point, Li Yin completely understood what had happened to him. This was the final result of the gray-robed elder's painstaking efforts and willingness to waste time explaining everything. He recalled that moment when he had regained consciousness, and the elder told him not to open his eyes. He now understood the reason. Had he woken up and opened his eyes at that moment, he would have instinctively sat cross-legged and begun refining the medicinal energy, which would have immediately triggered the suppressed fire poison in his body to erupt once more. Where would he find another stroke of luck another person with mystical powers like this gray-robed elder to save him again. If things had gone differently, today would have been his second senseless death. Thinking of this, Lien felt lingering fear in his heart. By now, the elder's figure had become misty and faint. Even his voice had turned hazy and unsteady. All right, having said so much, I trust you now understand why I saved you, don't you? Lien raised his head and looked at the increasingly illusory elder and nodded softly. Of course I understand. I must be the person with the correct spiritual root that you've been searching for, the one suitable for the Guishui immortal sect. From the moment the elder began speaking about the 5 ancient sects searching for someone with a special spiritual root constitution, Lien had already guessed it. It wasn't difficult to piece together. That's right. You're the one I've been searching for through endless ages. My strand of divine intent is also about to dissipate completely. I've already placed our sect's cultivation technique, the Guishui true scripture, into your sea of consciousness. You'll soon be able to sense its presence. It's a complete set of immortal techniques, ranging from qi condensation all the way to the Mahayana stage. However, you will only be able to view the techniques that match your current cultivation level. Only as your cultivation level rises will you be able to unlock the corresponding chapters of the scripture. So for now, you'll only see the qi condensation level techniques. If you unfortunately perish, then this scripture will vanish along with you. At this point, the elder couldn't help but let out a sigh. Originally, if I had found you under normal circumstances, even with the little divine intent I have left, though I could no longer perform great magical techniques, accompanying you for 1,000 years would have been no problem. During that time, I could have guided your cultivation step by step, helping you avoid detours. Unfortunately, you already took a step into the gate of death. After realigning your meridians and suppressing the fire poison, the road ahead can only be walked by you alone. How far you can go will depend on your own fate. Hearing this, Lien couldn't help but murmur awkwardly. Immortal, Senior, I don't want to cultivate. I just want to return home to my parents. Upon hearing this, the gray-robed elder froze. In his understanding, cultivating immortality was something everyone longed for, and he had already spent so much precious time explaining everything. But then he snorted coldly. Oomph. You think you still have a choice? If you don't cultivate, then in a few years at most, the fire poison in your body will swell and grow stronger. Once it breaks the suppression, your death will be even more miserable. Besides, after your initial cultivation and the medicinal guidance I just performed on your body, you're already at the first level of qi condensation. You think your so-called teacher will let you go now that you're awake? Sooner or later, he'll extract your spiritual energy. The result won't be any better than dying from poison. If you instead cultivate the immortal technique I gave you, you might at least have a fighting chance. And yet you say you don't want to cultivate? Lien was stunned into silence. Moments ago, he had truly been thinking only of returning to his family, but he had completely ignored his current situation. Just as the elder said, he was already on the tiger's back and couldn't get off. Not cultivating means death, and only through continuing to cultivate did he have even a sliver of hope to survive. Seeing Lien fall silent, the elder let out a cold laugh. Set aside those childish thoughts of yours. You should be thinking about how to survive. With the poison in your body, if you can cultivate the Guishui true scripture to the peak of the first level of qi condensation, you should be able to expel it. Once you read the scripture, you'll understand this. In the future, you should train more often by the pool. This will enhance your water-type spiritual root cultivation. Strategist G chose this valley as his residence not without reason. It's the only place in the area with even a trace of spiritual energy. That spiritual energy originates from deep within the pool. Beneath it, there's likely a tiny spiritual energy, a small node where spiritual energy gathers. After dispersing, the energy lingers in the valley, allowing cultivation. Without it, none of you would be able to cultivate at all. Of course, the amount of energy is minimal. The eye is small. Otherwise, this great Qing outpost wouldn't still exist. It would have been seized long ago by a cultivation sect. Another thing, and I don't know whether this is a blessing or a curse, because your cultivation path used poison as its foundation. Even though I've repaired your meridians, my power is too weak now. I cannot change the poisonous nature of your spiritual energy. From now on, as your spiritual energy circulates throughout your body, the toxins will continue to grow, infiltrating your muscles and bones. However, once you switch to cultivating the Gushui, true scripture, and reach the peak of the first level of qi condensation, this toxic energy can be refined and purged. So for now, your concern should be how to properly cultivate the Gushui, true scripture, and how to escape. Everything else can only be considered after you get away. As he said this, the elder's now faint, flickering voice carried a rare weight of seriousness. He too was worried. After all the effort to find a successor, if the boy died at the hands of a mere qi condensation cultivator like Strategist G, that would be an unbearable humiliation. Someone like Strategist G, once the elder could have annihilated him with a single thought. But now, he was utterly helpless to do anything about it. Li Yin frowned deeply. It was just as the gray-robed elder said. His priority now had to be escaping from Strategist G alive. The elder's voice drifted once more into Li Yan's ears. You probably have around 1 year. Whether you reach the peak of qi condensation's first level or not, Strategist G will act by then. The poison in his own body can only be suppressed for about a year at most. But if you manage to train hard and reach the peak of the first level, there may be a slight chance for a reversal, maybe even some unexpected developments. He. At this point, the elder's now faint voice actually let out a sinister chuckle, but he said no more on the matter. Instead, he changed the topic. If you want to escape, you might consider seeking out Martial Hong. He's extremely interested in Strategist G's so-called martial arts. Moreover, I sensed another martial expert in the marshal's residence, someone not inferior to Hong Lining. Although neither of them alone can defeat Strategist G, together they might buy you some time. Also, you don't need to worry about your parents and family for now. In fact, if you run away now, they will only become your weakness. Strategist G won't hesitate to use them as bait. One last reminder, Strategist G has already learned several entry-level immortal techniques, including with Spike, Fireball, and Windblade. You'd best prepare yourself. They may be basic spells, but immortal techniques are still immortal techniques. They're not something mortals or rookie cultivators like you can withstand. As the elder spoke, he deliberately emphasized the words, martial arts, but his voice had already grown extremely faint. Li Yin was still confused by some parts of what the elder had said earlier, especially that sinister laugh and talk of unexpected developments. But when he heard the mention of Martial Hong's intentions, his eyes lit up. He thought back to that day in the training ground and now understood why Martial Hong had used inner energy to probe his body. He was clearly coveting Strategist G's cultivation methods. That might really be a chance he could use. But as for how to deal with Strategist G's immortal techniques, for now, he had no idea. After all, those were true spells of the immortals. All right, boy, I'd like to talk with you longer, but that's no longer possible. Let's hope my true body may meet you again one day. At the very least, you should show some respect and call out Secmaster. Remember, this old man's name is Floating Water Venerable Dong Fui. As he spoke these words, the old man's voice was already fading away, and his figure gradually transformed into a mist of water droplets, dissolving into the air. Li Yin, seeing the mist scatter into the sky, anxiously cried out, old man, you haven't told me how to get out of here." But from the drifting mist, no reply came. Li Yin couldn't help but think to himself, "Secmaster? What's Secmaster?" He didn't even explain anything properly, and I somehow got dragged into joining some immortal sect. A sect that has no base, no support, and now I'm its only disciple. So where's the cultivation method? And how am I supposed to leave this sea of consciousness? While he was still lost in thought, the last of the mist completely dispersed. As it did, Li Yin suddenly felt his vision blur, and then a wave of dizziness struck. Everything went pitch black. His whole body felt slightly cold. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to be blinded by piercing sunlight, which forced him to immediately shut them again. At that moment, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Disciple, you've finally woken up. How are you feeling? Are you any better?" Hearing this voice, Lian's body instantly stiffened. After a brief pause, he slowly opened his eyes again. The first thing he saw was a man in black robes, bending slightly to block the sunlight. A gentle and kindly face was gazing at him with concern. It was his master strategist Ji. Lian forced a strained smile. Glancing left and right, he quickly realized that he was soaked from head to toe, lying on the ground. He braced himself with one hand and slowly sat up. He was still beside the water pool. The sun overhead was still angled slightly eastward. It was still morning. It seemed as if not much time had passed, yet in the dream, he had experienced what felt like a long conversation. After a brief hesitation, Lian asked, "Old teacher, what happened?" Strategist Ji, seeing Lian awake, breathed a sigh of relief, straightened up, and gently replied, "You had a problem during your cultivation. Your meridians went awry during chi guidance, and you fell into the pool. I pulled you out just now. It's been about half a tea's time. You were unconscious all that while, so I've been transferring spiritual energy to help heal you. Now that you're awake, it seems, As he spoke, he unconsciously swept his divine sense over Lian's body and was startled. With Lian's awakening, the aura around him was visibly changing and strengthening. Not only that, but his once swollen, twisted face was visibly returning to normal, slowly recovering. Strategist Ji instinctively scanned again and was shocked to see that Lian had already reached the first level of chi condensation. For a moment, he was dazed. He gently shook his head, bewildered. When he had pulled Lian from the water earlier, he had responded slightly to Ji's initial injection of spiritual energy. But after a few more pulses, there had been no further reaction. Lian's breathing was normal, but when strategist Ji used divine sense to examine him, his cultivation was still at the chi guiding stage, no sign of a breakthrough. This had greatly disappointed him. Still, since the boy was alive, he could always try again. So he continued channeling spiritual energy into him, hoping to suppress the fire poison. But Lian remained motionless, showing no sign of waking. Strategist Ji could only stand aside, watching and thinking while time ticked on. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Lian suddenly woke up on his own. And now, after instinctively scanning him again, he had clearly reached chi condensation first level. Had he been seeing things earlier? He scanned again with divine sense. After all, no one here knew what divine sense was. Moments later, even strategist Ji's calm expression broke into a delighted smile. Sure enough, it was real. Lian's aura now matched that of someone newly stepping into chi condensation. His eyes also appeared sharper, clearer, and far brighter than before. But then doubt once again crept into strategist Ji's heart. Just now, he had scanned Lian's body several times. Why hadn't he detected this? Eventually, he brushed it off. After all, Lian had spent 49 days cultivating under his watchful eye. What problems could there be? Perhaps the few pulses of spiritual energy he injected earlier had catalyzed the breakthrough. Or maybe the boy's constitution was more unique than expected. Likely, he was just overthinking it. The reason he hadn't noticed earlier could be due to Lian's unstable aura while unconscious. Having just broken through, his energy had been too faint to detect. Now that he was awake, his aura was naturally starting to surface. Meanwhile, Lian had clearly noticed something. When strategist Ji had spoken halfway and then suddenly paused with a Lian had felt a strange, invisible force sweep over his body. It was like a pair of invisible eyes peering through him from top to bottom, inside and out. It made him feel utterly exposed, as if no part of him could remain hidden. Divine sense, the term flashed through his mind. He couldn't help but think of it. The moment that realization surfaced, he could clearly feel those invisible eyes continuously scanning him. It felt unreal, yet he could truly sense it. The discomfort was intense. At the same time, He was shocked to discover that his senses had become incredibly sharp. Without turning his head, he could hear fish swimming in the pool and the soft chirping of insects around the valley. With the corner of his eye, he glanced at a patch of grass dozens of zhang away, and he saw dew droplets as clearly as if they were right in front of him, each glistening with dazzling clarity. He could see ants crawling among the blades of grass and droplets, their antennae twitching under the morning sun. Turning his gaze toward the water, he saw wisps of energy drifting above it, intertwining, distorting, expanding. He guessed this was the spiritual energy the elder Dong Fui mentioned, spreading from the pool. So, it really wasn't a dream. I was in my own sea of consciousness. Lian now felt that everything he had just experienced, all of it was incredibly surreal. And according to his teacher, he had only been unconscious for half a tea's time. Yet in that strange space, he had spoken with Dong Fui for what had to be at least an hour. How could that be explained? Chapter end. Lian had no idea that his appearance alongside Dong Fui in the sea of consciousness, though seemingly a long conversation, had in fact occurred in an extremely short span of time, since it was purely a matter of consciousness exchange. If Dong Fui hadn't spent such a long time using his spiritual power to extend Lian's life and heal his injuries, their conversation might have been completed in just a few dozen breaths. While Lian was still in a daze of doubt and suspicion, he suddenly felt his body lighten. The presence that felt like a watchful eye had vanished. Strategist Ji withdrew his divine sense, steadied his mind, and smiled at Lian. Lian, you have completed the cleansing meridian step of our sect's secret method. You have now officially entered the first level of the wooding art. I am very pleased with your performance. Go and rest for now. After lunch, come to me, and I will formally teach you the incantation and heart method for the first layer of the wooding art. After saying this, he looked directly at Lian. Hearing these words, Lian first froze, then a joyful expression spread across his face. He pushed off the ground with both hands, stood up, and bowed deeply to the strategist Ji. Thank you, teacher. I'll go back and change my clothes first. A faint trace of gratitude flickered in his gaze. Then, with light steps, he turned and headed toward his stone room. Strategist Ji watched Lian's departing figure, slowly withdrawing his gaze, a complex look flashing through his eyes. He stood there for a while longer before turning and heading back to his own quarters. As Lian walked toward his stone hut, he once again felt that invisible eye staring at him from behind, like a thorn in his back. Only after a short while did that feeling finally dissipate. Yet, just like before turning around, he kept a smiling face and walked lightly into the stone hut. After entering, Lian casually shut the stone door behind him. His expression immediately darkened. Now he knew that even the stone hut and door could not block that wisp of divine sense from strategist Ji. Nevertheless, after entering, he felt much more at ease in his mind. He also confirmed that the divine sense had indeed been withdrawn. Looking at his drenched clothes, he recalled the gentle voice and warm smile of strategist Ji when he opened his eyes earlier, and couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest. A cold sneer surfaced in his heart. Do you really care about me that much? You're just afraid this pig might die too soon and be a waste of your investment. Otherwise, how could you let a person with such a weak body lie soaked on the ground for half an hour when we're already approaching late autumn? Oof. Or were you afraid the fire poison in my body hadn't been fully suppressed and used cold water to keep pressing it down? All that talk before about joining the sect without complicated rituals, the made-up story about Woodshadow sect, the detailed introductions to the major sects and martial realms in the current martial world, was all just to make me believe you're a noble recluse passing down a martial arts secret manual. Truly meticulous. Even the tiny details were faked so well. A deception so thorough it could kill without the victim even realizing it. But no matter how perfect a lie is, it will always have flaws. Lian recalled that when he first joined strategist Ji's sect, after kowtowing, the teacher had immediately wanted to teach him the breathing guidance technique, which had left him momentarily stunned. Even in private schools, a new student would at least be taught the basic rules of the school first. how much more so for a sect? Upon entry, there had been no mention of sect rules or regulations. At the time, Strategist G had seemed almost desperate, as if he couldn't wait to make Li Yin learn. Thinking back now, it was clear the man was cunning beyond measure, but he had still slipped up slightly. Li Yin had only realized all this in hindsight. Looking again at his soaked state, he now also smelled a nauseating stench. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something black and greasy clinging beneath his clothes, vaguely visible through the water stains. Confused, he undressed and was immediately stunned. His body beneath his clothes was completely covered in a layer of sticky, black, oily substance, as though someone had slathered him in crude oil. It was emitting a foul odor. What Li Yin didn't know was that upon reaching the first level of the qi condensation stage, the spiritual energy in his body had forced out impurities and waste through his pores. He thought it was some kind of toxin expelled with Dongfui's help. This greasy filth clinging to his body made him feel incredibly uncomfortable. When Li Yin opened the door again, he had already returned with a smile, fetching some hot water. After a simple wash, he immediately felt refreshed and clear-headed, his body light and comfortable. He changed into clean clothes, then sat cross-legged on the wooden bed in the room, eyes half closed, as though consolidating his cultivation. Of course, Li Yin wasn't cultivating at this moment. Sitting upright cross-legged, he now felt that in addition to his senses being several times sharper than before, the internal energy in his body had grown incomparably thicker, though he now understood this was spiritual power. Previously, while practicing the breathing guidance technique, he had already felt his body lightening and his senses sharpening. But never had the world around him felt this vividly clear. Inside his body, he felt more at ease than ever, as if every drop of blood was dancing and surging joyfully. Though he still couldn't examine his internal state directly, he could feel it clearly. He remembered what Dongfui had said, that the fire poison still resided in his body, and he should no longer cultivate the wood yin art. Instead, it should be the dark night cyan curtain technique. Otherwise, the fire poison would be triggered again. With a focused thought, he cautiously began running the dark night cyan curtain technique, incantation, and his face immediately changed. At first, he had only intended to verify Dongfui's words, and partly out of youthful curiosity, had wanted to circulate spiritual energy along the technique's path. But to his shock, the moment he moved his spiritual energy along the route outlined in the technique, before it could even flow through his meridians, a wave of scorching heat erupted from a corner of his dantian. In the next instant, it roared like a beast that had smelled blood, raging and boiling as though it would burst from his body. Terrified, Li Yin immediately halted the technique. Even so, it took a long time before the turbulent spiritual energy in his dantian slowly calmed down, and the wave of intense heat in that corner gradually faded until he could no longer sense it. Only then did Li Yin finally let out a long breath and thought to himself, so Dongfui was telling the truth. The fire poison is truly suppressed and entrenched in my dantian. That means the Guishui, true scripture in my sea of consciousness, is also real. But how do I access the sea of consciousness? For someone like him, with no foundation in cultivation, it was like being lost in a fog. Could it be by directing spiritual energy to the Bai Hui acupoint? No, that would involve spiritual power again. And the only method I know for controlling spiritual energy is the dark night cyan curtain technique. Wouldn't that be asking for death? Is it through focused meditation? Or is there some other way to trigger divine sense? A moment later, he shook his head and laughed self-deprecatingly. Since Dongfui said the immortal art was left in my sea of consciousness, and he also understands my current condition, then it clearly doesn't involve spiritual energy. What am I thinking? Besides, he clearly said the sea of consciousness is a space formed by mental awareness, so it must be opened with thought alone. The sea of consciousness must be located in the brain area, either the crown of the head, forehead, or the back of the head. The possible areas to test aren't that many. At that moment, Li Yin stopped overthinking. He began slowly regulating his breath, calming his heart and mind, and focused his consciousness on imagining the Baihui acupoint at the very center of his crown. After a while, seeing no response, he shifted his attention to the Shunting acupoint located at the top of his forehead. Still, nothing happened. He didn't get discouraged and again moved his focus from the top of his forehead to the space between his brows, intending to examine the Yintang point. But just as his awareness moved to the center of his forehead, before even reaching the Yintang acupoint, he suddenly felt his vision blur, and a dizzying rush of images flashed before his eyes. Before Li Yin could react, the images stopped. He stood there stunned, because he had once again arrived in that same space where he'd met Dong Fui. Beneath his feet was the same black lake. Above his head, the sky was still pitch dark. The lake remained still, no wind, no ripples, utterly silent, as if he had never left and had always been here. He continued to float above the lake, just like before. He immediately understood where he was. Dong Fui had said this place was his sea of consciousness. If not here, then where else? It wasn't like he could have multiple seas of consciousness. He looked around. The surroundings were a gray haze, completely empty. A single glance took in everything. There was nothing here, no books, no techniques. Li Yin didn't believe Dong Fui would go through all the trouble to save his life just to lie to him. He figured he simply hadn't found it yet. But the truth was, there really was nothing here. Thinking to explore farther, the moment that thought formed, his body flew forward. Startled, he lost control and wobbled in midair before finally stopping. He had tried to move in this sea of consciousness before, but back then, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't take a single step or shift his position. Now, just a thought had sent him flying forward. How could he not be shocked? After calming himself, he tried once again to move forward, using only his intent, and once more he floated forward. Thinking of accelerating, he willed it, and he sped up. This discovery made him a little excited. He began flying around as if playing, his movements becoming more agile, zigzagging left and right, soaring up and down, having a grand time. After a long while, Li Yin came to a stop midair, slowly calming his excitement, thinking to himself, "Flying feels amazing, so fast. No need to walk around twisty paths. If only I could really fly in the real world." Thinking this made him feel a bit reluctant to leave. He liked this feeling, this freedom. Everyone dreams of flying freely like a bird through the skies, but for most, it remains just that, a dream. Li Yin stood there for a while, his eyes gradually brightening. Immortals! Immortals can fly. After becoming immortal, not to mention flying, even ascending to the heavens or diving underground is easy. At this moment, Li Yin found himself deeply yearning to cultivate. If Dong Fui knew what he was thinking, he'd surely curse him out. Back then, Dong Fui had tried to convince him that cultivating led to longevity, but all Li Yin wanted was to return home and live as an ordinary person. And now, the reason he wanted to cultivate was simply because flying was fun? That reason was truly enough to make anyone speechless. Soon, Li Yin pushed aside those thoughts. Right now, the most urgent task was to find the Gui Shui immortal sex technique. Half a cup of tea's time later, Li Yin stopped midair. This space wasn't very large, only about 500 or 600 zhong, shaped like a half-sphere. Besides the small circular lake in the center, everything else was a misty gray. The ground was a bluish-gray color, and the sky was dark and gloomy. When he flew to the edges, he found an invisible force that prevented him from going any further, no matter how hard he tried. He flew around searching, occasionally landing to tap and check different spots. Time passed slowly, but he found nothing. I've searched every corner of these few hundred zhong. Any place that seems suspicious, I've already checked. But there's still no sign of any immortal scriptures. Where are they hiding? Moments later, he suddenly slapped his forehead and cursed himself, "Idiot." The most obvious place in this space was the central lake. Was he seriously overlooking what was right under his nose? Realizing this, he quickly flew toward the center. Soon, He reached the area above the small lake. Looking down, the surface was calm and still, the black water like an abyss, seemingly bottomless. Could it be? I have to dive into the lake. If that's the case, that old man's really got a sense of humor. Helpless, Li Yin began descending toward the lake, hoping it wasn't too deep. But as he neared the surface, an invisible force blocked his feet. He couldn't go in at all. The surface of the lake was like a smooth, black mirror. He could only stand on it. It didn't allow him to sink even an inch. Li Yin immediately felt a headache coming on, extremely frustrated. This was the only spot that gave him the feeling something might be hidden here, and now he couldn't even enter it. Was he just supposed to stare at this mirror-like lake forever? A mirror-like lake. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Li Yin. He looked again at the lake beneath his feet. Unfortunately, he still saw nothing. The dark surface reflected only his scowling face. After standing there a bit longer, he abruptly flew upward. Once he reached a point above the lake, he narrowed his eyes and focused his consciousness downward at the lake surface. The moment his spiritual awareness touched the surface, the pitch-black mirror-like water lit up in dazzling golden light. Countless characters floated up in dense patterns. Li Yin was overjoyed, but before he could even get a clear look, his spiritual awareness collapsed, and the golden words disappeared instantly. Hovering midair, Li Yin let out a long breath of relief. Finally, he found it. Steeling himself, he once again focused his spiritual awareness down toward the lake surface. Sure enough, countless rows of tiny golden characters reappeared. On the far right side of the lake, for large golden words glowed brightly. True scripture of Guishui. Right next to it, arranged vertically, were rows upon rows of slightly smaller golden characters. Knowing his spiritual awareness was weak, Li Yin didn't dare waste a moment and immediately began reading carefully. Chapter End. The Guishui True Scripture is the most powerful and fundamental immortal technique of the Guishui immortal sect. It stands alongside the ethereal wood immortal drawing method of the Imu immortal sect, the Ding fire heaven burning art of the Dinghua immortal sect, the G earth mountain bearing technique of the G2 immortal sect, and the Xi metal thousand army breaker of the Xingyan immortal sect. These 5 techniques are the oldest and most formidable in the immortal spirit realm. Countless people have longed to join these 5 ancient sects, yet no one has ever found the location of their mountain gates. The Guishui True Scripture begins with these words. Heaven possesses the 5 elements: water, fire, metal, wood, and earth. They alternate and transform, nurturing all things. They generate and counter each other in endless cycles. Of them, water is the foundation of the 5 elements, as hard as metal, as weighty as earth, as combustible as fire, as light as air. The 5 elements are mutually generating and counterbalancing. Only through balance can the 5 elements achieve harmony. In the beginning of chaos, however, they were born in sequence. Chaos first gave rise to water. Water became the source of all things. Only afterward were wood, fire, earth, and metal born, gradually forming the interwoven system of mutual generation and restraint that governs the natural order and allows life to flourish. Water is the foundation and the first of the 5 elements. It can be as unyielding as eternal ice, its hardness rivaling the strongest metals. It can weigh as heavily as mountain-crushing floods. It can be as cold and extreme as energy that ignites all things. It can become vaporous as mist, nourishing forests with verdant energy. Even among the 5 ancient immortal sects, their techniques vary in power. But this difference only exists below the Mahayana stage. If all 5 techniques are cultivated to the Mahayana stage, assuming equal talent and skill, their powers and divine abilities are considered equal in might. This reflects the ultimate ideal of the 5 elements: unity and harmony. Cultivating the Guishui True Scripture requires a water spiritual root as the foundation. Each level must be cultivated through the balance of the 5 elements in their natural generating sequence in order to advance. Take the first level of the qi condensation stage as an example. Water, wood, fire, earth, and metal generate one another. Imagine them as 5 large vats of different heights. Water is the highest, followed by wood, fire, earth, and finally metal, the shortest vat. When beginning cultivation, one starts with water, the highest vat. As cultivation proceeds, water's spiritual energy fills the vat. When it reaches the brim, instead of breaking through to the second level of qi condensation, as with other techniques, one must continue. Once the water energy overflows, it spills downward into the next vat, wood, and the generating cycle begins again. Water nourishes wood, creating wood energy. This continues until all vats are filled and metal energy is complete. Only when all 5 elements have been generated and balanced can the practitioner break through to the second level of the qi condensation stage. In each subsequent stage, the 5 elemental energies within the body rotate in a similar fashion, though in different forms. Because of this, the 5 immortal sects are extremely selective when accepting disciples. The order and strength of a person's elemental spiritual roots must align with the generating sequence. If the sequence is broken, for example, if a person has strong water affinity, but their next strongest is fire, followed by earth, metal, and would then when water energy overflows, it will pour into the fire vat, which is incompatible. Fire does not generate from water. The result? Rejection, resistance, and chaos among the energies, leading to internal rupture and death. For example, someone with mixed roots who senses water energy best must cultivate the Gui Shui, true scripture. But if their next strongest root is fire instead of wood, then when their water vat overflows, the resulting power enters the fire vat, causing a backlash and explosive death. These 5 immortal techniques seem notoriously difficult to practice. Others may only need to cultivate one attribute of spiritual energy to quickly level up. In contrast, disciples of the 5 sects must cultivate all 5 elemental energies fully before progressing. In the world of cultivation, time is everything. If you can't reach foundation establishment within a few decades, your lifespan might run out before you can extend it by breaking through. But for the 5 immortal sects, it's different. They follow the law of mutual generation. Only the first level of qi condensation requires building the 5 elements from nothing. Once you've cultivated all 5, ending with metal, a complete cycle is formed. Metal then generates water once again. This creates a self-sustaining loop where water production accelerates, speeding up the entire cycle. As the water element flows faster, it energizes the other elements as well, making cultivation speed up significantly. The second advantage of the 5 sects techniques is the sheer density and volume of spiritual power within the same stage. A disciple of the 5 sects will often have 3 to 5 times the spiritual power of other cultivators at the same level. Of course, this depends on the individual. There are many techniques that can produce thick spiritual power. Still, denser spiritual power means longer endurance during battles and greater strength when casting spells. The third advantage is the ability to cultivate techniques of different elemental attributes. Most other sects rarely allow disciples to learn techniques outside their main attribute. Unless one possesses a sacred spiritual root, most cultivators have multiple attributes, but they usually only practice their strongest to avoid slowing their progress. The 5 sects, however, train in all 5 elements. If, during combat, your earth spiritual power is insufficient, you can pour fire spiritual power into the earth vat to convert it into earth energy. Then, wood replenishes fire and water replenishes wood. In this way, there is no fear of running out of a particular element's power and weakening your techniques, as long as you've invested time in cultivating all 5 elements. This is what makes the 5 ancient sects truly terrifying, and why the rest of the immortal spirit realm has never fully understood them. The secret lies in the law of mutual generation. At this point, Li Yin suddenly recalled Dong Fui's strange smile when he mentioned Li Yin reaching the peak of first-level qi condensation. Now he understood the meaning behind it. Strategist G could absorb others' spiritual power, but he had a maximum tolerance. If the other person's power exceeded the peak of first-level chi condensation, the excess energy would cause violent backlash. But because the 5 immortal techniques generate far more spiritual energy than ordinary methods, even someone at first-level chi condensation would have far more power than others at the same level. Moreover, if strategist G were to absorb Li Yan's spiritual power while Li Yan suddenly switched the attribute of his spiritual energy, outputting something other than the wood element energy cultivated from the Dark Night Cyan Curtain technique, then the result. But whether the outcome is collapse or backlash, both possibilities rely on Li Yan successfully cultivating the Guishui true scripture to at least the peak of first-level chi condensation stage, giving him a solid chance of control. After reading the opening overview, Li Yan couldn't help but sigh in awe. To think such a monstrous technique exists in this world. Truly a defiance of the heavenly Tao. No wonder it's so hard to inherit. Heaven has its cycle, and all is balanced under the laws of nature. Now he finally understood the core principle of the 5 immortal sects, mutual generation of the 5 elements. Beyond that, for ordinary cultivators, when they speak of spiritual power, unless they specify that it's wood element, water element, etc., it usually just means mana. After all, most only cultivate a single element. But in Li Yan's case, his mana would be the combined force of all 5 elemental spiritual powers. After the opening overview, only a dozen lines remained. The first level chi condensation cultivation incantation. Li Yan's spirit stirred. His path of cultivation had truly begun. Li Yan slowly opened his eyes. He was still in his stone room, still seated cross-legged on his bed, but now, a mental incantation echoed clearly in his mind. He had already memorized these dozen lines repeatedly within his sea of consciousness. After confirming there were no mistakes, he wondered how to exit that realm, and the moment he willed himself to leave, he found himself exiting the sea of consciousness. Li Yan closed his eyes again and focused his mental strength on his forehead. With a flash before his eyes, he was once more above the little black lake. Then he willed himself to exit again and instantly returned to the stone hut. He stood up tall, a faint smile forming on his face. He had finally grasped the method for entering and exiting his sea of consciousness, and had acquired the method to cultivate the Guishui true scripture. Now, the next step was to escape this valley of the beast. After lunch, Li Yan walked lightly to the door of the first stone room. As always, before he even knocked, strategist G's gentle voice drifted out from within. Inside, G sat cross-legged behind the low table, just as immovable and eternal as ever. But his face carried a flicker of shifting expression. When he saw Li Yan enter, he steadied himself and casually pointed to the carpet in front of him. Sit. Since returning, G had once again assumed his usual meditative posture, trying to suppress the growing restlessness in his chest. Lately, the fire poison in his body had become harder to suppress. If he avoided using spiritual power, it was manageable. But the moment he used it, it felt as if chaotic energy rampaged through his body. Just earlier, when healing Li Yan, he had used his power several times and already felt his energies destabilizing. Time is running short. At this rate, I won't last another year or two. G thought grimly, then instinctively extended his left hand from within his sleeve. His eyes drifted toward the two-tone book beside him. Still, I can't place all my hopes on that boy. But this book was sealed with profound restrictions. Even as his thoughts wandered, what he saw before him made him freeze. The book was still the same, 2 volumes fused together. The top third remained a familiar jade white, as it always had. But the lower 2/3 had now turned a dull gray-brown, as if it had lost its luster. All these years, he had never let the book leave his side, studying it day and night. Yet now, the sight before him was no longer what he knew. This unexpected change sent shockwaves through him. He hurriedly picked up the book, examined it closely, flipping and tilting it from all angles. Finally, He confirmed the book had indeed changed. Carefully, he flipped to the one-third point and infused it with his spiritual power. After a moment, a clear pop sounded. The previously sealed, gray-brown lower half had been successfully infused with his energy. Ji's joy was overwhelming. He thought, could it be that the book's restriction has deteriorated with time? This color change must signal the seal's collapse. He cautiously extended his divine sense into the book. At first, he approached with extreme care. After some time passed with no reaction, he increased the intensity and fully immersed his spiritual awareness. What he saw next was completely unexpected. Inside the book was a vast, empty space, and in the center hovered a map, like a painting fluttering and twisting in the wind. From a distance, he could make out several winding lines and a few markings. Still vigilant, Ji cautiously moved his divine sense closer to the map. He was meticulous to the extreme. After a long while, his consciousness finally hovered before the map. Nothing went wrong, so he exhaled deeply in relief. The lines on the map resembled a route diagram, with several paths converging from different directions toward a central area, where they ended at what looked like a lake. And there, flashing in bloody red letters, were 4 shocking words. Great Poison Vitality Technique. Ji stared blankly at those words. A long while passed before he finally muttered aloud. Great Poison Vitality Technique. Great Poison Vitality. This must be a poison-based immortal technique, or one that uses poison. Heaven hasn't abandoned me. Heaven hasn't abandoned me. Ha ha ha. For someone as calculating as strategist Ji, he now appeared utterly ecstatic. After some time, Ji withdrew his divine sense from the Jade Book. His expression was a complex blend of joy and uncertainty. He had studied the map in detail. As a member of the immortal-seeking lineage, he had ventured to many places unreachable to outsiders. Some of the areas on the map looked vaguely familiar. He recalled a narrow mountain valley over 10,000 li west of the Great Qing Mountains. Turning northward for another 4,000 li, there had been a lake that somewhat resembled the one on the map. But the surrounding landscape on the map didn't quite match his memories. For a moment, he wasn't entirely certain. Chapter end. What strategist Ji didn't know was that this was a final trick Dong Fui had set up right before his divine sense dissipated, a calculated ploy to give Li Yin a greater chance to escape. He had deliberately created the so-called treasure map, and the terrain and landmarks on it were infused into the Jade Book through a wisp of divine sense that had been wandering outside. Back then, strategist Ji had traveled extensively in search of a cure for his fire poison, retracing nearly every path he had walked during his years as a seeker of immortality. Naturally, that strand of divine sense within the Jade Book had knowledge of all those places Ji had been to. For Dong Fui, picking one of those from memory to fake a map was child's play. However, crafting the map did require a bit of finesse. The destination couldn't be too close, or Ji would arrive quickly, realize it was fake, and return before Li Yin had a chance to escape. Nor could it be too far, for deep within the Great Qing Mountains lay terrifying beasts and malevolent spirits, not something a minor cultivator like Ji could handle. Given Ji's cautious and cunning nature, he was unlikely to venture too deeply. So Dong Fui selected a plausible location within an acceptable range and pieced together various terrains from different regions to fabricate a vague, misleading map. This would give Li Yin a longer window to flee the valley. Unfortunately, by the time Dong Fui tried to explain this to Li Yin, his divine sense was on the verge of collapse. Worse yet, Li Yin had no concept of cultivation, and with the chaos of the moment, Dong Fui had to spend precious time explaining even the basics. He had to ensure Li Yin trusted him. There was no time for subtlety. In the end, Dong Fui used the last of his strength to etch the map into the Jade Book, but before he could explain it, his divine sense finally faded completely, a fact Li Yin was completely unaware of. That afternoon, strategist Ji spent the whole time pondering the authenticity of the map and whether he should act on it. If the marked location really was the one he suspected, it could still be extremely dangerous. Even reaching it safely was uncertain. And even if he got there, how would he enter the hidden site? What dangers would be inside? None of it could be known in advance. Yet if he didn't go, all those years waiting for the Jade Book to activate would have been in vain. Worse, he might miss the only chance to save his life. How could he just let that go? He mulled over every angle, unable to come up with a flawless plan, until Li Yin arrived. Li Yin entered and sat cross-legged. Ji composed himself and smiled. "How are you feeling now?" Li Yin quickly answered respectfully. "Reporting to Master, I feel much lighter than before, and all 6 of my senses seem sharper as well." Ji's heart lifted upon hearing that, his face blooming with pride and satisfaction. "Excellent, excellent. This means your recent efforts have paid off. You've successfully reached the first layer of the wooding art. I've seen how diligently you've worked. But don't become complacent. Stay focused and keep cultivating just as earnestly. If I can witness your further progress during my remaining days, then my efforts will not have been in vain. I can face the ancestors of our sect without shame." As he spoke, the joy on his face slowly faded into solemnity. Li Yin's expression also shifted to one of concern. "Teacher, your health will surely recover. I will cultivate even harder. It's just. Li Yin, firm at first, began to falter. Ji, calm at first, furrowed his brow. "Speak." Li Yin hesitated, then said uncertainly, "It's just, after advancing to the first layer, I feel fine when not circulating energy. But once I do, there's a growing heat and restlessness in my dantian. It feels like something's wrong with my cultivation." Ji's face remained calm, undisturbed. "Is that all? I assumed it was something serious. You've just entered the first layer. I haven't had time to explain certain matters. This isn't a problem. First, your cultivation base is still unstable. Second, now that you've reached the first layer, you must stop practicing the breathing guidance technique and begin the proper incantation for the wooding art. Third, there are still remnants of medicinal fluid in your meridians. Once you use those to reach the second layer, all of this will naturally resolve." Ji stared into Li Yan's eyes. When he saw the fear and doubt slowly fade from the boy's face, he nodded in satisfaction. "I'll now teach you the first layer's incantation. You must memorize it perfectly. There can be no mistakes." With that, he flipped his right hand, and a sheet of paper appeared on the table, covered in roughly 100 characters. Li Yin bowed slightly to show thanks, picked up the paper, and studied it carefully. A short while later, he finished reading and looked up. Ji then began explaining the incantation line by line. After Li Yin left, Ji reached out and gently swept the sheet of paper off the table. It floated into the air as if caught by an invisible breeze, then ignited spontaneously, burning to ash midair. He stared blankly at the door for a long time. Half a cup of tea passed. Then, as if making a decision, he stood up and walked slowly toward the door. Li Yin, of course, had no idea that he'd missed a golden chance to escape. If Dong Fui had only managed to tell him about the map and its purpose, but fate had not been kind. Time is always too thin, like fine sand slipping through one's fingers. In the days that followed, Li Yin cultivated diligently in the valley. He would often go 2 or 3 days without leaving his room. Though he wasn't yet able to live without eating like advanced cultivators, his physique had already become vastly different from ordinary people. He could now go without food or water for 2 full days. Sometimes he trained so intensely that he only noticed his hunger after waking from deep cultivation. As time went on, people began to notice a change in Li Yan's temperament. He grew more irritable, quick to anger, and would lash out with verbal abuse over the slightest displeasure. The women who delivered his meals became terrified of him. In the end, Chun En and Li Yin had to take over the task of delivering food. But even they noticed Li Yin no longer greeted them with friendliness, leaving the 2 men frustrated. Both of them were trusted aides of Ji, who had personally instructed them to take good care of Li Yin and meet all his needs, but under no circumstances should Li Yin be allowed to leave the residence freely. Now that Li Yin was fully immersed in cultivation, slacking was not an option. If he ever wanted to go out, Ji had to be informed first. As Li Yan's temper grew increasingly volatile, Even Chun and Li Yin began to grumble in private. But since strategist Ji had left more than 10 days ago and hadn't returned, they had no one to turn to for guidance. In the past, whenever Lord Ji went out, it was for no more than half a day or a single night before returning to the valley. This time, however, no one knew what had delayed him. Surprisingly, the days that followed brought some relief to Chun, and Li Yin. For reasons they couldn't guess, the temperamental young master in the rear valley suddenly became obsessed with writing. He asked them to bring him brush, ink, paper, and inkstones, then began copying poetry and verses from the books on his shelf. Once he started, he could write for half a day, even a full day, leaving ink and paper scattered everywhere. But thankfully, this distraction meant fewer outbursts directed at them. When they carefully entered to tidy up, they would wear their best smiles and ask whether he liked the writings mounted and hung on the walls, or organized and boxed for safekeeping. Each time, Li Yin would impatiently snap at them, telling them to get those useless scribbles out of his sight. They could only carry the papers away, not daring to throw them out. What if the young master suddenly remembered these strange talisman-like writings one day and asked to see them? If they had discarded them, it could mean another explosive scolding. So, to be safe, they packed them into several large chests. But just a few days later, many in the valley were surprised to notice something odd. Li Yan's temper had gradually calmed. He even began speaking to them with a hint of courtesy once again, much like he had in the beginning. This left everyone utterly confused, unsure what had changed. In truth, Li Yin himself was feeling frustrated. Though he was training diligently, he also had to occasionally put on a show, pretending to be earnest or acting irritable, just to keep up appearances. But what puzzled him the most was that in the 2 or 3 times he had come out recently, his teacher had never been around. That meant no one had been there to witness his performances, making it impossible for him to gauge Ji's reactions. At first, he didn't think much of it. Ji often left the valley for brief trips, and missing him occasionally was normal. But after over 10 days and several unsuccessful attempts, Li Yin began to realize something was wrong. After one more day of observation, he finally went to the first stone room. But this time, there was no familiar voice greeting him from inside. Instead, he felt a sudden, rapid heartbeat, thumping heavily in his chest. He stepped forward and knocked. Silence. He paused, then quickly made his way toward the valley's entrance and called out loudly, "Chunin! Chunin! Hurry over here!" Chunin came running nervously from the stone huts outside the valley. Behind him, several guards gave him sympathetic glances. What now? That young master's out in the open, shouting like this. Must be another storm brewing. These soldiers weren't responsible for the inner valley. That was Chun and Li Yin and a few women's job. Lately, they'd watched Chun and his companion endure a lot of verbal abuse. As Chunin ran up, Li Yin barked out, "Chunin, I've come out of cultivation several times now, but I haven't seen teacher. Has he not been in the valley lately?" Chunin relaxed slightly when he realized this wasn't about punishment. He forced a smile and replied, "Reporting, young master. Lord Ji left over 10 days ago. We don't know if he's handling matters in the city or something else. His whereabouts are unclear." "What? He's been gone over 10 days?" Li Yan's voice rose sharply, his tone laced with genuine urgency. This time, it wasn't an act. He was truly alarmed. Seeing the sudden shift in his expression, Chun An's heart quivered. "But isn't it normal for Lord Ji to go out sometimes? And you never asked us before." Still, he didn't dare speak disrespectfully. Glancing cautiously at Li Yin, he asked gently, "Young master, do you need something from Lord Ji? If it's within our ability, we'd be happy to help." Li Yin froze. He realized he had let his true feelings slip. Quickly regaining his composure, he put on a stern face and snapped, "I wanted to consult teacher about some cultivation matters. Do you think you can help with that?" He gave Chunin a cold side glance. Chun En's face tightened in a grimace. "Young master, that's beyond this servant's abilities." "Then why ask? Tell me, do you know when he'll return?" Li Yin demanded. I really don't know. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, or perhaps dash. Enough. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. If you don't know, just say so. Useless nonsense. With that, Li Yin turned and stormed back into the valley without another glance at Chunin. Chunin stood at the entrance, sighing heavily. Damn this job. What rotten luck to be stuck with it. He turned back toward the open area beyond the valley, where laughter echoed faintly. Looking up, he saw Li Yin and a few women at the kitchen door giving him helpless looks. But the nearby soldiers wore smug, mocking smiles. They didn't say anything, just whistled sarcastically before strolling off, leaving Chun En and Li Yin standing alone in the clearing. Chunin scowled. He knew these guards had long resented him and Li Yin. Why were only they and a few women allowed into the inner valley? Everyone wanted the chance to get closer to Lord Ji. The women were one thing, they cooked or cleaned. But he and Li Yin were personal aides, constantly involved in work for Lord Ji and the young master. That alone had alienated them from the other soldiers. And now that Li Yin had started snapping at even them, the others were clearly enjoying the show. Chapter end. Li Yin turned and walked back toward the valley, his mind filled with frustration. He'd likely missed a golden opportunity to escape. How could I have been so careless? I already knew how dangerous my situation was, and yet I let my guard down. Thank heavens I asked today. At any given moment, his life could be at risk. Who knew when strategist G's fire poison might erupt, prompting him to butcher this pig he'd been raising? No, if there's a chance, I can't hesitate again. I have to move. I'll leave after this. Any more delay, and I'll regret it forever. Li Yin quickly returned to his room. Packing was simple, a few sets of clothes, and his salary for the past 2 months, which he kept in a brown wicker box at the head of the table. A quick bundle would do, but carrying a bundle on his back would attract attention. He decided to tuck the few dozen taels of silver into his robe instead, avoiding unnecessary notice. Though he hadn't left the valley for 2 months, the stipend for his position as vice commander of resistance was still delivered regularly by Chunin and the others, which reassured him. Now that he planned to escape, he'd certainly need silver to survive outside. What he didn't yet know, however, was that leaving the valley wouldn't be so simple, even with Ji absent. Chunin and Li Yin were under strict orders not to let him out without permission. Lately, Li Yan's cultivation of the Guishui true scripture had gone shockingly well, as if heaven itself favored him. No wonder it was one of the ancient immortal techniques, and one tailored perfectly to his spiritual root. In just 10 or so days, he already felt his water element spiritual power growing rapidly. Though he couldn't yet look inside his own dantian, he could clearly sense that about 1/5 of it had already been filled. His body was sharper, stronger, and more responsive. This cultivation speed was nothing short of terrifying. If it continued like this, he thought, he might reach the peak of first-level chi condensation in less than a year. That thought wasn't entirely wrong, but not fully correct either. The reason he was progressing so fast was twofold. First, the technique was perfectly matched to his spiritual root. His compatibility with the Guishui true scripture was like a fish in water. Especially in the beginning, when cultivating from nothing, the rate of increase was naturally fast. Second, his water element vat in the dantian was still very small, so it filled quickly, making it seem like a huge leap in progress. As Li Yin finished packing, he suddenly heard footsteps outside. He thought to himself, lunch. Better eat well. Who knows when I'll get another proper meal. Better fill my belly before making a run for it. After tidying up, he stood and walked to the door. But just as he reached for the handle, a familiar voice rang out. Li Yin, I heard you were looking for me. The moment that voice entered his ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. Li Yin froze, his mind buzzing. Who else could that voice belong to but strategist Ji? In that instant, Li Yin felt like he had fallen into an abyss. Fortunately, he retained enough composure to steady himself. Putting on a dazed expression, he opened the door. After all, he knew his teacher could release his divine sense at will, but he hadn't felt it just now, which gave him a sliver of hope. Teacher, you've returned. When he opened the door and saw Ji's face clearly, Li Yin blinked in feigned surprise before quickly putting on a look of joy. Ji nodded. Ah, I had urgent matters to attend to, so I went out. When I returned just now, I heard from Chun and that you were looking for me, so I came to check in. Yes, I had a few questions about cultivation I hope to ask you. But G did not look well. His clothes were tattered in several places, and there were faint bloodstains here and there. His originally ashen face now carried veins of black energy, making him look even more gaunt. After Li Yin left that day, Ji made up his mind. He would follow the map's location and check it out. His fire poison had become increasingly difficult to suppress, and if there were any chance the Jade Book contained a true poison-based immortal technique, he had to take it. So he set off westward, deep into the Great Qing Mountains. But fate is fickle, and human plans often fall short. As it turned out, Li Yin was terribly unlucky. Ji's planned round trip would have covered nearly 30,000 li. Even moving several times faster than an ordinary person, it should have taken him 2 to 3 months, considering time needed to search. But disaster struck early. After traveling a few thousand li into the mountains, Ji unexpectedly encountered a first-rank, mid-stage demon beast. Normally, such creatures appeared deeper inside, closer to the 10,000 li range. And Ji was always cautious. As a member of the immortal-seeking lineage, he'd studied many concealment techniques, using herbs, terrain, and rivers to mask his presence. Had he lacked such skills, this lineage would have been long extinct. How could they have scoured barren lands for immortals otherwise? But this time, by terrible luck, a severely wounded demon beast had limped its way near the mountain's edge. It had a limp and deep, bone-exposing wounds, yet it still happened to cross paths with Ji. Caught completely off guard, Ji had no time to hide. That mid-stage beast was equivalent to a Qi condensation level 4th to 5th cultivator. The creature had been injured during a territorial battle, and when it sensed Ji's aura, clearly far weaker than its own, it flew into a fury, determined to slaughter him. Ji, only at 3rd level Qi condensation, had no chance of victory. But luckily, the beast's injuries limited its speed, allowing Ji to flee. However, the beast was enraged and relentless. Having finally found a target to vent its fury on, it chased several times along the way. It closed the distance, forcing Ji to use every ounce of strength from immortal arts to mundane martial skills, just to stay alive. Finally, at the very border of the Great Qing Mountains, Ji was able to breathe again, because beasts and ghosts from within Great Qing rarely step beyond its bounds. According to ancient records, millions of years ago, demon beasts and spirits once poured out of the mountains, plunging ordinary mortals into despair. A fierce battle ensued, with heavy casualties on both sides. Even esteemed core formation cultivators, as well as third-rank demonic beasts and ghost kings, fell in the conflict. Eventually, a deal was struck between several nascent soul ancestors and 4th-rank demon kings and ghost emperors. No one knew the exact terms of the pact, but since then, the monsters remained deep in the mountains, rarely appearing in the mundane world. So when Ji crossed the boundary, the beast stopped in its tracks, unwilling or unable to follow. It simply howled in frustration, then vanished back into the wilds. Ji, though alive, was left furious and humiliated. Not only had he found no immortal technique, he had nearly died and worse, used up a large portion of his spiritual power, making it nearly impossible to suppress his fire poison. He was now in a critical state. Even stabilizing his energy would take months of recuperation. With no other option, he had returned defeated to the residence, where he now needed to calm his qi and suppress the poison, before considering what came next. If strategist Ji recovered well, and Li Yin had not yet reached the peak of 1st-level qi condensation, he would return to the Great Qing Mountains for another attempt. He refused to believe he could be so unlucky twice. Next time, he would proceed cautiously from the start, not make the same careless mistake again. When Ji first returned to the valley, Chun and Li Yin had immediately come out to greet him. Upon seeing his ashen complexion, tattered clothes, and the bloodstains, they didn't dare ask questions. They could only make silent guesses. Could Lord Ji have gone into Ming Kingdom territory again? But what kind of opponent could leave him in this state? Don't tell me Ming Kingdom has its own martial artist like strategist Ji now. Of course, these speculations stayed firmly in their minds. They dared not voice them aloud. Instead, they simply reported that Li Yan had been asking for him. Ji only nodded, then asked about Li Yan's recent behavior. Chun and carefully responded. Lately, the young master's moods have been rather erratic. Ji nodded again. He was already aware of that. Chun hesitated a bit before adding. Also, the young master recently requested brush, ink, and paper, and has been frequently copying poems and essays. It struck us as odd. I've saved all the copied pages, but we weren't sure what to do with them. Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, but remained calm. Bring those pages here. I want to take a look. He already had a good guess what was going on, but he still wanted to confirm it himself. Soon, Chunin and Li Yin carried in 2 large chests. Ji opened one and casually flipped through several pages as expected. It was just scattered quotes, passages and lines from the literary books he kept on his bookshelf. The writing was sloppy and jumbled, clearly random excerpts copied without much care. And the handwriting was, frankly, an eyesore. After flipping through a dozen sheets, Ji placed them back and instructed, "These are useless. Just things Li Yin wrote to calm his mind. In the future, burn these pages for firewood in the kitchen." He knew perfectly well what this was. Li Yan's internal agitation had nowhere to vent, and he had instinctively sought an outlet to soothe his restlessness, a method Ji himself had used in the past. Then, Ji headed straight for Li Yan's room. He intended to hear what Li Yan wanted, and then begin his own seclusion and recovery. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't even meet with Li Yan again during that time. He didn't use divine sense to inspect Li Yan in advance. Not because he trusted him, but because his injuries were severe, and extending his divine sense would only worsen things. At the doorway, Li Yan stared at the disheveled Ji, unsure of what had happened, but certain of one thing. His window of escape was gone. Regret surged in his heart. Looking at Ji's current state, it was obvious he wouldn't be leaving the residence again anytime soon. "Teacher, what happened to you?" Li Yan asked with a show of concern, part of it feigned, part of it genuine. After all, he didn't want to know where Ji had been these past 10 days. Ji forced a faint smile. "I had some business and took a long trip. Unexpectedly, I encountered a strong foe along the way. I killed him, but I suffered some injuries. With some rest, I'll recover. Now, what did you need from me?" Half truth, half lie. Hearing this, Li Yin cursed silently. What a pity. Whoever heard him must have been a cultivator. If only they'd killed him outright, that would have been ideal. Damn it, I really did miss a perfect chance to escape. But aloud, he said smoothly, it was nothing major, just some cultivation problems I wanted to ask you about. I won't disturb your recovery, teacher." He bowed, but Ji frowned. "This is no small matter. If it concerns your cultivation, then speak. I'm listening." Li Yin had no choice but to invite him in. Once Ji was seated, Li Yin stood respectfully to the side and began racking his brain. Based on the Woodian art, he came up with 5 or 6 questions, framing them as points of confusion in his cultivation. Ji listened carefully and nodded. These were indeed common issues that arose during first-level cultivation. He answered each one patiently. Li Yin listened intently, his face serious, occasionally asking follow-up questions, probing deeper. This pleased Ji greatly, even making him feel, briefly, that his injuries weren't so bad. After about 1 cup of tea's time, Li Yan's face lit up with understanding. He bowed again with apparent gratitude. Ji nodded with satisfaction. "Continue working hard. I hope to see you reach the 2nd level soon. If that happens, then even if I pass on, you'll have some means to protect yourself in this world." As he spoke, there was a hint of sorrow on his face. Li Yan's expression shifted. He immediately said, "Teacher, with your cultivation, a period of rest will surely restore your health. I will also redouble my efforts, so I may repay your kindness to our sect." Chapter end. When strategist Ji heard Li Yin speak with such apparent sincerity and obedience, He was deeply gratified. Perhaps once I'm recovered, I won't need to risk another trip into those deadly mountains. But if this boy can reach the peak of first-level chi condensation quickly, and I break through to the fourth layer, I may still venture to the location marked on that map. Having reached that conclusion, G rose to leave and focus on his recovery. But as he stood, he noticed Lien hesitating, as if he had something more to say. He smiled slightly. Anything else? Lien's face showed visible conflict. After a moment, under G's prompting gaze, he seemed to muster his courage and said, "Teacher, I'd like to make a trip into the city." G's face, still smiling, froze slightly. His brow arched. "What?" Seeing his expression shift, Lien quickly put on a look of apprehension. "Please don't be angry, teacher. It's not that I don't want to continue cultivating. I wanted to send some silver back to my parents in the village through someone I know in the city. And I've been shut in this valley for so long, my mental state has grown unstable. I feel that taking a walk outside might help me calm my heart and regain focus in cultivation." G remained silent. From his point of view, the ideal disciple would spend every moment of every day cultivating, and even then, it wouldn't feel like enough. But Lian's explanation was reasonable, and if he refused outright, the boy might grow frustrated or even rebellious. Cultivation with a troubled heart would only slow progress. After weighing it briefly, G smiled and nodded. "Very well, then. You may go. You've been secluded for a while. Getting some air may do you good. Chun and Lien will accompany you. They're familiar with the city and can assist you as needed." Lian's unease had been real. He had no idea how G would react to his request. If G had become suspicious, any future escape would be all but impossible. So when he was granted permission, he was momentarily elated until the second half of G's response landed like a stone in his stomach. He understood immediately. This wasn't for his benefit, it was surveillance. There was no doubt Chun and Lien had been ordered to watch his every move. Any hope of slipping away in the city now seemed incredibly naive. Still, he kept a smile on his face and bowed. "Thank you, teacher." G nodded. "Go and prepare. I'll notify Chun and Lien. If you need anything, just tell them." With that, G turned and left. Lien stood in silence for a while, then opened his chest and took out the silver he had stashed. "All I can do now is take it one step at a time. If a chance to escape appears, I'll seize it. In any case, I must carry the silver with me. If I escape, I'll need it to survive. If not, I'll give it to Li Shan or Li Yu in the city to send home." When Lien reached the valley entrance, Chun and Lien were already waiting, hands respectfully at their sides. Behind them, the stone door to G's residence was shut, a black wooden sign hanging on the handle. But Lien knew, if he attempted to escape now, G would appear instantly, no matter how deep in rest he seemed. "Young master, are we heading into the city now?" The voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Looking up, he saw Chun and smiling obsequiously. Lien sighed inwardly. One was slick and shrewd, the other rigid and meticulous. Escaping the eyes of these two wouldn't be easy. "Let's go." With that, Lien strode out onto the plaza beyond the valley. "Young master, shall we ride or walk?" Chun caught up and asked. Lien stopped and looked back. "Oh, we can ride? Why does the teacher always walk then?" "That's just his personal preference," Chun replied. "It's only about 2 li, not far even on foot." Lien considered, then said, "Then let's ride." "Yes, young master." The two bowed in unison. Soon, Chun and Lien returned from the woods with 3 strong, well-bred horses, clearly elite mounts from the military stables. Lien stood in the plaza, glancing back at the characters carved on the gate. Military Advisor's Mansion. He felt like he was stepping back into the human world. Though the plaza, the stone houses, the soldiers and servants looked unchanged, it felt like he'd passed into another realm, breathing a different air. Indeed, spiritual energy outside the valley was nearly gone, the clear freshness in his breath now absent. But this air had something more precious: freedom. The soldiers guarding the stone houses watched him. It was his 3rd time out, but they still felt a sense of mystery around him. Chen Un and Li Yin helped him mount. Then, 3 horses clopped down the winding mountain path, flanked by towering trees, now colored with late autumn's green-gold hues. Sunlight filtered through thick canopies, dappling their path. The sound of hooves echoed through the woods, clip-clop, clip-clop. Though it had only been 2 months, Li Yan's mindset had changed drastically. He now looked at the world beyond the valley as a vast sky, full of possibilities. Whether he could truly fly free, that remained to be seen. Before long, they emerged from the forest path and turned right onto the main road. Riding north toward Great Qing Pass, Li Yan tried several times to subtly adjust his speed, hoping to create distance between himself and his escorts. But his clumsy village-learned riding skills were no match. Chun and Li Yin, both clearly seasoned military men, kept up with him effortlessly. Though Li Yin had now reached first-level qi condensation, he hadn't learned any actual immortal techniques, not even proper martial arts. At best, he had a few basic peasant-style moves. He suspected he could enhance those moves with spiritual energy and possibly overpower them. But it was broad daylight. To attack 2 uniformed imperial soldiers on a public road would draw even more attention and only bring disaster. Besides, it was only a guess that spiritual energy would boost his crude martial arts to deadly levels. In the valley, he never dared test it, for fear Ji would sense it and grow suspicious. Furthermore, both Chun and Li Yin were clearly battle-hardened veterans. Even against one of them, Li Yin wasn't confident. Facing both at once? The chances of success were slim to none. After several attempts to observe and test them discreetly, Li Yin had no choice but to abandon the idea of escaping outside the city. The distance to the city was just over 2 li. On horseback, it took only moments. They passed numerous travelers and Marincantation caravans also heading toward the city gate. Soon, the northern gate of Great Qing Pass came into view. At the gate, 2 lines of armed soldiers were inspecting travelers and merchants entering and leaving the city. Though the 3 riders weren't galloping, their pace was brisk enough to draw attention. Already, some gate guards were gathering with weapons drawn, staring them down warily. Li Yin hadn't intended to draw attention, but being sandwiched between Chun and Li Yin, he'd been pulled into their rhythm without realizing it. Naturally low-key by nature, Li Yin tugged on his reins to slow down. But it was too late. The horses were already speeding toward the gate. Who dares ride so recklessly at the city gate? Are you looking to break military law? One of the guards at the gate let out a sharp shout, drawing his saber with a cold metallic clang, and leaping out in front of them. Behind him, soldiers leveled long spears, their cold tips glinting threateningly, all pointed at the horses' necks and bellies. Li Yan's eyes were dazzled by the sudden flash of steel. If his horse took even 2 more steps, he'd be skewered like a sugar-coated hawthorn on a stick, along with the horse. Suddenly, a hand shot out beside him and yanked on his reins. The 3 war horses reared up with loud whinnies before stepping back and coming to a stop. "Old Lu, you're a bit too hot-headed today." "Ha ha!" Chunin laughed loudly as he dismounted, while Li Yin saw that it was Li Yin who had pulled both his and Li Yan's reins to stop them. The officer who had stepped forward narrowed his eyes. "Oh, it's you, Steward Chun, from the military advisor's residence. What, planning to force your way through the gate now?" His tone was mocking, even hostile. "Come now, old Lu. I went from a squad leader to a house soldier in the advisor's residence. What's there to scold? I'm just escorting Lord Li into the city for some matters. It was Lord Li's horse that ran too fast. Don't take it to heart. Don't take it to heart." "Lord Li? Which Lord Li?" The officer frowned, puzzled. At that moment, Li Yin had already dismounted, deeply embarrassed by his clumsy riding, nearly causing a scene at the city gate. As he let go of the reins and looked toward the officer, he recognized him and froze. The officer was Lu Qingyong, the very man who had checked his identity the first time he entered the city. Lu also hesitated, squinting as though he were trying to recall. Then, Chenin tossed over a bronze badge. "Here's Lord Li's credential." Lu reached out and caught it, glancing down to see it was a vice commander of resistance insignia, a much higher rank than his own ninth-rank position. Startled, he immediately looked up at Li Yin again, who now stepped forward, cupping his fists in a salute. "Greetings, Captain Liu. I apologize for the earlier disturbance. My riding is unsteady and caused trouble for you all. Please forgive me." Liu stared at him, then his eyes widened in recognition. "Wait, you're that kid from the Li family village in the Great Qing Mountains." The words slipped out before he could stop them. Realizing his mistake, Liu quickly saluted. "Forgive me, my lord. I spoke out of turn. I await your punishment." Li Yin was stunned, then turned uncertainly toward Chun Un and Li Yin. Li Yin said nothing, still holding the reins with a stern expression. Chun Un, more experienced and politically savvy, immediately stepped forward with a bow. "My lord, please forgive Captain Liu's error. Did you two know each other from before?" "Yes," Li Yin said. "He was the one who let me into the city the first time I came to enlist." "But why the sudden change in tone, Captain Liu?" Chun understood instantly. He leaned closer to Li Yin and said in a low voice, "My lord, you now hold the title of Vice Commander of Resistance. Captain Liu is technically your subordinate. The badge we showed him is yours. It had always been kept by Lord Ji since your appointment, since you seldom left the residence. He only gave it to me today, so you could use it freely in the city." Captain Liu spoke without recognizing your status. He didn't mean disrespect. Chun looked slightly worried. After all, Li Yan's recent temper had been unpredictable, and no one knew whether he'd lash out again today. Besides, he and Liu Qingyong were old acquaintances. They had once fought side by side on the battlefield. Back then, they both served in Battle Battalion B, 2nd Squad, and had risked death together more than once. Now, Chun served Ji, while Liu remained loyal to Marshal Hong. Li Yin finally understood. Though he knew he held a military title, he hadn't known how high it actually was. It turned out he outranked Liu by several levels, though he was unaware that the post was purely symbolic. Marshal Hong had granted it only as a favor to Ji, who didn't care much about titles to begin with. Truth be told, even if Marshal Hong had handed over the title of military advisor itself to Li Yin, Ji wouldn't have objected, but whether Li Yin would live long enough to enjoy the rank was another matter entirely. Chapter end. In the city, at the Grand Commander's Manor's residence. In the spacious main hall, Marshal Hong was seated on the grand wooden chair at the head of the room, his face full of joy as he held a piece of paper in his hand. "Junior brother, there's news. That Li Yin has finally left the military advisor's mansion and entered the city today. I wonder what he's here for." In the shadow of one of the 4 thick hall pillars, a burly man in a dark robe, with a particularly stocky build, had his blurry silhouette flicker slightly. Yet even so, it remained difficult to notice his presence. This time, he was hidden behind a different pillar than before. It seemed that each time, he casually chose a pillar to conceal himself behind. His deep and muffled voice reverberated through the hall. "Senior brother, judging by the timing, this person has stayed in the valley far longer than the previous disciple. By our previous calculations, that disciple encountered problems after 49 days, 7 times 7, which coincides with the Buddhist and Taoist teachings of the 36, 49, and 81 cycles of minor heavenly cycles used to establish the hearth." I thought the same. If that's the case, 2 things might be confirmed. First, the cultivation technique practiced by Ji Wanhe must be a Taoist technique that allows one to establish a foundation through a 49-day minor cycle. There's no doubt about that. Second, this Li Yin may have already successfully completed the minor heavenly cycle. Senior brother, if Li Yin has succeeded in cultivating the minor heavenly cycle, then does that mean Ji Wanhe truly intended to pass on his legacy to him? Or is it that Li Yin isn't suitable as a vessel for poison extraction? Also, if Li Yin succeeded in cultivation, how do we explain the previous disciple's death? Could it be that their internal cultivation method is really that profound? Or does it require a special physique? After the deep voice finished speaking, the hall fell into silence. Only after long, while did Marshal Hong speak again. "Junior brother, I still think your earlier analysis made more sense. There's no such thing as an untrainable martial technique, only those who are more suited to train in it. However, if the technique truly requires a unique cultivation method, then we must make full use of this Lian. We'll proceed slowly and carefully and see if we can obtain the cultivation technique from him. And if Lian is really just being used as a vessel for poison, then we still have a chance to exploit that. Then what does senior brother think we should do for now? Since he entered the city today, there will certainly be a next time and a time after that. We can't make contact immediately. That would be too reckless and might cause this young man to grow suspicious. It could also alert Jiwon-ha. Have our people keep a close watch on him. See what he's here for this time, and then we'll make our next move. Yes, senior brother. The hall returned to silence. Shortly after, Hong Lining's figure flickered and vanished without a trace. Outside the North City Gate. Captain Liu, there's no need for such formality. Last time I entered the city, I was fortunate to receive your guidance. I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. Lian quickly stepped forward and supported Lu Qingyong by the arm. No, I dare not. It was nothing, really. Just a few careless words. Seeing Lian's sincere expression, Lu Qingyong was inwardly delighted. He had recently heard that the strategist Ji had taken a new disciple, reportedly someone from Great Qing Mountain. At the time, he had suspected it might be the same young man Li Guoxin had shown him a travel pass for, but hadn't been sure. Now seeing Li Yin accompanied by Chun and Li Yin from the military advisor's mansion, he immediately confirmed his guess. Although he belonged to Marshal Hong's faction, who in the army didn't know the authority of strategist Ji, to be on good terms with his disciple was clearly a great advantage. Chun and Li Yin couldn't help but sigh in relief, exchanging a glance full of resignation. The two of them hadn't had many chances lately to see this young master in a good mood. Today he finally seemed more approachable, and yet the bad luck of babysitting him still fell on their heads. Lu Qingyong withdrew his clasped hand salute and secretly looked at Li Yin again, feeling as the gray-robed elder sighed. This is what happens when you teach someone who knows nothing about cultivation. So much time gets wasted. But he couldn't force him to become a disciple either. Though I am merely a strand of divine intent separated from my true body, 1,000,000 years ago, killing a cultivator like that would have been as simple as a thought. But now, this divine intent is nearly depleted. If I had used any power back then to kill him, I would have vanished within a few years. How then could I continue searching for a successor? Besides, I was still in slumber. My main divine intent could not be awakened in just a moment's time. You, with that temperament of yours, it must be changed in the future. Cultivation is a path that goes against the heavens. The dangers you'll face are not things you can comprehend now. A single misstep, and it will all be over. In the cultivation world, there are no good or bad people. Only yourself or those closest to you can be relied on. If you act on compassion too much, all that awaits you is an early grave. Li Yin listened and only nodded, but in his heart, he thought, when did I ever say I wanted to become a cultivator? If I find a chance to escape this great Qing outpost, I'll go back, take my father, mother, brother, and sister somewhere safe. The world is vast. Surely I can find a place for us. Living together with my family, wouldn't that be better than being some so-called immortal? The gray-robed elder knew well. It was impossible for an ordinary young man to suddenly become decisive and ruthless in such a short time. After your senior brother died, strategist Ji became even more anxious and desperate to find someone with spiritual roots. Unexpectedly, his luck was almost too good. In just over a year, he found you. My wandering divine sense could only scan a range of about 100 li, so it wasn't until the day you entered that range near Great Qing Outpost that it sensed you and began to awaken my sleeping main intent. But I was too weak, and awakening would take about 2 months. And you, by sheer coincidence, joined the military and were discovered by strategist Ji. You probably saw him holding that strange book, right? That was just him crudely binding the jade slip and the transformed jade book with spiritual power for easy carrying. Ever since obtaining the jade book, he'd been obsessed with unlocking its secrets, but with his little bit of spiritual power, there was no way to open it. The more he failed, the more he believed the book contained profound techniques, possibly even a cure for his fire poison. So he obsessed over it day and night. My wandering divine sense had always been residing in the transformed Jade Book. When I saw you enter Strategist G's sect and begin cultivating that poison-based technique, I became extremely anxious. But at the time, I had deliberately limited that divine sense's power to reduce consumption. It could only detect spiritual root types and had no other abilities. The main divine intent still hadn't awakened, so all I could do was disrupt the spiritual energy around you whenever Strategist G came near to slow your progress and buy time for my awakening. Now, Lian finally understood. No wonder every time Strategist G was nearby, his cultivation felt obstructed and sluggish. He had always assumed it was just the oppressive aura of his master's superior cultivation, never once thinking someone was deliberately sabotaging him. The gray-robed elder, now ignoring Lian's thoughts, continued. But what I didn't expect was that despite your mixed spiritual root, even with the interference of that divine sense, you still completed the full 49 days of initial cultivation. But in the end, your result was no different from your senior brothers, lacking the two critical balancing herbs, and with today's concoction several times stronger than before, how could your meridians withstand it? Even though Strategist G pulled you out from the pool, he had no power to revive you. At that moment, my divine sense sensed your impending death. I immediately transferred all its memories to the main intent and self-destructed, forcibly shocking the main intent awake from slumber. But doing so not only woke me up, it also injured my core, making my already weak state even worse. When I finally awakened, I found that your organs were damaged, your vital energy reversing, and death was only moments away. So I used my last bit of power to realign and repair your meridians. But as I neared completion, you were stimulated by the remnants of Strategist G's spiritual energy, briefly regaining consciousness. At that moment, you tried to sit up and continue cultivating, so I had no choice but to shout and knock you out, allowing me to finish repairing your body. Unfortunately, by now my power is far too weak. Though I pulled you back from the gates of death, I was unable to expel the poison from your body. All I could do was seal it within a corner of Verdantion. From now on, as long as you don't continue cultivating that poison-based technique, the poison will remain dormant. But if you try to cultivate that technique again with your current condition, it won't take long before you meet certain death. By the time he finished, the gray-robed elder's figure had already become translucent. The mountain village kid he once encountered was now an official of the imperial court with the rank of an 8th rank subordinate. It wasn't an exaggeration to say he had soared to success. That's the power of having backing in the court. Lian, anxious about other matters, wanted to see Li Shan and Li Yu as soon as possible. Unsure what etiquette was appropriate at the moment, he simply cupped his hands in salute. Captain Liu, I have some things to handle in the city. Shall we catch up another time? Oh, of course, of course. Then this subordinate respectfully sees you off. Lordly. Lu Qingyong stepped aside to make way, and the soldiers behind him pulled back their spears. Li Yin stepped forward and handed the horse's reins to Li Yin. Young master, please mount. Li Yin gave an awkward smile and said, Let's just tie the horses here for now. We'll walk into the city. Li Yin froze, then immediately understood. Li Yin was likely worried that his riding skills were too poor, and if he lost control in the city streets, it could cause a serious incident. Chunin burst into hearty laughter at this. Old Liu, we'll leave the horses here. Make arrangements for them, would you? If we're not back by the time your shift ends, could you let the next guard on duty know? Lu Qingyong, being a worldly man, naturally agreed with a nod and a smile. After they left, aside from a few soldiers still inspecting those entering and exiting the city, the others gathered around Lu Qingyong. Captain Liu, is that really the guy we met a couple months ago? He's changed a lot since then. Lu Qingyong glared. Watch your mouth, that guy. This guy? Show some respect. He then sighed. That truly was lordly. Feels like just yesterday. Captain Liu, since you two have some past acquaintance, maybe he'll take care of you in the future. One soldier said, who had also been on duty that day. Captain Liu, We didn't get to be on shift with you that day. That Lord Li must be the widely rumored disciple of Lord Ji, right? A few other soldiers chimed in with questions. After Lu Qingyong finished reminiscing, he was overwhelmed by the barrage of questions from his men. His subordinates were great when it came to battle, disciplined and fierce in the face of the enemy, but far too relaxed during peacetime, and some of them even lacked proper respect for ranks. Waving them off, he said, "Yes, I really did meet Lord Li once before. He's definitely Lord Ji's disciple. All right, stop asking so many questions. You're on duty. You, and you, take these horses to the gatehouse and keep a close watch on them." Meanwhile, Li Yin and the other two walked quickly through the streets. With urgency in his heart, he had Chen and Li Yin lead the way toward Tianran Wine House. After about half a cup of tea's time, the three of them arrived at the tavern entrance. Li Yin spotted the same street front room he had seen on his last visit and walked right in, with Chen and Li Yin close behind. Just as they entered, a sharp-eyed waiter approached them. "Oh, three honored officers. Will you be dining or drinking today?" These tavern runners had incredibly sharp instincts, used to seeing all sorts of travelers. They were perceptive and clever to the extreme. At a glance, he could tell that these three weren't here to lodge. They had no baggage, and the man in black robes led the way with two uniformed soldiers behind him. They were clearly here to eat or drink. Li Yin stopped and looked around the interior. He had only observed from the outside before, but now he realized that the room they entered was just one storefront of the entire tavern. Inside, the tavern extended sideways through 7 or 8 interconnected storefronts. Though it was past lunchtime, and many patrons had already finished eating, the sounds of laughter, shouting, and drinking games still filled the air, making it quite lively. "Oh, I'm here to see Li Yu, who's apprenticing here. Could you please call him for me?" Li Yin said politely. The waiter froze for a moment and then examined the three of them more carefully, thinking to himself, could Xiao Yu have caused trouble outside? No, that doesn't sound right. That kid rarely goes out. Seeing the waiter dazed, Li Yin stepped forward and gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. "Our young master is speaking to you. Are you deaf or dumb?" The waiter was startled out of his daze, and seeing Li Yin's unfriendly expression, he immediately bowed and apologized repeatedly. "Please calm your anger, esteemed official. I'll go fetch him right away." He didn't even notice Li Yin shooting him an apologetic glance as he hastily turned and hurried into the back hall. Li Yin was never the type to throw his weight around for no reason. Back in the valley, he had only put on airs a few times, and only because he had no choice, he was acting tough in front of familiar people like Chen, Li Yin, and a few women who already knew his personality. But Chen and Li Yin were truly domineering by nature, men used to killing day in and day out. They didn't have the patience for ordinary folk. Even their casual speech carried an air of menace. Chen noticed the apologetic look on Li Yan's face, and, recalling how he'd acted toward Lu Qingyong at the city gates earlier, figured today's young master must be having a moment of clarity. Chuckling, he said, "Young master, these fools are still dawdling. Don't let them delay your important matters." Seeing Chen look at him in confusion, Li Yin felt a chill run through his heart. He realized that his behavior today had been a bit off. Right now, he was supposed to be someone with a cruel and domineering temperament. So, he shot the two a sideways glare. "Do I need you to tell me how to handle my affairs? Enough. Stay away from me. I want to talk to my brother. Don't disturb my peace." Chen and Li Yin pulled bitter faces and exchanged looks. Great, this young master is acting up again. Why can't he understand plain talk? Soon, the waiter returned with Li Yu. He had gone to the back hall to find him. Li Yu, a relative of the inn's manager and always diligent in his work, was well-liked. When asked if he'd been out recently or caused any trouble, Li Yu had been terrified and swore up and down that he hadn't even stepped into the front hall, let alone left the premises. This reassured the waiter. At first, Li Yu was confused by the term, someone like a young master. Either he was one or he wasn't, right? But as he came to his senses, one person came to mind, and his heart soared with joy. In recent months, many villagers had told him of Li Yin, how he'd joined the army and become the disciple of the renowned strategist Ji. People like Li Yin himself and Li Shan were all from poor mountain villages. No matter how fine the clothes, could that really make one a young master? When Li Yin spotted Li Yu, his heart surged with emotion. He hadn't left the valley in months, and now, seeing a childhood friend, memories of home came flooding back. The great Qing mountain, the little village, his parents, and everything from the ground. He took a few hurried steps forward to greet him. Li Yu stepped into the front hall and saw a man in a black robe standing at the counter. His features were ordinary, but so familiar. Though the aura around him had changed, Li Yu recognized him at a glance. Tears welled up instantly, and he ran over, sobbing. Then waiter sighed beside him. This kid was great in every way, except that he cried too easily. Every time someone from the village came to see him, he'd cry like he's been mistreated here. Brother Yin, sob sob. Li Yu ran over, wiping his tears. His crying quickly drew the attention of nearby diners, who paused mid-bite to watch. Li Yin was also overcome with emotion. His eyes reddened as he embraced the tearful Li Yu. Seeing this, Chun En and Li Yin exchanged a glance. Chun En stepped up to the inn waiter. "Waiter, do you have a private room where my young master can catch up with his old friend?" They both understood this wasn't the place to talk, especially with a half-grown boy sobbing like this. Others might misunderstand. The waiter quickly replied, Yes, we have rooms on both the first and second floors." Chun En glanced around at the noisy first floor. "We'll take a room upstairs." He then walked over to Li Yin, who was still comforting Li Yu. "Young master, it's too loud here. Let's move upstairs to talk." Li Yin also found the place too chaotic for a proper conversation. Hearing Chun En's suggestion, he was delighted. This Chun En is truly capable and perspective. They followed the waiter to a private room on the second floor. Once the tea was served, Li Yin dismissed the waiter. He then tried to have Chun En and Li Yin wait outside the inn, but they refused outright, citing their duty to protect his safety. In the end, they were shut outside the private room, while Li Yin stayed inside to talk with Li Yu alone. 2 cups of tea later, under Li Yu's reluctant gaze and the envious stares of others, Li Yin took his leave with Chun En and Li Yin and headed to the Ironware Pavilion to meet Li Shan. That reunion, too, was full of joy. Li Yin left behind several dozen taels of silver, asking that it be brought to his parents in the village the next time someone traveled there. He then wandered around the city, bought a new set of clothes, and left with Chun En and Li Yin. They retrieved their horses outside the city and returned to the strategist's mansion. As soon as they entered the valley, Li Yin sensed a thread of divine sense sweep over him from the strategist Ji's quarters. It scanned his body quickly, then lingered on the parcel containing his new clothes before vanishing. Feigning ignorance, Li Yin even glanced deliberately toward the first stone room. Seeing its door tightly shut, he muttered something under his breath and headed toward his own room. Once inside, he poured a cup of water and drank it. After resting for a bit, he got up and shut the door. He paused again, sensing for divine sense. Finding none, his expression darkened. Today's visit to the city had confirmed several things. First, Chun En and Li Yin were clearly planted by the strategist to monitor him. Despite their respectful behavior and apparent fear, they never let him out of their sight. On the road, they flanked him tightly under the guise of protection from enemy spies. Even when he met Li Yu, the furthest they stood was just outside the private room door. Peeking through cracks in the door and window, Li Yin noticed one stood outside, while the other was positioned precisely below the room, directly across from it. Even if he tried to slip out the window, they would have caught him instantly. When he met Li Shan at the Ironware Pavilion, it was the same. They stayed just a few dozen steps away, watching his every move. Second, the strategist Ji had begun taking precautions against him. Today, Li Yin had deliberately bought a new set of clothes, and the moment he returned, the strategist's divine sense had swept over the new items. Clearly, he wanted everything under his control. Thinking this far, Li Yin frowned deeply. He was under house arrest. Now the question was, how could he escape this deadly valley? Chapter End. Li Yin sat in his chair, brows furrowed, deeply lost in thought. For a time, his mind was blank, one moment pondering how to escape, the next drifting to thoughts of his parents, his third brother, and fourth sister. After a while, Li Yin suddenly stood up, a faintly twisted expression flashing across his face as he muttered to himself. Even if I manage to escape, what will happen to my family remains uncertain. Perhaps because of me, they might suffer calamity. If that's the case, why should I keep struggling to find a way out? I might as well end this once and for all. Eventually, his expression gradually calmed, returning to its usual state. He sat back down, beginning to carefully think things through again. Millions of li away from Great Qing Pass, deep in a forest of towering peaks that pierced the clouds, a colossal palace sat atop a mountain platform, hidden among the white mist. Inside the grand hall, an old man in a dark green robe, hawk-eyed and sharp-featured, was reporting to a scholar in green robes. Peak Master, the law enforcement disciples sent a message today. After their prolonged investigation, they found some leads. Oh, let's hear it. The scholar-like man said, seated on a giant beast-carved throne, his tone calm and detached. They searched the area where the traitor died. Within 10,000 li, there were no mortal towns, but some loose cultivators were active there. After eliminating a few ignorant ones, they learned that 6 or 7 years ago, someone from the immortal-seeking lineage had appeared there searching for herbs. Upon closer inspection, the herbs matched those found in our sect's introductory body tempering manual. So it's likely this person was the one who took what the traitor left behind, the green-robed scholar said, fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. Black mist churned around the old man's body as he responded grimly. Almost certain, Peak Master, those from the immortal-seeking lineage are always searching for fated opportunities. If they get their hands on an immortal technique, they'll cultivate it without hesitation. But the message also mentioned that no one has seen this person in that region in recent years. Most likely, he's gone into hiding to cultivate. If we find him, he must suffer the torment of the soul-binding threadworm. And how do you plan to proceed? Asked the scholar calmly. I've already ordered the disciples in the area to scatter and broaden their search. We should have results soon. In the days that followed, Li Yin remained behind closed doors, seemingly focused on bitter cultivation. Ever since his last trip to the city, his inner state had indeed grown calmer. With each day of cultivation, his aura subtly grew, barely noticeable but enough to cause the divine sense that scanned him daily to twitch in response. But after 10 days of this hard training, Li Yan's mood became irritable again. He had to stop after only half a day's cultivation. Sometimes he would soak in the cold spring for half a day. Although the southwest region rarely grew cold, even in winter, the autumn chill made the icy spring unbearable for ordinary people. Other times, he shut his door and scribbled wildly in the room, sending papers flying and ink splattering everywhere. Chun and Enliyin, watching from afar, would immediately hide, afraid they'd be summoned only to get yelled at for no reason. Fortunately, after every cold soak or ink-flinging tantrum, Li Yan's temperament would mellow out for a while. Otherwise, the two of them would have been dragged into the valley for a scolding at least twice every day. Time passed like this, and more than a month flew by. During that period, Li Yan entered the city twice more. As usual, strategist Ji remained in seclusion, so Chunin and Li Yin accompanied him both times. Each time he returned, Li Yin would bring back some new clothes, belts, or boots. The strategist's divine sense would scan them carefully as always, but finding nothing unusual, gradually lost interest. Curiously, every time Li Yin came back from the city, his mood improved greatly. And not just that, his cultivation also made slight breakthroughs afterward. This led to strategist Ji's divine sense becoming increasingly indifferent to his activities. One day, Li Yin once again summoned Chun and Enliyin, saying he needed to visit the city. The two men cautiously agreed and prepared the horses. The trio arrived at the North City Gate. This time, the gatekeeper wasn't Lu Qingyong, but another squad leader of Battalion C, a burly man named Zheng Wan. Zheng Wan had seen Li Yin from a distance before. After all, Li Yin had gained some notoriety among Battalion C recently for inviting Lu Qingyong's squad to a banquet at the Tianran wine house. Now, even other squads envied them, and Li Yin had become something of a known figure among them. "Oh, Lord Li, off to the city today?" Zheng Wen smiled, recognizing Chun and Li Yin, and knowing they always accompanied Li Yin. "Ah, Captain Zheng on duty today? Where's Captain Lu?" Li Yin asked with familiarity. Indeed, ever since cultivating the immortal art, his memory had grown exceptionally sharp. He remembered seeing Zheng Wan from afar during his visit to the camp and recalled Lu Qingyong casually greeting him. "Captain Lu's off duty today. Should still be in camp." "Good, then I'll go find him," Li Yin said with a smile, tugged the reins, and rode through the gate with Chun En and Li Yin close behind. Behind them, a soldier sneered and said, "Captain, Lu Qingyong's been showing off a lot lately, always bragging about lordly treating them to a banquet. His men talk about it like they just left a brothel or something." Zheng Wen chuckled darkly and said, "Those idiots don't know how lucky they are. Next time we run into Lord Li, we should be more respectful. We might get something out of it. And didn't Lu Qingyong ask us to inform him if we saw Lord Li entering the city? Promised us a little something, too. I won't tell him. What benefit could he really offer us? He just wants more chances to suck up to him. Let him dream on. Ha ha ha." The nearby soldiers broke into mocking laughter. Li Yin, of course, remained unaware of this. After entering the city, the three of them rode straight toward the testing grounds. The military camp was located adjacent to the testing grounds. Li Yin had visited Lu Qingyong there before and was familiar with the route, so he didn't need Chun En or Li Yin to guide him. Though galloping was forbidden within the city walls, they rode at a leisurely pace. Li Yin sat with his eyes half closed, exuding an air of aloof arrogance. Chun and Li Yin trailed half a horse's length behind on either side, daring not to speak. Li Yan's mind was preoccupied with his own thoughts. Since his first visit to the city, he had returned twice more, and Chun and even when he had invited Lu Qingyong for drinks, deliberately asking him to bring his entire squad and ordering extra tables, the two men had remained glued to his side. When Li Yin finally excused himself to the latrine with Lu Qingyong under the pretense of drunkenness, the pair had even attempted to follow. Only after Li Yin drunkenly kicked them both into standing rooted to the spot did he manage to slip away briefly to subtly question Lu Qingyong. He was now fairly certain that Lu Qingyong was Marshal Hong's man. Although Lu held strategist Ji in high regard, his true loyalty undoubtedly lay with Marshal Hong. His purpose in entering the city this time was to observe whether Lu Qingyong had recently received any instructions from certain individuals. According to Dong Fui, Marshal Hong desperately wanted strategist Ji's secret martial art. This claim seemed credible. His two recent encounters with Lu Qingyong served two purposes. First, to confirm Lu's allegiance and assess whether he could be used as an intermediary. Second, to signal to Marshal Hong that he had an opportunity to approach him. Yet, anxiety still gnawed at him. These were merely his plans and deductions. Whether reality aligned with them remained uncertain. If Lu Qingyong showed no reaction after this encounter when he next entered the city, he would need to devise a new strategy immediately. He had considered other methods in recent days, but after careful deliberation, he concluded that Dong Fui was right. Only by leveraging Marshal Hong's influence could he realistically achieve his goals. Li Yin, squinting in the saddle, swayed with the horse's rhythmic gait as they approached the military camp's gate. Dozens of armed soldiers stationed at the gate had already spotted the trio approaching. One of them stepped forward, raised a hand, and called out to halt them. Military camp, restricted area. No unauthorized personnel allowed. The soldier was observant. Though he didn't recognize Li Yin, he vaguely recognized Chun En and Li Yin. Moreover, their military attire suggested they were officers, so he spoke with relative courtesy. As Li Yin's group drew near, all three dismounted. Li Yin flicked his wrist, sending a waist badge flying toward the soldier. The soldier caught it, examined it closely, then stepped forward and bowed deeply, returning the badge with both hands. "Lord Li, may I ask the purpose of your visit?" "I'm here to see Lu Qingyong of the 3rd Squad, Battalion C," Li Yin replied softly, accepting the badge. He now understood the general scope of his official position. As a military officer, he was permitted to enter military camps, provided he didn't wander into the Central Command tent or other restricted areas without authorization. "Understood. I'll inform Captain Liu immediately." With that, the soldier turned and headed toward the military camp's gate. He stopped before a sentry, exchanged a few words, and the sentry hurried into the camp. Li Yin remained outside, waiting patiently. Lu Qingyong had been on edge lately. The day after drinking with Li Yin, he had barely returned to camp when Marshal Hong summoned him. He was utterly bewildered. While drinking was generally prohibited in the military, he was an old-timer, and he hadn't been on duty at the time. Normally, superiors turn a blind eye to such minor infractions. Now, being summoned by Marshal Hong himself, Lu Qingyong's anxiety grew. He wondered if someone was trying to get him in trouble over this, his resentment simmering. "That damn bastard stabbed me in the back. Son of a bitch. Half the camp drinks. If I find out who's behind this, I'll skin him alive and break every bone in his body." When Lu Qingyong stumbled drunkenly into Marshal Hong's manor, he was immediately summoned to the main hall in the rear courtyard. Upon entering, he found only Marshal Hong present and hastily knelt to kowtow. This subordinate pays his respects to the marshal. "May I ask what orders you have for me?" Orders? Look at you. Do you think you're in any condition to carry them out?" Marshal Hong's bald head gleamed with a bluish light as his piercing, round eyes glared at Lu Qingyong. This subordinate ran into an old friend and couldn't help but spend some time with him. "Ha ha ha. I accidentally drank a bit too much horse piss," Lu Qingyong stammered, sensing that the marshal wasn't overly enraged. He grinned sheepishly. He knew Marshal Hong, despite his stern demeanor, cared deeply for his battle-hardened brothers. As long as no military matters had been neglected, minor offenses were usually overlooked. Marshal Hong remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lu Qingyong. After a long moment, Lu Qingyong stole another glance and saw the marshal's round eyes still boring into him. A chill ran down his spine, and he stammered awkwardly, "Marshal, Marshal, if this old subordinate has done something wrong, just say the word and have me dragged out for a beating." Marshal Hong observed him for a moment before suddenly asking, "Who were you drinking with today?" "Ah, I drank with Lord Li, strategist G's disciple. But it was entirely my idea. I practically dragged him along." Lu Qingyong was undeniably a man of great loyalty. Fearing that his drinking might lead to military infractions that would implicate Li Yin, he took full responsibility for the incident. "Oh, so you're quite familiar with Lord Li?" "We're acquainted. I first met him when he entered the city, and we've had several encounters since. We get along well enough. But Marshal, this drinking incident had nothing to do with Lord Li. I was simply overcome by a sudden craving for alcohol and dragged him along." "Ah, that explains it." Hong Lining paused, then added, "You may rise." Hearing the great commander's tone soften, Lu Qingyong couldn't help but feel relieved. He had already braced himself for a beating with a military rod and planned to investigate who had betrayed him upon returning, intending to settle the score later. Now reassured, he stood up, letting his hands hang at his sides as he quietly awaited Marshal Hong's next words. Chapter end. You are to recount in full detail how you came to know Li Yin, as well as the circumstances of your recent meetings with him. Leave nothing out, conceal nothing. Do you understand? Marshal Hong fixed a penetrating gaze on Lu Qingyong as he spoke. Lu Qingyong felt his heart clench. Could it be that brother Li has somehow offended the marshal? I'd better speak up for him where I can. He dared not withhold anything. He proceeded to recount in full what Li Yin had said and done upon first entering the city, and everything that followed in their acquaintance. Along the way, he added his own subjective impressions, speaking somewhat in favor of Li Yin, using terms like young and inexperienced, but he was careful not to distort any facts. Marshal Hong listened, sometimes frowning, sometimes lost in thought, occasionally interrupting with a question. The detailed questioning made Lu Qingyong all the more anxious. He feared that Li Yin must have committed some grave mistake. After Lu Qingyong finished speaking, Marshal Hong contemplated for a moment. So it seems the two of you are fairly well acquainted. Yes, fairly well, Lu Qingyong replied. During your interactions, did he ever mention his circumstances? For instance, how things were going in the strategist's residence, or his martial cultivation? That he did not, Lu Qingyong answered. Though I did notice he seemed somewhat out of sorts lately, perhaps troubled or unsettled. I heard from Chun and that his mood has been poor lately, possibly due to difficulties with cultivation or adapting to life there. Oh, elaborate. Marshal Hong straightened slightly at that. What I heard was from Chun earlier today while drinking. He told me that Li Yan's temper has been somewhat erratic recently at the residence, and advised me to be more mindful with my words so as not to unintentionally provoke him. Still, from a few encounters I've had with him, I've found Li Yin to be rather approachable. Nothing seemed amiss. Lu Qingyong shook off his mild drunkenness and carefully recalled the details. A fluctuating temper. That does line up with some of the recent reports about his mood swings, Marshal Hong muttered under his breath. Standing at a distance, Lu Qingyong couldn't quite hear the marshal's low words and dared not ask for clarification. After a while, Marshal Hong looked back up. Is there anything else? There's some other information from the valley, Lu Qingyong began. Roughly half a cup of tea later, he had shared all he knew about Li Yin. In that case, Marshal Hong said, the next time he enters the city, find him. Tell him there are discrepancies in the record from when he was registered as an officer. Have him report here in person. The sooner the better. Lu Qingyong was baffled. Discrepancies in the records? Then how was his rank approved in the first place? Still, something about all this felt off, and he had no intention of prying. After all, he'd been in the military long enough to know that some things simply mustn't be asked. But if what the marshal said was true, then Li Yin would indeed need to present himself. The rank of Vice Commander of Resistance was no minor appointment. It fell directly under military command. Yet Lu Qingyong, a seasoned veteran, quickly grasped the real implication. Marshal Hong wanted a private meeting with Li Yin. Otherwise, he could have simply issued a direct order. But why all this roundabout business? What's the reason? That was something Lu Qingyong very deliberately chose not to ponder. Knowing too much could only bring trouble. After considering for a moment, he said, Marshal, the strategist's residence isn't easily accessed, especially given Li Yan's other identity. Strategist Ji has previously made it clear, no one is to disturb his disciples without his express permission. So unless Li Yin leaves of his own accord, I won't be able to reach him. I can't control the timing. Lu Qingyong spoke cautiously. Oh, then find a way. It's best if this is handled soon. Also, understand this. I hold no ill intent toward Li Yin. There are simply some matters I need to explain to him. That's all you need to know. Do you understand? Marshal Hong's wide eyes glared meaningfully at him. Yes, sir. Lu Qingyong answered with a grimace, looking as though he'd swallowed a bitter gourd. Still, he felt a small measure of relief for Li Yin. He knew his commander well. If Marshal Hong had truly taken issue with someone, he wouldn't have bothered with subtlety. He'd have acted decisively and without warning. Lu Qingyong had been a part of Marshal Hong's command for over a decade. He knew that his role was not to ask questions, but to carry out orders. After Lu Qingyong departed, silence descended on the hall. A long while passed, until a muffled, resonant voice echoed through the chamber. Senior brother, isn't this a bit hasty? It might alert Ji Wenhe. A bit hasty, yes, Marshal Hong replied. But do we have a better option right now? I've weighed this again and again these past days. No matter when we act, the moment we make contact with that boy, Ji Wenhe will be alerted. That's inevitable. And given Lu Qingyong's connection with him, perhaps it's worth a try. But senior brother, our original plan was to wait 2 or 3 more years. By then, Ji Wenhe's health might have deteriorated, and we could make our move then. At that, Marshal Hong paused. He took a deep breath and replied, We've seen how he's deteriorated these past few years. But the truth is, he's still alive and well. and his martial strength hasn't diminished in the slightest. If anything, they've grown even more refined. That contradicts everything he's claimed about being poisoned. Have you ever heard of a martial artist whose power increased after being poisoned? I've pondered this long and hard, but I still can't make sense of it. If we wait another 2 or 3 years, and his strength keeps increasing like this, we won't stand a chance by then. Since returning from Marshall's manor, Lu Qingyong had pondered endlessly, yet he still dared not defy strategist Ji's orders within the army. He couldn't bring himself to visit Li Yin at the military advisor's mansion. Whether he was stationed at North City, craning his neck to spot those 3 horses on the horizon, or waiting anxiously in the military camp for news of Li Yan's arrival, his anxiety grew like a pot of ants on a hot stove. To obtain news of Li Yan's arrival, he had even asked his brothers on duty at the North Gate to inform him immediately if Lord Li entered the city, promising them a generous reward. Little did he know that his actions had been interpreted by other squads as an attempt to curry favor, climbing the ladder by clinging to a powerful patron. This led to men like Zhang Wan, who saw it as an opportunity for a joke, deliberately withholding the information from him. If Lu Qingyong had known this, he would have cursed these heartless brothers without restraint. Over 10 days passed with the matter unresolved. Fortunately, Marshal Hong hadn't pressed him for updates. Still, Lu Qingyong knew that the sooner he completed his superior's orders, the better. Prolonged delays would inevitably leave a negative impression of his competence. Today, off duty, he sat in his room, contemplating whether to entrust a letter to Chen, asking him to find a way to deliver it to Li Yin. He had been pondering this matter for days, unable to devise a suitable pretext for writing the letter. He was no greenhorn. Well-versed in the intricacies of officials, he couldn't afford to botch this due to his own incompetence. Just as his anxiety reached its peak, unsure how to arrange a swift meeting with Li Yin, a soldier hurried in from outside. The soldier announced that Lord Li had come to see him. Lu Qingyong paused briefly, then his heart surged with joy. Like a whirlwind, he strode toward the camp gate, leaving the messenger in his wake, who muttered to himself, "Even when your father came, you weren't this exuberant." Lu Qingyong reached the gate and spotted Li Yin and his 2 companions in the distance. He quickened his pace. "Lord Li, how have you been?" "Ha ha ha." His booming laughter drew curious glances from the on-duty soldiers, who wondered what had put Lu Qingyong in such a radiant mood. "Thanks to Captain Lu, all is well." Li Yin replied with a smile as Lu Qingyong approached. "What wind brings Lord Li here today? Do you have business with me?" Lu Qingyong was pleased by Li Yan's politeness. Though he was eager to get down to business, he maintained the pretense of courtesy. "Nothing urgent," Li Yin said. "I've been feeling cooped up at the military advisor's mansion lately and came out for a change of scenery. I don't know many people in the city, so I thought I'd visit Captain Lu for a chat. I hope I'm not intruding." "Not at all. Not at all. I'm free today anyway." "Ha ha. Where would you like to go?" Lu Qingyong replied, his laughter tinged with hesitation. He needed a private place to discuss matters with Li Yin, and this wasn't the right place. How about a tour of the military camp? Though I'm a military man myself, I've never had a proper look around. I wonder if we can get in?" Li Yin mused. "Well, that might be possible, but some areas require Marshal Hong's written authorization." "You see," Lu Qingyong paused, his hesitation evident. "No problem. I just want to see the place. Consider it a chance to familiarize myself with the camp's layout," Li Yin said, though it wasn't that he particularly wanted to enter the military camp, but rather that he was trying to shake off Chen and Li Yin's watchful eyes. Outside the camp, they had numerous reasons to protect him, but surely he didn't need their protection within the camp's walls? "Lord Li, please." Lu Qingyong immediately gestured for him to enter. Chen and Li Yin quickly stepped forward, and Li Yin frowned, turning back to snap, "Do I need your protection even within this military camp?" A hint of anger laced his voice. Chen handed the reins to Li Yin, stepped forward, bowed slightly, and smiled. "Young master, it's been quite some time since we last visited this place. We'd like to catch up with old comrades in the camp. Please grant us permission." Li Yin was speechless. What could he say? Could he really deny them the chance to visit their former brothers in arms? These two were truly a pair of slippery eels. The four of them entered the camp in single file. Lu Qingyong and Li Yin in the lead, followed by Chun and Li Yin leading their horses. As they walked slowly into the camp, the soldiers at the gate had overheard their conversation and recognized Li Yan's status. They also recognized Chun and Li Yin, two veterans who had left the military years ago. Li Yan's status, combined with Chun and Li Yin's military backgrounds, ensured they faced no obstacles. Once inside the camp, the heavily guarded key areas were managed by other soldiers, relieving them of any concerns. After entering the camp, Lu Qingyong led Li Yin to his quarters, while Chun and Li Yin, familiar with the layout, headed straight for the stables. After securing their 3 horses, they went to catch up with old acquaintances, whose locations happened to be in the same general direction as Li Yan's. Even this brief separation provided Li Yin with the opportunity to speak privately with Lu Qingyong. Upon reaching Lu Qingyong's quarters, Li Yin glanced back at Chun and Li Yin, who were already deep in boisterous conversation with a group of veterans in the distance. Confirming the distance, he stepped inside the quarters. The quarters were located in one of the rows of barracks. As a squad leader, Lu Qingyong enjoyed the privilege of a private room, sparing him from the crowd. Lu Qingyong's small quarters were sparsely furnished. A simple military cot, a long table, a wardrobe, and a weapons rack displaying several blades, swords, and spears. After entering the room, Lu Qingyong looked at Li Yin with a hint of embarrassment. Military camps are always this Spartan, Lord Li. Please don't hold it against us. Li Yin waved it off dismissively. The military doesn't stand on ceremony. Why are you being so formal, Captain Lu? Stop calling me Lord Li and just call me Brother Li. Otherwise, I'll feel quite awkward, huh? Lu Qingyong's dark face flushed slightly. That wouldn't be proper. One must never overstep the bounds of rank. Li Yin waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. You know, I only got this position by leveraging my teacher's reputation. I don't care much for these formalities. Being called Lord Li makes me feel like we're strangers. As he spoke, Li Yin casually strolled around the room. When he reached the weapons rack, he seemed intrigued by the blades on display. He drew a fine sword and examined it closely in the light. This is truly an excellent sword, he remarked. His words weren't mere flattery. Having often accompanied the adults on hunts in his village, Li Yin possessed a genuine understanding of weaponry. Hearing Li Yan's praise and seeing his genuine interest in the sword, Lu Qingyong, a man of military background who disliked pretense, immediately smiled. Good eye, Brother Li. These aren't standard-issue weapons. They're prize trophies I seized on the battlefield. If you like any of them, feel free to take them. A hint of pride crept into his voice. These blades were indeed far superior to ordinary military equipment. Li Yin carefully examined the sword in his hand. Its polished surface gleamed in the light, radiating a chilling aura and a faint metallic tang of blood, a clear sign of a lethal weapon. Lu Qingyong's words made Li Yan's eyes light up with interest. Chapter end. When Li Yin heard Lu Qingyong offer him the weapon, he was momentarily tempted, but he quickly shook off the thought. He returned the sword to its scabbard on the weapon rack and gave a calm smile. Captain Lu, you're too generous. I haven't learned any martial techniques yet, only focusing on cultivating internal arts for now, so I can't make use of this for the time being. But if I do start learning a technique and find something suitable among your collection, I'll definitely come ask for it then. Lu Qingyong laughed heartily and nodded in agreement, though inwardly he assumed Li Yin simply hadn't taken a liking to his weapons. After all, what martial artist cultivates only inner energy without training and techniques? And with grand strategist Ji as his master, renowned for his martial prowess, how could Li Yin lack fine weaponry? After laughing, Lu Qingyong glanced out the door, then turned back to Li Yin. Brother Li, a few days ago, after a meeting in the military office, Marshal Hong mentioned something. He said that when you have time, you should go see him. It seems that some of the administrative procedures from when you joined the army weren't fully completed. Your registration files aren't properly documented yet. Since he's the commanding officer, and especially with you now holding a rank, these records need to be complete before they're submitted to the court for filing. So, it's best you go see him when you're able. Li Yan's expression froze for a moment when he heard this. He'd been thinking about how to bring up some information to Lu Qingyong and have him pass it along to Marshal Hong, but now the perfect opportunity was handed to him on a silver platter. Wasn't this exactly what people meant when they said, just when you're about to fall asleep, someone brings you a pillow? But with Elder Dong's earlier guidance, he quickly guessed the true meaning. This was likely the signal that Marshal Hong was ready to make his move. As for this excuse about missing documentation, laughable. With the military's capabilities, even if he'd only written down his name and hometown, they'd have traced his lineage back 18 generations in no time. And if his records were really incomplete, how was he still receiving stipends and household allowances? Was Marshal Hong personally covering the costs out of pocket with no official accounting? Still, this meant he didn't need to push anything. He could simply go along with it and adapt as needed. Feigning mild surprise, Li Yan looked to Lu Qingyong, paused in thought for a moment, then said, "Oh, that makes sense. On that day, in the training field, after my teacher took me in as a disciple, I didn't follow up on the rest of the procedures. This must be related to that." Lu Qingyong had been watching Li Yan closely. He'd hesitated before bringing this up, unsure how Li Yan would respond. But hearing this, he realized that indeed some things had happened while he wasn't present on the training ground. Still, as a seasoned soldier, he couldn't help but suspect there was more to this summons than met the eye. He didn't believe it was just a matter of paperwork. But how could he dare question it? As long as Li Yan accepted it, that was enough. Besides, he didn't believe Marshal Hong harbored any ill intentions toward Li Yan, not with him being the disciple of Strategist Ji. In that case, since we're both free today, why not dash? Absolutely, of course. Military matters shouldn't be delayed. Li Yan interjected. Still, it's rare for me to visit the barracks. I haven't had a good look around. Why don't we take a quick walk through the camp first, then head to the marshal's estate? Naturally, that's no problem. Just one thing, though. Lu Qingyong hesitated. When we go over like this, won't Chunin and Li Yin report back to the Grand Strategist, saying we've made a mess of things and even bothered the Marshal over something so small? Being one of Marshal Hong's longtime subordinates, Lu Qingyong understood the nuances. He picked up on the Marshal's unspoken instructions not to alert Strategist. It's fine. Just be direct about it. It's not a big deal, Li Yin replied, waving it off. Internally, he was thinking, let's see how Marshal Hong handles this so-called aftermath. From this small matter, I'll judge whether he's a blunt martial head or a cunning strategist. Lu Qingyong was momentarily speechless. Since Li Yin was this straightforward, he could only go along with it. Otherwise, Li Yin might just refuse to go altogether. Even so, he had a strong feeling that this would not end in a way that pleased Marshal Hong. Afterward, Lu Qingyong took Li Yin on a brief tour of the camp, limited to the public areas, of course. Along the way, Lu Qingyong had the chance to show off in front of a few other squads again. When Chun Un and Li Yin learned that Li Yin planned to visit the Marshal's estate, they hesitated briefly, their expressions conflicted. But Li Yin didn't so much as glance at them. He just turned and walked off. The two men exchanged glances and could only follow. No matter how daring they were, they wouldn't dare interfere with Marshal Hong's orders. If the Marshal truly wanted them removed from the army, even Strategist Ji might not be able to stop him. From their reactions, Li Yin drew a clearer conclusion. Looks like my teacher must have given them specific instructions to limit my contact with outsiders. Before long, the group arrived at the Marshal's estate. Lu Qingyong stepped forward and explained their purpose to the gate guards. Shortly after, a reply came. Only Li Yin was to enter. Even Lu Qingyong was stopped at the gate, and Chun and Li Yin, of course, wouldn't dream of forcing their way in. Passing through several winding corridors, Li Yin followed a soldier to the back hall of the residence. At the entrance to the main hall, the soldier halted, turned, and said, "Lord Li, the Marshal is inside. Please proceed alone." Without waiting for a response, the soldier gave a slight bow and turned to leave. Li Yin glanced around. The entrance was unguarded, and the red lacquered doors stood wide open. He took a deep breath and stepped inside. As he entered, the light dimmed slightly. Adjusting his vision, he looked around. The interior was broad and spacious. Seated at the center of the hall was a man, gazing directly at him. Who else could it be but the bald-headed giant he'd met once before? Li Yin walked forward a few steps and bowed deeply. Subordinate Li Yin greets Marshal Hong. Hong Lining had been watching him from the moment he entered. He immediately noticed how much more refined and stable Li Yan's energy felt compared to 2 months ago. This can't be the aura of someone new to the martial path, he thought with a chill. Is this the inner cultivation of Ji Wenhe's sect? Only 2 months, and a common man's internal energy has grown this dense and steady. But the more astonished he felt, the more excited he became. No need for formalities. Sit. He gestured to the row of chairs to the side. Li Yin thanked him and took a seat. Vice Commander Li, it's been over 2 months since we last met on the parade ground. It seems your progress under the military strategist has been truly remarkable. You overpraise me. Marshal, Li Yin replied with a wry smile. Noticing his expression, Hong Lining's gaze grew sharp. Oh, you mean I misjudged? Li Yin shook his head, but didn't answer, as though choosing his words carefully. Hong Lining leaned back in his chair, his large frame shifting with emotion. When I saw Fong Yu again after he joined the strategist mansion, I realized he was the one I had misjudged. Li Yin knew who he was talking about, his ill-fated senior disciple, Fong Yu. His expression tightened, and he hesitantly asked, "What do you mean by that, Marshal?" "Oh, nothing really. I simply noticed that although your inner energy has grown stronger, your aura seems slightly restless, like it's itching to break free." He watched Li Yin closely. According to intelligence from within the strategist's household, Li Yan's mood had been unstable lately. That was why he brought this up now. Li Yan's face changed in shock. "You could tell something's wrong with my inner energy?" Hong Lining felt a thrill, but kept his expression neutral. "I can sense a little, though I can't say what caused it, of course. Still, with someone like the military strategist teaching you, there's no way it's due to improper cultivation. Probably just me reading too much into it." Li Yan's face turned stormy, then blank. Hong Lining calmly observed every shift in his expression. After a long pause, Li Yin finally spoke. "Marshal, do you know how one might resolve a situation where a martial artist is afflicted by a deadly poison?" Hong Lining was taken aback. "What are you asking this for?" "Ah, you're worried about the military strategist's condition, aren't you? That's not something you need to concern yourself with. Even I can't help him, and your current skill level won't be of any use either. Still, your loyalty to your master is admirable." Sigh. He paused, then continued. "There are a few methods. First, the most straightforward, use the corresponding antidote. But that requires knowing exactly what poison was used. Second, one can use internal energy to force the poison out. But this only works on certain poisons. Some are so insidious, they penetrate the organs and bone marrow. Those are nearly impossible to purge. Third, there's a demonic technique used by some unorthodox sections. It requires finding someone with strong internal energy and transferring the poison into them as a host. Then, their pure internal energy is cycled into the poisoned person to repeatedly cleanse their organs. But this method relies on a secret demonic art. Very few sects know of it nowadays. As he spoke, he watched Li Yin closely and saw sweat begin to bead on his forehead. After a moment, Li Yin asked in a dry voice, "If someone is used as the poison conduit in this method, what happens to them?" "Almost certain death," Hong Lining replied. "Unless they also know the demonic technique and can reverse the process, but that's highly unlikely." He paused and waved a hand. "Let's not dwell on that. As for why I asked you here, I believe Captain Liu already informed you. Though now, it seems unnecessary. This morning, our staff retrieved your full records from the Great Qing Mountain offices. I was just about to tell Liu Qingyong not to bother calling you, but it seems we just missed each other." Li Yin remained stunned for some time, before his expression slowly returned to normal. Still distracted, he stood and saluted. In that case, I'll take my leave. Very well. You may go. Just as Li Yin reached the hall entrance, he heard Hong Lining's voice behind him. Vice Commander Li, don't worry too much about the military strategist. He's had that poison for quite some time, and as a master physician himself, I'm sure he has his own means. Li Yin halted for a second, then left silently. Moments later, a low, muffled voice echoed in the now empty hall. Senior brother, the kid's beginning to suspect Ji Wenhe. He, today confirms 3 things. First, that Sek's inner cultivation truly is extraordinary. Just over 2 months, and he's come this far. If he continues at this pace, it'll be frightening. Second, he really is the poison conduit. Who would have thought Ji Wenhe actually knows such an unorthodox method? And third, the good news, he's starting to realize he's being used. So what now, senior brother? Now, we wait for him to come to us for help. Ha ha, he'll act soon enough. After all, who doesn't value their own life? Outside, as Li Yin left the marshal's residence, his mind churned. This Marshal Hong is clearly obsessed with martial power, and now he's planted the seed of doubt in me. But now that I've confirmed his intentions, I can proceed with the next step. As for the other expert Dong Fui mentioned, I didn't sense anything today. Seems my current strength is still far too low to detect the experts hiding within the mundane world. As he pondered this, he exited the gates and saw 3 figures standing under a tree a short distance away. They were talking, but their eyes kept drifting toward him. Hong Lining really planned this well, Li Yin thought. My visit lasted just the time it would take to verify my identity. Hard for anyone to suspect anything more. Chapter end. Beneath the tree, the 3 men were idly chatting. Though Chun and Enli Yin were clearly distracted, their eyes drifting repeatedly toward the gates of the marshal's manor. When they finally saw Li Yin walking out, their faces lit up with relief. They had earlier asked Lu Qingyong about the situation. Supposedly, it was just about completing his military personnel file, but they couldn't help feeling something was off. A matter like this could be viewed as significant, since commanding officers were responsible for vetting court-appointed officials. Yet on the other hand, it was also something trivial, easily handled with a single sentence from a local authority figure. Seeing the 3 approaching, Li Yin smiled and said, "It's all settled." Huh. Next, I'm planning to check in on Li Shan. How about we go grab a drink together at noon? Lu Qingyong naturally had no objections. Although he still felt there was something strange about how quickly Li Yin was done, seeing his relaxed smile made him believe that perhaps the marshal really hadn't brought up anything serious. Plus, sharing drinks with Li Yin was a good opportunity to build rapport. He readily agreed. Chun and Enli Yin, though eager to return, dared not say it aloud and simply nodded in agreement. The 4 of them first went to the Ironware Pavilion to find Li Shan. Seeing Li Yin arrive, Li Shan was overjoyed. Li Yin immediately sent Chun and Enli Yin to request leave from Li Shan's master, Lu Kuei, while he and Li Shan entered the back room of the pavilion to talk privately. Left idle, Lu Qingyong wandered around the pavilion, picking up and inspecting various fine weapons with visible interest. Once Chun and Enli Yin returned, the 3 military men, all familiar with arms, enthusiastically began discussing the weapons on display. A short while later, Li Yin and Li Shan also came out. Though Li Shan looked slightly confused at first, Li Yin had his arm around his shoulders, chatting and laughing, covering any oddity. He then told Li Shan to hurry and bring his senior brother Liangshi along. The group then headed to the Tianran wine house to find Li Yu. By noon, a full table of 7 men was drinking merrily. That afternoon, Li Yin and the others, still slightly tipsy, rode back on horseback. In the days that followed, Li Yin clearly made further progress in his cultivation, and his mood seemed more stable. Seeing this, strategist Ji felt reassured and would occasionally come out to guide him. Time passed quickly. Spring was in full bloom, lush grass and chirping orioles, and Li Yin had now been at the military advisor's mansion for over half a year. At present, he was submerged in a cold pool, eyes closed, bare to the shoulders, steam rising from his body and dissipating into the air. His aura was on the verge of reaching the peak of early first-level chi condensation. However, he didn't look well. Traces of blood lingered at the corners of his mouth. Since last winter, he had cultivated diligently, his realm steadily improving. Yet his temperament had grown increasingly irritable. Other than occasionally entering the city, he had also developed a number of strange habits. Every time he returned from town, he would buy more clothes, belts, and boots, so much so that even Ji's divine sense grew weary of monitoring him. Still, seeing Li Yan's cultivation steadily advance, Ji let him be. When he wasn't cultivating, Li Yan was either soaking in the pool or locked in his room, wildly scribbling ink on scrolls, sending black droplets flying everywhere. Later, for some unknown reason, he even tore up the vegetable garden south of the pool and replaced it with all sorts of wildflowers he had transplanted from the mountains outside the valley. Soon, the entire valley was swaying with vibrant blooms and thick with a mixed fragrance of countless flowers. Even the laundry hanging out to dry began to absorb the myriad scents. This led to several awkward moments where, during official duties in town, Ji would find himself surrounded by the aroma of flowers. Marshal Hong and the others would give him odd looks, forcing Ji to smile wryly. The vegetable garden had once been Ji's way of calming his restless heart. Watering, tending, and admiring the plants had brought him peace. Now, transformed into a dazzling patch of wild color, it resembled a massive dye vat from afar. Ji could only shake his head helplessly. As long as Li Yan continued to progress, Ji allowed him his eccentricities. However, in recent days, Li Yan's internal agitation had intensified. After each cultivation session, blood would seep from the corners of his mouth. It was as if the fire poison within him was becoming harder to suppress. This truly worried Ji. Upon inspecting his condition, Ji found that the wood element's spiritual energy in his body had become slightly muddled, with faint signs of fire element energy appearing. It was a deeply troubling sign. Fortunately, for now, Li Yan could still suppress the fire poison, and his cultivation remained on track. But this situation couldn't continue. His impure wood element energy would harm him in the long run. At one point, Ji even considered absorbing Li Yan's spiritual power early, while it was still mostly pure. But a few days later, Li Yan's wood element energy seemed to purify itself again, and the bleeding decreased. Relieved, Ji put the thought aside. Now, as Li Yan sat in the cold pool, faint traces of blood still at his lips, he appeared to be enjoying the cold. In truth, he was absorbing the spiritual energy that slowly bubbled up from the pool's depths, circulating it through his body, using the Guishui, true scripture. After months of hard training, he had reached the mid-stage of first-level chi condensation, a pace that would be considered decent even in a proper cultivation sect. Achieving this in such a low spiritual energy environment was impressive, though Ji believed this was largely due to lingering medicinal effects in Li Yan's body. Li Yan himself felt frustrated with his slow progress. Though he spent most of each day in the pool and often snuck back at night to continue, he still felt time was slipping away. Unfortunately, he had to split his efforts, pretending to cultivate the woodine art during the day to maintain appearances, while also putting on the occasional wild display to keep up the act. After another half hour passed, Li Yan's eyelashes twitched, though he didn't open his eyes. His daytime cultivation was complete, and he now quietly reflected on the past few months. My progress is still too slow. Lately, it feels like I've hit a wall. I wonder what's causing it. He didn't know that his rapid early progress was due to Ji forcibly expanding his meridians with medicinal herbs, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy at a much higher rate than normal disciples. Secondly, his physique was uniquely suited to his technique. At the beginning of chi condensation, spiritual energy requirements were relatively low, and with him cultivating directly above a spiritual spring, rapid progress was natural. But ever since reaching mid-first level, the ambient spiritual energy had begun to fall short. As with all cultivation, the higher the stage, the harder it became to break through. Especially at the core formation and nascent soul stages, it was common to be stuck for decades, or even centuries. I haven't revealed my full strength yet. By gradually showing signs of reaching the peak of the early Qi condensation first level, I'm ensuring my survival for now. Otherwise, if I were still stuck at the entry level after several months, Strategist G would likely deem me unworthy of investment and lose patience waiting for me to progress. After practicing the Gui Shui true scripture for some time, Lien discovered his cultivation speed was remarkably fast, which worried him. He feared strategist G might notice something unusual. However, after carefully studying the scripture with his divine sense and experimenting repeatedly, he found a solution. Qi flows long, gathers in the sea, scatters, and lies hidden. Initially, he didn't understand this passage, but through trial and error, he learned that the magical power cultivated from the Gui Shui true scripture could be freely dispersed from his dantian into his 5 spiritual energy vats. The level of magical power displayed would then correspond to the highest reservoir's level. This method could only conceal his true cultivation level from cultivators slightly stronger than himself. Moreover, it required all 5 vats to be less than full. Otherwise, the magical power would have nowhere to disperse, and his true strength would inevitably be revealed. I pushed my cultivation too hard recently, injuring my meridians and coughing up blood. I had to release some of the excess fire energy to calm myself. He assumed it was due to the fire poison and grew restless. Fortunately, my recent progress in cultivation allowed me to conceal my fire spiritual power, which temporarily quelled his suspicions. However, as my magical power grows, I can now sense the fire poison within him intensifying. I suspect his time is running out. Though Li Yin couldn't yet project his divine sense, as a cultivator, he could faintly perceive the fire poison within strategist G growing stronger. When the poison becomes uncontrollable, that would be Li Yan's moment of death. No matter how far his cultivation progressed, strategist G would wait no longer. During my recent outings, I've reached some agreements with Hong Lining through letters mediated by Lu Chengyong. If he helps me escape, I'll give him the wood in art cultivation technique. Now, all that remains is to find the right opportunity, but I can't afford to wait too long. Li Yin pondered in his heart. His concerns now extended beyond his own escape. He had a grander plan: how to eliminate strategist G. Otherwise, his family might not survive this military advisor's wrath. Yesterday, when strategist G came to guide Li Yan's cultivation, the military advisor's gaze had changed. It had become gentler, warmer, but against his ashen, darkened complexion, it felt like the ravenous hunger of a wolf. Then let's set it for 2 months from now. By then, I'll have to risk everything. Li Yan closed his eyes in the spring, his hands clenched into tight fists beneath the surface. Deep within the Great Qing Mountains, millions of li from Great Qing Pass, stood a magnificent palace atop a towering peak that pierced the clouds. Elder He, what brings you here today? The green-robed, scholar-like man smiled at the hawk-faced elder, who wore a dark green robe. Peak Master, we've discussed the 5-yearly inter-peak competition with the other elders. This peak will be sending approximately 20 elite disciples and several true disciples, all carefully selected by the inner hall. Oh, the true disciples are expectedly few, but this year's elite disciples are fewer than before. I recall there were as many as 30 from this peak. That's correct. The number of new disciples with spirit roots has declined in recent years. Many promising candidates have been snatched up by those so-called righteous sects, the Taoists, Buddhists, and Confucians. Moreover, elite disciples are chosen from among thousands. The hawk-faced elder spoke somewhat awkwardly. Ha ha ha. Those righteous sects? They certainly know how to manipulate mortal hearts. By using Taoist temples, Buddhist monasteries, and Confucian academies to constantly indoctrinate the masses, they've managed to recruit quite a few good immortal seedlings. Yes, Peak Master. But even with our Peak's limited number of elite disciples, we still have more than Little Bamboo Peak. They've barely managed to field a handful of participants in each competition. The hawk-faced elder chuckled. As for Junior Brother Wei's Peak, the scholar-like man said. They have fewer than 20 members in total, including servants. With only 7 disciples, the distinction between ordinary and elite doesn't even exist. And once you remove the 3 who have reached the middle stage of foundation establishment or higher, naturally only a few remain eligible. The scholar-like man's face showed a hint of helplessness. All right, enough about Junior Brotherway's situation. If there's nothing else, you may leave. The scholar-like man waved his hand dismissively. Cheaping Peak Master, there's one more matter. We received news today regarding the search for members of the immortal-seeking lineage. The hawk-faced elder spoke urgently. Oh, you mean the one who stole the cultivation technique from that traitorous outer sect disciple? Yes, Peak Master. We expanded our search and finally found a lead at Great Qing Pass, located on the eastern edge of the Great Qing Mountains. Among the Imperial Dynasty's garrison there's a military advisor who is highly likely to be the person we're looking for. Over the past few years, he's been purchasing medicinal herbs from medicine shops in nearby towns, and these herbs are specifically listed in our secret formula. A garrison? A military advisor? In that case, you'll need to investigate thoroughly. If we target mortal officials, especially military officers stationed on the frontier, the sect master, and others will intervene. We can't afford to let this escalate. The paths of immortals and mortals must remain separate. Unless mortals provoke us, we can't act against them. Though we're not a righteous sect, we must still uphold this principle. Ensure you've verified everything before deciding whether to take action. Yes, Peak Master. That's exactly what I've planned. With the sect's 5-year disciple competition approaching, many law enforcement disciples who need to participate have already returned. Only a few Qi condensation mid to late stage disciples remain there. Once we confirm his identity, they'll move to apprehend him. Good. If he's still scouring for herbs after all these years, his cultivation level can't be too high. Qi condensation mid to late stage disciples should be more than sufficient. Chapter end. In the mountain pass, within the marshal's residence inside the city, the rear hall remained as empty as ever. Amidst the silence, a muffled, resonant voice suddenly echoed. Senior brother, are we just going to keep waiting like this? The initiative isn't in our hands, and unexpected changes may occur at any moment. Bright sunlight slanted through the doorway, casting the hall in brilliant light. Hong Lining sat in a broad chair, shifting his slightly reflective bald head. That kid isn't just cautious, he's slippery too. The last few times, he only conveyed his intentions through a few verbal messages from Lu Qingyong, along with letters that corroborated the meaning. Lu Qingyong's verbal messages always carried the key information, while the letters never mentioned cultivation techniques or plans to escape. They merely stated that if there was good wine next time, he'd bring his family's secret recipe, pickled meat, to drink together. Extremely careful. He's worried the letters might fall into Jiwen's hands and be used as leverage. We offered him a way to escape last time, but he refused. Hong Lining spoke with a hint of helplessness. After all, he had given Li Yin suggestions, but the latter had rejected them. He had advised Li Yin that, next time he entered the city, he could arrange for someone disguised as an assassin from the Meng Kingdom to sneak in and assassinate a key figure on their side. The idea was to encounter Li Yin in the street and identify him as Ji Wenhe's disciple, after which he would kill Chen Un and Li Yin in public. Then Li Yin would hide in a secret tunnel for 1 to 2 months. After Ji Wenhe searched fruitlessly for a long time, the matter would naturally be left unresolved. At that time, Li Yin would hand over the cultivation technique to Hong Lining and then be quietly escorted out. However, Li Yin firmly disagreed, completely shattering Hong Lining's plans to capture and coerce him. Senior brother, why don't I just dress as an assassin next time he comes to town, capture him directly, and find an opportunity to bring him to the secret room? I've considered that too, but there are problems with that approach. If we forcibly capture him, will he cooperate? Will he hand over the cultivation method? And then do we torture him or not? Who can guarantee he won't harbor resentment? If he changes even a few key parts of the technique, for those who practice internal cultivation methods, it could mean eternal damnation. So this won't work, and that won't work either. It's really infuriating. I don't believe that under my muscle-splitting, bone-twisting hands, he won't tell the truth. Junior brother, calm down. Let's wait a little longer. If all else fails, we'll proceed with that plan. Hong Lining slapped his bald head. At that moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside. Shortly after, the footsteps stopped at the front door, followed by a voice announcing, "Marshal, Captain Liu requests an audience." "Oh, he's here? Quickly bring him in." Hong Lining straightened his posture, a flicker of emotion flashing through his eyes. Meanwhile, Chun and Li Yin looked ahead in shame as Li Yin galloped ahead on horseback. They helplessly slapped their mounts and gave chase amid a clamor of clanking and rattling sounds. After entering the city today, Li Yin had not only bought some clothes, but also took a keen interest in some items from Lu Qingyong's army. In the end, Chun and Li Yin's horses were loaded with helmets, armor, military boots, and most embarrassingly, a large pot and a big ladle were even tied to the horse's rear. In the military camp, facing all the mocking and curious stares, Chun covered his face in shame. In this chaotic clatter, they raced toward the north gate. Once they entered the military strategist's residence, they drew even more surprised and awed gazes as they made their way toward the inner valley, this time even leading their horses inside. As soon as they entered the valley, a divine sense swept over them. When it scanned the two war horses, the divine sense suddenly trembled, then withdrew as if it had seen something it shouldn't. Walking in the front, Li Yin curled his lips into a cold smirk when he felt the divine sense retreat. Behind him, Chun and Li Yin kept their heads down, leading the horses into the valley as if trying to avoid any interaction with him. "Keep scanning. I'll just bring more and more stuff back each time, so you can enjoy your snooping," Li Yin thought to himself. Then, swaggering, he turned and pointed to the outside of his house. "Put today's stuff right there." When Chun and Li Yin saw this, their faces fell. "Young master, your doorway is already getting blocked." In front of the stone house where Li Yin lived, there were already 2 or 3 wooden cabinets. The cabinet doors were wide open, filled with plows, rakes, shovels, stone mortars, and other farm tools. Leaning next to the door was a candied hawthorn stick, still skewered with several dried, sugar-coated fruits. That was something Li Yin had brought back in a moment of whim during a previous city visit. He had even brought the whole vendor's pot with him. "Cut the nonsense. I told you to put it there. What, you want to bring it inside? Then how would I sleep?" Li Yin shot the two of them an unfriendly look. "Got it. We'll do it right away." Chun and Li Yin shivered and quickly, amid a clatter of metal and wood, they unloaded all the miscellaneous goods onto the ground. Then they swiftly led their horses away, faces covered. From start to finish, there was no movement or anyone emerging from the first stone house. Li Yin nodded in satisfaction, then circled around the items a few times, picking up the helmet and armor to try them on. After a moment, seemingly dissatisfied, he casually tossed them back into the pile with a loud clang and muttered a few words before turning to walk into the house. Once inside, he poured a cup of water, took a sip, then lay on the bed and lazily closed his eyes, a look of contentment on his face. In truth, he was anything but calm. It had been over half a month since he made his decision. Today, he had entered the city and delivered the letter to Lu Qingyong. In the letter, he mentioned that in a month and a half, during the start of the farming season, his uncles would bring the family's secret pickled meat. Around noon, he would go pick up the meat, and with travel time, it would take about an hour. Lu Qingyong should prepare fine wine in advance. At that time, they would go to the tavern and drink together. If the wine wasn't good, he'd take the meat back for himself. This was part of the secret code agreed upon between him and Hong Lining, meaning he planned to escape on the day of Li Xia, the beginning of summer, a month and a half later. At noon, Hong Lining would find a reason to lure strategist Ji out of the valley for about an hour. After that, Li Yin would meet Lu Qingyong to act. If all went well, he would hand over the cultivation technique to them. Now that he had truly decided, tension welled up in his heart. Coming back, he lay on the bed and closed his eyes, trying to calm the storm within. His real plan, however, was not simply to escape on his own, but to figure out a way to eliminate the strategist G, so that even if he vanished, his family would not be implicated. Although he had spent several months repeatedly planning, as of today, Lien still had only a slim chance of success. Just thinking about the terrifying martial prowess of strategist G made him feel utterly helpless. No, it should be called immortal magic. Even though he had never witnessed techniques like what Spike spell, Fire Bullet spell, or Windblade spell, just hearing those names was enough to fill him with a sense of powerlessness. But he no longer had time to prepare. Judging from strategist G's complexion, he would probably come looking for him in another 6 months at most. Facing someone skilled in immortal arts, especially someone who had already resolved to kill him, meant that he would have absolutely no chance at all by then. But now, if he acted with the element of surprise, there might still be a sliver of hope to survive through the attempt. At worst, he would just die. If he really did die in front of strategist G, then G would likely be so focused on extending his own life that he wouldn't bother going after Lian's family anymore. After lying on the bed for quite a while, Lian finally felt his mood settle somewhat. He stood up and walked out toward the water pond outside his room. Time passed, and the willow catkins were already floating in the air. The sun grew warmer, and the valley was in full bloom. Some trees had already shed their dark-colored leaves and sprouted tender green buds. Strategist G gazed over the valley, rubbing his forehead with one hand. Lien had almost entirely transplanted the wildflowers from the surroundings outside the valley. Now, from the pond stretching south to the foot of the mountain, and north from the pond to within several zhang of the stone house, the area was covered in wildflowers of every kind, big and small, tall and short. All sorts of mixed fragrances wafted through the warm spring air, so thick and intense they made one dizzy. Even inside his house, the scent of flowers was overwhelming. He shook his head and looked at the pond among the flowers, where Li Yin was calmly cultivating. His current spiritual aura seemed to have just surpassed the middle stage of the first level of qi condensation. Let you mess around as you please. At this rate, you might break through to the peak of qi condensation first level within another half a year. When the time comes, whether you've truly reached that level or not, we'll settle this thing. Right now, just to suppress the fire poison, he couldn't even use more than 30% of his spiritual power. In another year, he might only be able to use 20%. And 20% was the absolute minimum required to deal with someone at the peak of first-level qi condensation. If he waited any longer, who knew who would suppress whom by then? Standing with his hands behind his back at the edge of the wildflower field, strategist G's face, streaked with threads of black energy, revealed a faintly savage expression. Half an hour later, around the Qin hour, roughly 7 to 9 a.m., Li Yin walked out from the pond. After changing into a clean black robe back at his house, he came to stand in front of the first stone house. "Teacher, I'd like to go into the city today. I haven't delivered last month's silver to my family yet." "Go." A voice came from inside the house. Strategist G was already used to Li Yan's routine of leaving the valley once every half-month or so. Every time he came back, his cultivation would make some progress, and his mental state would also stabilize for a while. Li Yan bowed respectfully, then turned to return to his house to retrieve the silver. But just then, a hesitant voice came again from behind him. "Strategist G, my disciple, this time when you go into the city, try to leave more silver for your family. Don't waste it all on useless things. Every time you come back, you're carrying loads of stuff, but I never see you use half of it." Li Yin paused, then smiled knowingly and turned back to reply. "Teacher, rest assured, I won't buy much this time." "Oh." The room fell silent. Not long after, the peace outside the valley broke into the clamor of chickens flapping and dogs barking. Amid shouts and calls, Chun and Li Yin led their horses and left. As noon approached, within the military advisor's mansion, "My lord, someone from the city has come to see you. Marshal Hong asked that you come over. He says it's an urgent matter to discuss." "It's already almost noon. What urgent matter could it be?" Inside, strategist G opened his eyes, a look of confusion on his face. Ever since returning from Great Qing Mountain 6 months ago, he had gone from visiting the city once every few days to only going once every 10 days or even half a month. Most of the time, he stayed in the valley meditating and adjusting his breath. Just 2 days ago, he had gone into the city to discuss the military defenses against Ming Kingdom. Why would they call him again so soon? Though he was reluctant, he still needed to rely on them for now, and couldn't completely ignore things. Thinking this, strategist Ji stood tall and headed outside. Li Yin looked at the sun in the sky, then smiled at Li Yu and Li Shan sitting at the same table. Today, it was just the three of them. He hadn't invited anyone else. Chun and Li Yin were assigned to a separate table not far away. Li Yu, in the past half year, I've really seen your cooking skills improve. You've gone from kitchen helper to assistant chef. I'm really looking forward to the day I can finally eat something you cook yourself, huh? Li Yu's face turned red. Brother Yin, it'll still be a while before I could do the actual cooking. Probably about another year, then I might start learning. When that time comes, you can eat whatever you want. I'll make it for you. Good. Brother Yin will definitely come eat then. As he spoke, a subtle trace of loneliness flashed across Li Yan's face. Li Yu and Li Shan didn't really notice the change in his demeanor. Their minds were half focused on enjoying the delicious food in front of them. Every time Li Yin came into the city, he would treat them to a good meal, which made them overjoyed each time. Li Yin paused for a moment, then smiled and turned toward Li Shan. Li Shan, that bell I asked you to buy last time, did you get it? Li Shan's cheeks were stuffed with food. He looked up with a smile and replied through a mouthful. Got it, it's right here. As he spoke, he reached into his clothes and pulled out a belt, handing it to Li Yin. Li Yin took the belt. It was a wide, purple belt, palm width in size. He stood up, removed the black belt from his waist, and quickly tied the purple one on. Paired with his black robe, he actually looked quite dashing and refined. Chun and Li Yin glanced over from their table, then returned to drinking their wine, completely speechless at this young master's shopping obsession. He bought all sorts of things on a whim, most of which he barely even used. After a moment of hesitation, Li Yin handed the original black belt to Li Shan. Li Shan, take this along with the silver I gave you before. Give them to the uncle that enters the city next time. Have him deliver them to my parents. As he finished the sentence, his voice grew a little heavy. Li Shan and Li Yu exchanged a glance. They both felt something seemed off about Li Yin today. Chapter end.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.